power supply's dead.
That's a brand new computer right there, isn't it?
You can't get on the network. I don't know what's going on here.
Sam's comb is attached to his computer.
Oh.
It's also not functioning.
Oh. Yeah, he's got the big fro.
Yeah. It's enraging.
You decided to take the
Yeah, it's
ponytail
terrible.
out, yeah. That's good.
Is that a new computer there, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, it's new in the sense that it's newer than the last one we complained about.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old is that computer? Can we get a new computer?
I think this is the new computer.
Is it really?
Yeah. But it takes 5 minutes to load Google.
Oh, that's
like
good.
Google.com.
Right.
With the word Google on the page.
Uh-huh.
And then the search bar, and that's the page.
How old is that?
I mean, in the sense of how long have we had it, or when was it made?
Well, both.
I don't know when it was made.
Why can't we have a new computer?
Like a good one.
They don't buy new things.
I gave up on the corporate computers years ago. I just use my fucking cell phone.
There's a bunch
My
of
cell phone is way more powerful than the dumb computer in studio.
You know what it is? There's
use
a bunch
my
of
cell phone.
there's a bunch of broken
I do,
things
man.
around this place. Bunch of broken computers, broken
Right,
things,
right.
and they just rotate around.
Yeah.
Like they'll take your broken thing out, give you someone else's broken thing because it's broken differently.
Right.
And you don't notice what's broken on it for maybe a couple of days, and then they ship yours off to some other studio.
Can I explain? We're living Sim City with no one at the controls.
Yeah, that's
this
pretty
is
much it.
a social experiment.
If there's a fire or something like that, it
Right.
just burns.
We still got our ATVs, but you know when those break down, they're not going to be replaced.
Yeah.
No, well, what are you going to do?
And then, I finally got everything working.
Yeah.
But somehow, in the time from when I left to when I got back, my computer's been locked. Nobody's touched it.
Right.
But it's lost communication with the printer altogether. So it's got to be completely reset.
It's not even talking to the printer.
No.
So how old is that computer?
This one down here, Danny's looking it up. I mean, we haven't.
Wait, you have to look it up.
It's a 486.
That's old. You got to look it up. That's old.
We've had it for probably less than a year in here.
Oh, really?
That's not what was it brand new out of the box?
Wait. So when we asked for a new computer and they finally said, okay, they actually got an old computer and put it in here?
That's what we're trying to find out.
Those sons of
I thought
bitches.
for a second that this was actually a good computer, but then I checked the system specs and it's a different computer. Yeah, so I thought this was the Dell Optiplex with the 4 gigs of RAM.
Why would it
because
be?
we all know
Like
Dell is
gigahertz.
happening these days.
Yeah.
But then I checked the system properties. And
Yeah.
it's not as good as that.
Oh, it's not quite as
But
good.
how old is it?
Well, it doesn't seem to be too old, but we are running the very latest service pack of Windows XP. So that's good, right?
Hey, XP.
Oh, yeah, you can tell because it says version 2002.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's good.
That's only 10 years old, right?
XP, yeah.
And then they're like they told us, don't worry, we're going to be upgrading all your software.
Could someone just answer this question? It could be a question for Twitter today, I guess. Why don't they give a shit about us? I just need to know. Have we dropped off?
No.
I don't think
Is it time to admit we dropped off, and that's why they don't give a shit about us?
No, that's the way it
Why
is
are we running
for
software
everybody.
from 2002?
Well, XP is one of the most stable Windows platforms they made, and it just actually got bypassed as the most prominent OS on computers by Windows 7 now.
Is that
which,
good?
Just skirted them out with maybe 42.6% of the... Yeah.
Mac is still small. Like when you look at it, like, even though it's the biggest company in the world,
yeah.
Safari is not even close to this, is it?
As far as OS goes, Windows has over 90%.
I'm back.
Are they
to being
still
a
over
Windows man.
90%?
Windows, man?
You're
Yeah.
a Windows man.
I went to Mac and I tried that out for a bit. I went through a couple of Macs and I said, this is shit. And I said, fuck this. So I guess maybe I just had shitty Macs. I don't
Maybe
know.
I had shitty
Yeah, I
Macs,
hate
but
Windows, dude. I wish I could go back to it. I hate it. Like every time I use it, like dunk, dunk. What's that noise? That
is...
Oh, the little USB noise.
Oh.
Yeah, they revamped it for Windows 7. So.
I fucking... You know what I hate about the motherfucking Windows? How about the goddamn drivers constantly? With your fucking drivers. Oh,
Right.
Windows does not identify this thing you just plugged in. You need the drivers. Update drivers. Pain in the ass with the drivers.
At least when something takes a shit on my Windows machine, I could fix it though. That's kind of nice. Like when something like I had a big problem like over the break, and I could just go in, I could troubleshoot, I could figure out what's wrong and fix it. Can't do that on a Mac. It's like, well, fuck it. I guess I either bring it to the store, or buy a new one.
Gotta go to the store, buy a new one. Well, see, now I got my nice Sony Vaio here with a dead power supply. doesn't work without power.
What are you gonna
Well,
do?
you could probably pick one up for about $20 if it was an Apple.
Oh, well.
If it was like a MacBook, you'd be spending like $70 on a new charger.
Proprietary. Yeah.
Well, all right. Well,
Go Windows.
We'll make do, though. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well, we've been making do for a
Oh,
while.
I'm gonna go
Sam.
make do right now.
Not that kind.
We're gonna push forward and put on great shows regardless.
Of course
Yeah,
we
yeah.
are. Of
We don't
course
need,
we are.
We don't need these newfangled computers.
Basically, you're saying
show.
forging ahead.
That's right.
Yeah.
Forging ahead.
Exactly.
We should come up with a wish list today.
I have an answer for your question, by the way.
Which one?
I'm sure I'd be in bed.
Why have they not treated us? Why
All
have
right.
they kind of? It's a combination of our apathy and their incompetence.
Goes hand in hand.
Oh, man.
Apathy and no confidence in the morning.
Pew pew pew.
So I guess we're back from a little respite.
Little vacation-ish
Well, some of us are back.
thingy ish.
Why is Sam laughing? What happened?
I don't know. Something just
What
tickled
happened?
me. Nothing.
Tickled you.
What do you mean some of us are back? Who's missing?
I guess we're all here. Travis is away, and is anybody else gone or no?
Just Travis.
Cool.
What's happening?
Nothing.
No, I don't know.
I see the smirk. What's happening?
No, because I knew that statement would make for uncomfortable moments. And
What's
you know how I
uncomfortable?
smile when there are uncomfortable moments.
Right, that's true.
Well, he's the executive producer, and he's taking some time off. What's wrong with that?
It's good. But I'll say this in fairness, we're a hard show to work for because we don't have predictable days off. Like that's something that is, and we make that kind of hard on the staff because we don't tell them. We sometimes don't know until the last minute. When we're going to be off.
All right.
But it is what it is.
Which is what?
Yeah.
Just us.
Just us drifting about.
Just us drifting around.
Yeah.
We're like fucking.
Well, the guys worked last week.
No.
Why are you
executive
laughing, Sam?
producer
Someone
been sent-
talk.
Yeah, we're all floating. You know who we're like fucking. What's his name? Who was an orca? Who was an orca?
George C. Scott.
No. What's his name? He's
thought that was a good
Peter.
guess.
Peter something. It actually is. Who is the guy?
Oh, yeah.
Richard Harris.
Richard Harris.
This show is like Richard Harris at the end of that movie, just floating around on a piece of ice. That's what it feels like. We're just floating around.
Nice. That's good, right?
Trying not to, and I'm so happy. I almost said trying not to let Erock knock us in the water.
Oh, Erock.
I'm overtired. I've been up for 2 days.
Erock's just sitting there, though. He was waiting for it, so it gets the anticipation.
Well, he's happy we got it out of the way early. Now, Sam, why are you smirking at the fact that I said you guys worked last week, or some of you did?
The system is broken.
What?
The system is
What
broken.
system?
Do you mean the political system?
I don't know. There's something broken here because why would people work when the show's off and not work when the show's on? Why would the system be set up where that would be something that ever happens?
Yes.
Look, I don't fault any of the guys. If I was you guys, I would do the exact same thing. I blame the people that might be supervising the situation.
Yeah.
They're the dummies.
The system used to be great, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, they're.
How was it?
But hold on, they are. I got to say, they are the dummies because in their minds that makes sense to have the whole staff work when Opie, Anthony, and Jim Norton are out. And I'm not blaming Danny or anyone. I swear to you, I would do the same thing. But it's just logically doesn't make sense.
Back at XM, it was like, all right, well, if there's a show, you show up for work and you do it. And if there's no show, as long as you have nothing to do, like as long, obviously some staff people have things to do even if there's no show, but as long as you had nothing to do, you were fine. And that system worked very well until about 2009, I guess.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
And then the rules changed.
Why would the rules
we upgraded.
change?
Everything got better.
Look, I don't blame anyone for coming in last week and doing absolutely nothing because there's nothing really to do.
No, those are the
Maybe
best.
some busy work.
Those are the best.
During
What'd you do last week, Danny? Be
I was
totally
working
honest.
really hard for this company. Jesus.
You were
Anyway.
here, but what could you have possibly been doing?
Research.
R&D.
Yeah, you know, you gotta figure out what the next big bit is and all that stuff.
I was bummed out that I had to take my honeymoon on the free days instead of the show days.
Oh man,
See, these guys get free days and show days.
I remember
Why are you laughing, Sam? Why is the system broke?
It just doesn't make any sense. They're obviously just. What would any of it? Everybody has to be aware. The staff coming in and spending a whole day when there's no show, like once. Or like if there's something
once in a while, maybe.
Like if we're doing a live gig,
right?
Yeah, sure.
And you guys are taking off the Thursday before a Friday, and we meet on the Thursday to figure everything out.
But doing it for 3 days last week doesn't make sense.
During the last week of August, there's nothing going on anyway. Let alone if there's no show.
Oh my God,
that just shows you how stupid Gary is. He's a dummy. Why would he allow that? And like I said, Danny, I'm not faulting you. I swear to you. I would do the exact same fucking thing.
But our executive producers should be here when we're here. I think that's fair.
I don't think that's an unfair thing to say, but at the same time, I think that the situation that we've been put in makes it so that these are the situations that you're left with.
But he could have taken the days left. No, but again, I understand we're hard because we don't schedule in advance, and it does make it hard. And
and we have to.
I can't imagine like there was something to do last week for the radio show. I can't even imagine what could possibly have been done.
I don't know.
But the first week back in September, this is like when it all starts back up. This is like last week of August. I understand we probably should have said like, yeah, we're going to be taking that, even though I didn't even know until the day of. I said we're taking it. I had no idea.
Well, that's the other problem. We didn't have any vacation days left, and then they finally like did the right thing.
Yeah, and we can't exactly just take off, willy nilly. Like our vacation has to be approved way in advance. So,
but if we take off like 3 days like that, and the exec producer doesn't come in, that's understandable. And then he should be here when we're here because we do need him. I mean, it's like that's an issue. We're on the air. We need him. I mean, I'd say we're helpless without him, but
it's something. I hear you, and it would be great if it did work like that. But unfortunately, it doesn't because Travis would have never been able to take those days on such short notice. If he said, "Hey, I want to take these vacation days for the last 3 days last week," they would have been like, "Oh, sorry." I mean, it probably would have got pushed through in the long run, but it would have been like, "Oh, you really need to get these in, for 3 or 4 weeks at minimum."
Oh my God!
And early on, look, early during the transition here, I remember there was a day where we didn't have a show, and I just didn't come in because that's what I was kind of used to. I think I was moving, I think, and it was great because I was like, oh, now I get to go to Staples and fucking pick up boxes and shit. And sure enough, I got the fucking phone call and I got a big talking to.
But what did they want you to do last week?
Well, plus
I still don't understand.
Can I tell you what the trick is?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't here obviously, but if it worked out the way it usually worked out, most of the guys still come in at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And so they just get to sit here because there's nobody here until like
I'm not gonna waste my time in rush hour traffic coming in at a regular man's day from 9 o'clock in the morning. Fuck
not
that.
only is there no show, and not only is it the last week of August, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
I'm still getting up at 3:15 a.m.
So what did they want you guys to do last week?
Make radio. They want us to make a reservoir of radio, so that when you guys get here,
we have something to take a dip.
Yeah,
in.
you could just turn the faucet on and radio pours out.
So you guys were here Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday just doing busy work.
Well, we're making sure that the news got
did you do
recorded.
last week?
Right.
I made sure that all of the big stories were remembered for you.
Right. The big stories.
Don't forget about the stories.
Gary is as dumb as they come for allowing this. No offense.
The only thing that would be
well, because I don't want. I'm not mad at Danny or anyone else. The system, like you said, Sam, is broke.
We play the game that has been given to us with the rules clearly defined,
and then logically
we play the game within those rules.
And then logically, like Jimmy said, summer's over. This is fall. Like radio and everything we're all about starts up today, and Travis is out.
And it's like I know that like even if he planned for that. Like, I understand this is where the company would be dumb. Like, why would they make you guys give notice if we're a last-minute show, and that's annoying for you guys? I'm sure it is, and I know it is. But why wouldn't they let you guys take those 3 days?
Because we are employees of the company. We are not employed by the Opie and Anthony show. We are not contractors.
Right.
We are employees of this company, and we get no special treatment. Why should we have special treatment when other people that work for other shows don't get treatment like that? We are employees of SiriusXM. We have nothing to do with you guys.
But why would he plan to take the first week of September anyway? Like, why not? Like, I understand not knowing what we were doing last week, but why plan the first week of September when you know that we're back? Or you know that the...
You just have days. I mean, you have days off to take, so you take them. I mean, when would any day be good for him between now and the end of the year, aside from like Christmas or Thanksgiving?
Yeah, around then. I mean,
well, yeah, but you know what? Even if he takes Thanksgiving and Christmas, he still has days left over. So this company doesn't pay out your days if you don't take them.
Which is a mistake, by the way, by the company. It encourages people to do shit like this.
It's nice. It's nice that now because some of us have been here for an extended period of time. Some of us have extra vacation days as a reward. So now, to exercise that reward, you get shit for it because, you shouldn't have taken the days or whatever. So you can never win.
Can you picture, though, like other shows without their executive producer? Like, and taking this kind of shit is kind of what comes with that position. I mean, it's like, even though I know that they haven't given him what he wants either, but
we used to never deal with vacation days or sick days or forms. If there was a show, there was work. If there was no show, you didn't have, as long as you didn't have anything. It worked fine for a really long time. Yeah, and so they started putting in all the corporate rules and regulations in place, and then you get this. So I mean, it's not like we prefer this. I don't think Travis prefers it or anybody prefers it, but that's what they've given us to work with. So that's what that's how it works.
But to plan for the first week of September, when we're not going, we're here,
right? Well,
doesn't make sense.
That's Gary's responsibility. He should understand all that and try to figure it out. I get there's a lot of moving parts here.
Yeah.
But then in the end, the guy that supposedly was hired to kind of supervise this channel should be on top of it and figuring out a solution to this. Period. I blame Gary.
There's a reason vacation days are approved, right?
Huh?
There's a reason somebody has to approve vacation days.
Sure.
Right, yes.
I mean... And the company's dumb for not allowing people to carry them over or paying them out. It's like, because that just encourages shit like this. Because if I had to take days, I would absolutely take them. Mm-hmm. I know I would. Yeah, if I had to, I would take them. But, again, in that position, it's different.
But, I mean, what is being said loud and clear today is that Gary thinks the show is fine without an executive producer the first week back after the summer.
It's good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go.
Good to go.
We push forward.
Yeah. Everyone knows, kind of August is one of those weird months and no one gives a fuck about, but September you come back strong. And here we are, coming back strong.
I mean, everybody got I'm just curious, though. Like, everybody did get the email from Travis that stated that he wasn't going to be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not blaming him either.
Well, I think his planning was poor. And I believe you, everything I'm saying I would say if he was standing right here.
I don't doubt that.
I would absolutely say that. But his planning was poor for this one, unless there was a family emergency or a birth or something. But it's like, we're just coming back. You got to, as the exec producer, you got to, I mean, you're here.
Well, he's not the executive producer.
Well, he's in that position. I mean.
Is he?
Kind of, yeah. Of course he is.
Well, then they should respect him as such.
Maybe so, but, with the exec being the exec, I mean, I'm not going to argue against Travis when he's not here in that capacity. I'm not going to do that. If there's anything I have to say to him about that, I'll say it when he's standing right here, because he's not here to defend himself.
Well, I just know that if he handed me his business card, it wouldn't say executive producer on it.
Okay.
No.
I'm not trashing the guy.
Fair
it's
enough.
Just that
he's not executive producer. Then let's move forward.
I mean, look,
fair enough.
That's what the company wants to treat him like it, but they don't want to acknowledge it. So that's the situation.
Well, do they really acknowledge anything financially? I mean, let's be honest.
They don't acknowledge anything anytime, really. Unless it's bad. If you did something bad, they'll absolutely acknowledge it.
Yeah.
It's illustrated in that flow chart, right?
Yes. Let me see. Did we do good? Yeah, I guess so. Right? Did we do good?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right. Let me check. Let's see. Oh, we have a problem.
All right. Well.
Ugh.
Welcome back.
A hug.
Didn't take long to get right back into the swing of things.
I feel like the show needs a vacation.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm well rested. Old computers and no executive producer because Gary doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Oh,
yeah. You got to blame somebody in the end.
I think it was a combination. Combination.
But in the end, Gary should know better. Gary probably should sit down and go, Travis, as sort of the almost executive producer without a business card. You probably should be here the first week in September after the big summer vacation thing. And then Travis could argue, well, the guys, they don't give enough advance warning about vacation days and all that. And then Gary, because supposedly he's this wizard, this radio wizard, he should figure it all out.
Yeah.
It's not up to me to figure out anymore. Sorry.
I didn't know Gary was a wizard.
He's a radio wizard. When he sat down with me and Aunt, Steve Blatter said, "Here's the radio wizard. He's going to get you to
radio wizard."
He said that, and he actually just appeared in a puff of smoke.
Right.
It was creepy.
Forging Unbelievable. We're forging ahead.
Hope everyone's vacation was nice. Had a nice time. Sam went on a big honeymoon, which is...
Oh, yeah.
I was telling a lot of people in my dumb little world that how is it that Sam has a better summer vacation than all of the show hosts?
Well, he, it was a honeymoon.
Yeah, it was a honeymoon.
He went to Hawaii. I went to a couple concerts. I mean, no one did anything like Hawaii.
No, that's a real
Why are you
vacation.
special?
I was married.
You had a honeymoon.
That was a mini moon. And now it's just Bermuda.
Mini moon.
Oh, just
That was a half
Bermuda.
moon.
Exactly. That was the quarter moon. Maybe.
That would be a honeymoon for most people. Bermuda.
Not when you're rolling like Sam Roberts.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no. I mean, Bermuda was just like a little fun thing right after the wedding.
I hear Bermuda's nice.
It's beautiful.
A lot of people don't even get to go to Bermuda for their honeymoon, is what I'm saying.
Why?
They don't.
Well, if you live in New York, it's not really.
They maybe get to Disney World or Disneyland.
Bermuda's probably closer than Disney World is. From New York, it's like 2 hours.
You shouldn't be allowed to have 2 honeymoons.
You get a mini moon. That's a very typical thing these days.
And you should have been working last week.
I agree. Sam was fucking around in Hawaii when things needed to be done around here.
Right.
Where is the radio wizard? I like his new nickname.
Radio
I was getting
wizard.
bored with calling him Baldy. Radio Wizard's way better. Where is the radio wizard? Is he in today?
I'm sure he will be.
Why wouldn't he be in today?
I mean, it's not
sure he'll
time.
be here.
He'll be here.
But why wouldn't he be like, okay, summer's over. I'm going to show the guys. I'm going to come in early the first day
no.
back.
Oh, no.
Maybe bring in some little donuts or something and say, hey, we're all on the same team. I'm the radio wizard and we're about to broadcast.
Why would he do that?
Why would he do
Why would he do that?
Yeah, that would be an embarrassing way to introduce yourself to people that you already know.
Terrible.
Hi, I'm the radio wizard. What?
He decided to reinvent himself to that level.
I want him to walk around with a cloak.
And a wand.
with fucking moon shapes.
I just want the hat.
And the hat.
Pointy hat with
wizard
stars
hat.
on it.
Oh,
His
does he
wizard hat.
stink? God, is he the worst? Anyway,
How was your honeymoon?
Oh, it was awesome. It was great. We went to Maui and then Kauai.
I don't know what that means.
They're islands in
I
Hawaii.
know they're
Hawaii
islands,
is
but
made
I don't
up
know
of-
what that means. What's the difference between the two?
Well, Maui is like a more touristy type place.
I heard it's wowie.
Yeah, Maui was very wowie.
Is Maui where they do
Maui.
all the surfing and the hotels are all big right on the beach?
Yeah, I mean, they do that at a lot of the islands. I mean, they do the Honolulu is
The
like the big
islands,
city.
you just call it. Is that what you call it? The islands?
The islands.
Why would you
right.
go from one island to the next if it's Hawaii?
Well, Kauai is like a more sort of.
Why? Look at you. You know all the islands.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But you-
Hey, big shot.
But you're in a plane for like 80 hours, and then all of a sudden you're going to start taking more flights to go to another island? Why don't you settle down?
Because you get a different.
Settle down.
I don't understand these people that they go on vacation, then they have to do more vacationing and more traveling.
Yeah, more traveling on your vacation.
You saw the brochure. Pick a hotel and settle down.
You get a different experience. We flew into Honolulu, and then from there took a quick puddle jumper over to Maui.
How long was the flight to Honolulu?
11 hours.
Holy
Was it nonstop?
fuck.
Yeah.
Were you in coach?
Yeah.
How was it?
It wasn't bad. Actually, no, the flight there wasn't bad at all because it was a big plane. It was Hawaiian Airlines, which is nice. They give you food. And it's the 3-4-2 setup, the row across.
Yeah.
And Jess and me were in the middle section, and there was no other 2 people with us.
Oh,
So we
okay.
had the 4 seats to spread out across.
How would you allow yourself to be in the middle section? How would you not have gone in advance and checked that out?
I at least need a window to check out shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because we figured out, I told her that this is what we'll do, because we found there were 2 seats and then 1 seat. So there's no way that somebody's going to take a middle seat in a middle section just by themselves. So I was like, we'll at least have 3 seats to ourselves. We can stretch out a little bit.
Okay.
And then the 4th seat guy wasn't there.
Sam's, okay, that was smart planning.
So
Were
we
you all
went-
crampy by the time your plane landed?
The seats were surprisingly
Wait
spacious.
till you get a little older, man. Your knees are going to ache.
Yeah.
From those 11-hour flights.
Wait, was it Hawaiian Air or Aloha Air?
No, Hawaiian Airlines.
Okay. Because that's probably the one you want to fly, the one that's constantly going over the ocean and having saltwater erosion. And that didn't hurt a few years ago.
I don't think you'd want that one.
No, you really wouldn't when the roof got ripped off and the woman got sucked out.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Man.
How great would that be if the only thing that saved him was his shitty hair? He just fucking clogged up the hole. All right, God, sorry.
Like a drain.
They appear to be new planes, though. They're really nice planes.
Okay.
And
They want you to think they're new planes.
They give you meals in coach.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the seats go back further.
What do you mean
than
they give you meals? You're in the sky for 11 hours. They better feed you.
Nobody gets fed in coach
No, they
anymore.
charge you, man. They
Even
charge
for
you.
11 hours?
They give you free blanket and pillow. They give you free meal.
Wow, and coach?
Yeah.
All right, Hawaiian Air might be the fucking shit then.
The seats are wider and they go back further.
What's the
Wider?
first class seats look like?
I couldn't see them.
Wait, didn't you walk through it? Oh, I love it. Did they have it where you walk in and you to the right and you to the left?
I love that.
They had two separate doors on the flight back.
You might have had big stars on your plane. You don't even know it.
No clue.
Wow.
I looked at business class though.
Yeah.
It really didn't look very much different from coach. It was like
Right.
$350 to upgrade.
So
And you didn't.
how
What a
much? Wait,
chiseler.
how much to upgrade?
To business.
$350 a seat, and it didn't look any different.
He's a cheap. Sam's a
I
cheapskate.
gave you a nice
cheap
wedding
fuck.
gift. You should have used a few bucks to fucking do the right thing.
You are
had the money.
That's terribly
You
cheap.
had the money.
No,
That's
I mean,
exactly the stuff that you hated that your dad would do. Like it's your honeymoon.
being your dad.
And you could upgrade to at least business for $350 more a seat.
You know what? Your next honeymoon, you could do the right thing.
You're nuts, dude.
Even Jess saw it, and she said the business class looks like it's exactly the same as coach. It's the same number of seats. There couldn't have been that much more.
It's a
legroom.
lot different. Trust me, I've flown
Yeah,
business.
you-
It's a lot
You should
different.
have done the
hell
right
yeah.
thing.
Oh, my
You need therapy.
God.
You're gonna
it's
be
so
just
much
like your
different.
dad.
That's OCD, dude.
We flew very comfortably still.
That's OCD.
You had the money. You just had a wedding where you did very well.
Yeah, but
you
we
brought
had-
in a lot of fucking loot.
But we had to do like 9 days in Hawaii. That ain't cheap.
No, but and if you would have said it's 1,000 extra a seat, that's crazy. But an extra $350 a seat,
You're flying for 11 hours, and it's only $350 to be a little more comfortable. You do that.
and you'd be a lot more comfortable in business. The food is much better because you're probably getting first class meals.
Food.
Yeah,
All right.
You're getting much better service. The chairs go way back.
Yeah.
It's much better.
Sam.
Yeah, you sleep.
All right, enough with the dumb flight. So what'd you do?
We did a lot of relaxing, a lot of pool
But
time.
then you had to get on another plane and go relax on another island. That's so
man.
stupid.
No, because the island flights are not bad.
No?
You relax in Maui, and you also drive around. And we did the road to Hana.
I don't know. What does that mean?
They have all these roads in Hawaii. They're like these little skinny roads, and you're driving up mountains and stuff.
Are they interstates?
Sounds dangerous.
No, they're not interstates. They're
I think they're
islands.
still called interstate highways, even though, that's dumb because there is no other state.
Oh,
Maybe
there's
they
no
are, I
going
don't know.
interstate. Yeah.
We had to sign a thing when we rented the car that said we wouldn't drive to Mexico.
Really?
I pointed out the absurdity as I was
That
signing
is
it.
pretty good.
How about they adjust the forms for the Hawaii people?
Yeah.
So what? You relaxed and then got on another plane and relaxed somewhere else? That doesn't make sense to me.
The flight from Maui to Kauai is only like 45 minutes. And
That's
we went to
way
Kauai.
too long.
Kauai was great. They had like 5 pools and a saltwater lagoon.
But didn't you have pools where you were?
Not as nice pools as in Kauai.
But you were in the air for 11 hours. The pools better be fucking nice.
They were very nice in Maui.
Why are you in a pool if you were in a plane for 11 hours? When you go in the ocean at that point?
I went in the ocean too.
You could have
That's
been
the
in a
beauty of
pool
it.
in fucking, what do you call it? Bestchester?
Bestchester.
Oh, God.
But we get in because you get in the pool and you can get out and take a dip in the ocean, come out of the ocean, go back in the pool, get in the saltwater lagoon in Kauai. In Kauai, you can drive around and see more of the local flavor. It's a little less touristy.
See.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I think, island hopping is just dumb.
No, it's
you
great.
pick a good one and then you hang
Because
out.
they're different.
How long did you stay on one island, then go to the next one?
We did like 5 days on one and 4 days on another.
All right, that's not that bad. As long as you're not going back and forth. And how long
No.
a flight was it? An hour?
Between islands?
Yeah.
Less than an hour.
You commute every day
Yeah.
for vacation.
Yeah, really.
That would suck.
It sounds like your vacation was awful.
No, it was great.
It sounds horrible.
Doesn't sound horrible
You were in a
at all.
pool and then went in the ocean and then back to the pool. That's what we do on Long Island.
Yeah,
Plus-
what the fuck?
First of all, it's not Long Island. It's a
I
little
think it
nicer
is.
than
It's
Long
an island.
It's tropical.
It's the same thing, an island.
Yeah. And you can see, like, the maps, they don't do anything in the center of these islands. Like, there's a few roads, and they all are around the perimeter of Hawaii.
Yeah, because that's where the ocean is.
And there's nothing else going on. They don't have roads at all. So we were driving on the roads, but they don't even do it around the whole island. You can drive till the road just ends.
Oh, it just stops?
And then you turn around.
Because that would have been a shitty beach.
Yeah, why?
I guess
Like,
so,
fuck
yeah.
it. They finally realized the road was a waste of time, and they just end it.
Yeah, they just stop the road.
That's weird.
You just turn around like an asshole and go back? It's terrible.
You get to look at everything.
Did you do a helicopter ride over a volcano?
No, we went.
Yeah, why do that?
We drove up.
Do that next time you're in Hawaii.
Yeah, why not?
Why wouldn't you do that?
It's like $200 a person.
Holy fuck.
It's on your honeymoon.
It's a sickness.
We drove up a canyon.
You hold on. You realize that you're going to look back on this, and you didn't spend the $200 to take a helicopter over a volcano.
I didn't want.
That's a once in a lifetime.
No, you should see everything there is to see. I mean, I'm not. We were not leaving.
It was only $200. That's not bad.
Did she want to do anything that you guys didn't do?
No.
Okay.
She was very happy, relaxing.
Well, she's probably signed. She knows his sickness, like she knows he's OCD. So she's probably just kind of toes the company line, like, "Oh, Sam, it's the same seats up there."
Were you sitting
She knows.
there figuring out how much money you're saving?
No.
Oh, damn! I just saved $400 on that.
Although
helicopter ride.
we would comment together when we would have a dinner that was less expensive than we thought it was going to be. Going, look at this. But I would also tell her, don't worry, we can spend a little money because we're not doing a helicopter ride. So don't worry about it.
Could have spent the money anyway. It's like it's the only time. Hopefully, you'll do it.
You didn't see a
as long as you
volcano?
live.
Oh, man.
I mean, we didn't see the top of a volcano, I'll say.
Did you do the bike ride?
No, I didn't. We didn't want a bike ride. We
Does
didn't
a
want
bike ride? What, the sunrise?
Yeah, I
you
mean-
didn't do that either. I
No.
hear that's an amazing experience.
No, we didn't.
They bring it to the top of a mountain. You watch the sun fucking come up, and then
But-
you take the
Pretty
ride
good.
down.
You have to. We were talking to people. You got to pick which day you go very carefully because lots of people go up, but it's an overcast day and they don't see anything.
Yeah, but that's fun too. You're
No, it's
you're
not.
on the
You don't
top
see
of the
sun,
mountain.
but you don't see anything. You just see clouds.
How about you're on the top of the mountain as the day starts? That's kind of neat.
We spoke to people who came back down and they were like, "We didn't even see a fucking sunrise."
Do they speak like that?
No.
Okay, you're just throwing.
They
Are you
didn't
throwing in the
drop it
fuck
out.
for flavor?
Local flavor.
I hate when people do that.
He's just Sam's spicing up like this edgy vacation.
Right.
Were you starting to talk to the people at the hotel and stuff like aloha? Were you saying aloha?
I never said aloha. I made a point of not to. I said, "Hey, how you doing?" Every time.
Oh,
somebody
really?
Said
But
aloha.
wouldn't that just be fun?
No, not to say aloha. That's not how I
I think
talk.
that would be just fun to do.
Did you visit Pearl Harbor?
No, we didn't go on sightseeing tours.
How
and
much was the Pearl Harbor trip? They
Exactly.
decided that
I don't even
we
think
could
that's-
save that money too.
Where's Pearl Harbor?
Oh my
Did you
God!
take a surfing lesson? This is all.
No, actually, I told you I would never take a surfing lesson because
This is stuff you do in Hawaii, though.
no, because I can't go home and surf. So why take a lesson?
Because you're in Hawaii and you're like, oh, hey, let's try surfing.
No, I'm not gonna pretend I'm Hawaiian. I'm there for 9 days. I'm not.
What the fuck did you do?
We walked everywhere. We
You
saw
can walk
everything.
everywhere in
Did you go into
Westchester.
a cave
Yeah,
and
but
find a
let's-
tiki? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you suck Mr. Honolay's dick?
I do nothing wrong. As he's fucking Sam's there with his pants around his ankles.
Sam,
That hair is taboo.
Sam once again doesn't disappoint.
We
He
went
goes to
into
Hawaii,
some
does
caves.
nothing.
We went into some caves.
Oh, you did.
We rented a car every day. I had a car, and it was a convertible.
A convertible.
But
Yeah,
you didn't-
I thought we were really slick because we got a Mustang when we went to Maui. And I was like, yeah, we're going to be cruising around in a Mustang.
How was that?
I didn't realize every person who goes
Of
to
course
Maui
they
rents
do.
a Mustang. The island is crawling with white people in Mustangs.
So obviously you didn't splurge on the car. They just happen to have some, nice
we got a
rentals.
convertible. I mean,
How much more money was that?
I don't remember. When we booked the trip, we were like, yeah, we'll do convertible both places.
Plus, a Mustang stinks because it's rear-wheel drive. I would have got a front-wheel drive. I would have gotten a sensible car.
Any
Saab.
any mishaps at all in Hawaii? Any mishaps?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, it was just...
Ooh, everything went swimmingly.
Everything was nice. We got to, nothing. We didn't plan anything out in advance.
Because that would mean money.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
That's what that means.
We wanted
I'm
to-
reading between the lines.
Relax. We had a nice breakfast buffet included with the hotel every day. So, you know what you do?
Yeah.
Eat heavy breakfast, skip lunch. Who's with me?
You are.
Who's with me?
I have done that in the past.
He's a total
I'm not gonna
chiseler.
lie.
9 days in a
He is.
row?
Pinch penny.
No lunch in Hawaii for 9 days.
So then helicopter ride.
No.
Go, all right, we're going to sacrifice lunch, but I'm going to show you a volcano.
Want to see helicopters?
From a helicopter.
Yeah.
Look, We were doing
Jess likes
our
to
own.
work out, so the bike thing would have been nice for her.
We hit the gym in the hotel.
And then the surfing lesson would have been kind of cool. Like, look at us. And then you got pictures of you surfing that
that's
you could
dumb.
show your kids someday.
Look, I pretended I knew how to surf one time when I was in Hawaii. That's not fun.
Did you wipe out?
I didn't go surfing.
I've been waiting to play that for a while.
No, right?
Why not just play along, you idiot?
Jesus.
I saw his finger on the button.
Something was wrong.
Right.
How about the condoms?
No, there were no. We haven't used condoms since we were
shit.
married.
Oh, you have it. Okay.
No condoms.
Are you guys, try it?
No,
No?
can't afford a helicopter ride, let alone a baby.
You could have afforded that.
no,
Sam.
we're not trying to
You
have
did
any
very
children.
well at your wedding.
Yeah, we did. We're trying to
You should have
bank some of that.
pushed a few of those bucks to the vacation. A helicopter ride.
We
Yeah.
didn't even care about the
I went to the
helicopter
Grand
ride.
Canyon. I was like, yeah, I got to see this from a fucking helicopter. It's a
we didn't-
no-brainer.
We didn't care about the helicopter ride. The only helicopter ride worth doing that we didn't do was in Kauai, because it takes you, because that's where they filmed Jurassic Park,
Oh.
and you can only get to that waterfall by helicopter.
Why would
Like
you do
they
that?
did in Jurassic Park.
Right.
Why would you do that?
Because
right?
I don't go on movie tours when I go on vacation.
It's
Erock.
Yeah, exactly.
It's still a cool waterfall to check out.
And you just pretend you're looking at the island like the old guy did when he got off the helicopter. Take my picture. No. There's no reason to.
What was the number one thing you did on vacation? Like the one thing where you're like the wow moment.
I really liked driving up I think it was the Wamalea Canyon, something like that. But it took like
Driving.
40 minutes.
That's what he enjoyed the most.
Yeah.
Driving.
Driving up a hill.
40 minutes up a hill.
You get to you can see it's very scenic. Plus, we went on a road
Who's Nick?
by accident.
You're good.
That was way longer and nobody else was driving on it, so it was a little like, uh-oh, where are we going? Because it was the wrong road. And all the
Oh.
street signs had bullet holes in them.
Ah,
But
that's nice.
we got to the top of the canyon, got to see the beautiful scenery, beautiful canyon, way up high, and drive back down. It's amazing in Hawaii.
How are the hotels?
Really nice.
Did you stay in the honeymoon suite?
No, we
Why
just had
would you?
We just had a room.
Oh,
you have
man.
a
Not even a
ocean
honeymoon
view?
suite.
Oh,
Boy.
no.
Ocean view costs a lot more. Why would you?
No. Actually,
Hold
the
on.
first
I
night-
understand. Like you have a checklist and you go, all right, we can't do all these things, obviously. So maybe we'll blow off the ocean view
What?
so we could do the helicopter ride.
We're just chilling
And
in
maybe we'll
Hawaii.
blow off the surfing lesson to,
Just chilling.
Yeah.
How long you spending in the room anyway? Am I right? Keep the curtains drawn. Who cares? What difference does it make where you are? You want an ocean view? Let's go to the beach. Am I
What
right?
was your view in Hawaii?
The first night of the honeymoon was not a good view.
What was the view
For her.
from?
The first night?
Yeah.
Because we had to switch the room.
He had to switch rooms.
Why?
Oh, what happened?
Well, we got to the hotel and they said you're
Tarantula?
in... No.
Oh, no? AIDS? Oh, you're playing on Dad's ribs. Love that one.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie.
Oh, I love that.
We were in room 101,
Oh.
which we were like, okay.
Don't go into room 101.
Yeah.
Room 101 in any hotel has to be the worst place to be. Has to be.
Because then we find out the lobby is on floor 3,
Oh.
which it's the basement.
You're
but
in
they
the
just
basement
call
of
it...
the fucking...
You were in a basement in Hawaii?
So,
Wait, did you have no window views?
well, we went. This is just the first night. we got down the elevator.
You never disappoint.
We go down the elevator and we looked out,
Oh.
and directly across from our room
It's like
is the hotel.
a little piggy blowing some man.
Did someone spill a fucking avocado all over?
Avocado on you.
So what happened? You were going downstairs to go to the goose and duck soiree.
Directly across from our room is the hotel doctor's office. Which
Holy
immediately we're like,
shit.
what? And then we look and we're like, wait, that's 101. Directly to our right, we were actually the room next to both the elevator and the ice machine.
Holy shit.
We went into the room.
What a racket.
Our view
Yeah.
was directly below the valet parking lot. It was like one of those basements where you can half see out the window.
Yep.
Holy shit.
In Hawaii?
In Hawaii.
No
And-
one gets that room.
And there was construction on the other side of the room, right outside the room.
I would have been out of my... So what happened? What did you do?
We immediately called.
You're the worst travel agent ever.
Who's your travel agent?
I don't remember.
They stink. You're
Why
right.
would they put you in room 101 in Hawaii?
Terrible.
We called the front desk, and they were sold out that night. And
Paging
maybe it's
Mr.
'cause-
Herbert. Paging Mr. Herbert. You have a telephone call at the front desk.
Maybe it was because we checked in late, and so
Yeah.
maybe that's why. Maybe
they
we
get
didn't
mad
have
at
a
you?
room. Yeah, they were like, "This is the last one," but so we had it, and we didn't care the first night because we were
That room is
exhausted.
for the staff when they're tired,
Right.
And you know they have some kind of function like room 101.
It was-
just fucking sleep over.
I'm going to sleep.
right.
What hotel? What's in a hotel?
It was a Hyatt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was so bad that we switched the room, and the next day in the afternoon they put us in a different room.
So 10%, over 10% of your vacation was wasted in a shitty room.
No, we didn't spend 10% in the room. We were in Hawaii.
For one night. 1 out of your 9 nights.
Yeah, but many of those hours were spent unconscious, asleep, so it didn't matter.
So now, what room did they put you in?
From your exhausting flight because you didn't upgrade.
Exactly. All the sleep you should have gotten on the plane.
Sam is a good spin doctor, but it ain't happening today, sir.
Well, when we got to the front desk to be like, we're switching rooms, we were told to blah, 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 the guy was like, okay, what room are you coming from? And we said 101, and he looked at us and went, the creme de la creme.
Oh, see, they know.
They told us that's what they call a last cell room.
What was the
Yes.
upgrade?
The upgrade, we looked out over a nice mountain.
What floor?
5th,
How big was the hotel?
probably 8 floors.
Okay, that's
Not bad.
acceptable.
Not
But your
bad.
travel agent, Opie's right. Your travel agent fucking eats asshole because they should have said, "Look, this is a honeymoon couple.
Yes.
take care of them."
Honeymoon couple, yes.
Yeah.
Usually that means something.
Yeah.
Although probably the whole hotel was filled with honeymooners.
Yeah, everyone there is. That's a real hack honeymoon. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a nice thing you did.
That must have been where they put the interracial couples, too, I bet.
Oh, in 101?
And they were like,
right.
put this fucking...
That's right. They call it the Heidi Klum suite.
I don't know what Sam's problem is.
Heidi Negro.
I don't know what Sam's problem
Gotta
is.
hide him in the basement.
Sam's got a real problem.
Yeah, he's a
Because it's easy, and I'm sure we'll hear it later today. Oh, you guys have money, blah, blah, blah. When I
right.
didn't have money, I just did the right thing.
Oh, yeah. It's called debt.
Irresponsible
Look into it.
You know how to splurge a little bit.
Yeah, we're
I
not
don't have
talking
that.
about blowing a lot of money. $350
Yeah.
a seat on your honeymoon to upgrade to business from Coach is a massive upgrade.
Mistake number 1.
But
that
we-
was mistake number 2. No fucking helicopter ride to either the waterfall or the fucking volcano.
We didn't care about the helicopter
That's mistake
ride.
number 2. Mistake number 3. No surf lesson while you're in Hawaii.
right.
The surf lesson is stupid. Why would you take a lesson in something that you can't do?
Did you go to a luau?
No. We were like, that's lame, too.
Did
'Cause-
Jess take a hula lesson?
No, she didn't take a hula
man.
lesson.
Mistake
know why-
number 4.
You know why the luau's lame? Because you have to sit around and talk to other people who are staying in your hotel.
So?
That's the worst.
But then you could say, please pass the poi. Please pass the poi.
Yeah, you-
What is poi?
I don't know, some fucking
Fork?
traditional dish.
She pig?
And but you know what we did? We were smart. We went to dinner, and the luau is outside, right? So guess who watched the performances without going inside the luau? Sam
God.
and Jess.
Was the luau
Oh,
charged?
my God.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
it's like
my-
$100
He,
for the luau.
he did the strip club move on his
Oh, you
honeymoon.
did. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, we
The
did.
strip club move, obviously, you watch someone else's lap dance.
Yeah.
Sam and Jess were like the locals in Apocalypse Now when they were watching the strippers.
Right over the bushes, we saw they were talking about the history
I bet
of
you had
Hawaii and whatnot.
I bet you had to turn all the way around to see the performances, right?
Well, we had to look over the bushes,
Wow.
like tiptoes.
It's like when you park up the hill to the drive-in. Kind of watch the movie.
Oh, Sam's the worst.
You are. You are
It's
terrible.
not too late for you.
Well, I mean, it's not
Why don't
It's
you,
an illness.
Why don't you heed our advice?
because we had a wonderful time.
Yeah, but you're doing the same mistakes your dad did to you.
Yep.
And the same annoyance your mom had, Jess is going to build up. Because Jess is fucking
Who was your travel
smoking.
agent? Obviously, that had something to
I
do with
don't-
this, too.
Jess
Yeah,
should be
I don't
treated like
remember,
a
but-
princess, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
She's happy.
Oh, stop.
She had a wonderful time.
She had a satisfactory time.
Yeah, she probably did have a nice time.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guarantee
Yeah,
there
you
was
guys-
a couple things
oh.
that bugged her.
Mistake number, I forgot what number
5.
I'm up, 5 or 6.
Yes.
No lunch for 9 days.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
we had heavy breakfast and snacks by the pool. Snacks by the pool.
And you guys aren't drinkers, so you saved a lot of money on the drink bill.
Yeah, and they gave us a free bottle of champagne or something like that. Yeah,
Did you sell it?
Yeah, I wanted to. We didn't drink.
You didn't drink it?
No.
Well, you don't drink, so I can't beat you up for that.
You know what we did? And this one was Jess's idea, not my idea. This is a very smart idea on her part, though.
Went out and met gentlemen.
Stay here.
Went out and had separate evenings.
Wow.
Just explore individually.
You stay here.
We knew we were going to have snacks because we planned in advance skipping lunches.
Sure.
So
Why were you skipping lunches? Were you really doing that just to save money, or were you guys just busy?
no,
You didn't skip lunch to
No, we
save
knew
money?
going. We
Look,
were
you're
like,
bringing
we're not-
tears to Erock's eyes just saying skip lunch.
I know. Two things he hates. So what?
Skipping and lunch for the people that didn't get it.
Skipping and missing lunch. Yes.
We bought snacks
Right.
at the Walmart after we left the airport. Before we got to the hotel,
You went to a Walmart in Hawaii?
Well, that's
right.
what honeymooners do in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Fuck, Sam.
that way we don't have to pay the gift
Sam.
shop prices.
Late night condom run is the only time you would need that, and that's for somebody that uses them.
Right.
Other than that, no reason to go to a Walmart.
What kind of snacks did you buy?
We had all kinds of great stuff. We had Pringles. We had mini Oreos.
But she doesn't eat any of this stuff.
Some of the
Oh, no, she was enjoying the mini
native
Oreos.
Hawaiian food.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
You partook
Have
in.
some poi, you jizz bucket.
Baked Lay's.
Did you have any pineapple?
Jess enjoyed the pineapple. I did not. I had my breakfast every morning.
Oh, no.
Was Raisin Bran, bacon, and watermelon.
Watermelon.
That one he can't help.
Of course, yeah.
You're so black.
Wow.
Every morning.
Pineapple. You didn't even try fresh pineapple in Hawaii.
No. Jess said it was good. No.
Mistake number, what am I up to? 7,
17.
I had fish and chips, though,
What's
for
that?
one meal. Fresh fish, that's good in Hawaii.
That's good.
And I had to explain to Jess the battle that runs through my brain as I'm chewing the fish, knowing that my taste buds are enjoying it, but my brain just keeps reminding me that I don't like fish, I don't like fish, I don't like fish.
Again,
don't like
that's your
fish.
OCD.
Yeah, that was-
You're
wow.
sick.
Why don't you like fish?
I don't know. I was eating it and it tasted fine.
So why
The
say,
texture wasn't
why
even
say
bad.
to yourself, I don't like
wasn't
fish?
doing it.
Oh,
It was
man.
my brain involuntarily doing
He's
it.
sickness, dude.
wow.
He's OCD. He's terrible. That kind of chronic cheapness is OCD, and like that, your food stuff is all OCD weird shit. But at least you ate the fish and chips.
Do you feel like you've accomplished something when you get to not pay for something? Do you walk away and just
Yeah.
think about it for a while? You're like, I really saved some cash right there.
When there's a good value, that's a feeling of
But not
satisfaction.
on your honeymoon. That's when you have to kind
Oh.
of let your brain go, all right, shut the fuck up, brain. I'm going to do a few little things here today.
No, there's no
Wow.
reason that we can't come home being like, look, we had a great time and we didn't even spend that much money. This is like a twofer.
How much money did you save? Did
Yeah.
you figure it out in the end?
No, not yet. We were exhausted yesterday,
But you will figure it out in your head?
I mean, we were allocating. We figured it could cost like $100 a night for the two of us to have dinner every night.
yeah.
No, it did not. No, it did not. So we
Pocketing
saved some money
condiments.
there.
What did you eat, leaves?
Plus, we didn't do any zip lines. We didn't do any
I
helicopters.
was going to ask you, did you do anything
do
that
zip
was
lines?
Hawaiian?
Dude, we did. Like, we explored. We went
Yeah.
to villages.
Wait.
For
You're not getting away with that one. Why
Okay.
not the zip lines? That sounds like, wow, that would be a cool thing to do in Hawaii.
Well, I didn't want to anyway because I'm afraid of heights.
Right.
But we didn't do any of the tourist stuff.
Yeah, why do that in Hawaii?
They didn't want to spend money. They wanted to walk around. She tolerated it because
yeah.
Sam did marry her. But believe me, there was a part of her where she was like, ugh, business class would be nice.
What this could have been.
No.
She's
Yes.
so close to a good vacation, but she's at the
Exactly.
place. She's at the place, but then you just don't do anything.
Her whole vacation was peeking over the bushes. like instead of realizing that you married way out of your zone.
yeah,
You
yeah.
really did. You went to a
Totally.
much
No,
higher
that's-
level.
that's fair.
She tolerates your wrestling nonsense. She tolerates your dumb chair that's signed and going away and allowing you to decorate. You gotta, at times like that, you gotta spend the extra $350. I'm telling you, because that shit's gonna creep up
man.
on you.
Oh,
That's
right
when
now-
you gotta spend it.
Right now, she's very happy, and I kept asking, "You having a good time?" She having a great time.
That means you were
Isn't
scared
this
she wasn't
great?
having a good
Yeah,
time.
because he knows he knows he's chiseling.
But
when
we
you're on a
had-
good vacation, you never ask that because
Right.
you just know it's
But
happening.
it wasn't like, "Are you having a good time?" It was like, "Isn't this great?"
Well, of course. Then what is she gonna go? No.
We had desserts almost every night, and I
Oh.
normally wouldn't be like, "Let's go get
a
dessert,"
treat.
Why desserts?
because we're on vacation. Why not spend the extra money on ice cream?
It's great. How enchanting. Both of them with lactose farts at 2 in the morning.
There's lots of shave ice places, so let's go get a shaved ice.
Because that's pretty cheap. That's a cheap dessert.
Exactly.
Holy
How old are you, 9?
It's a little local flavor.
Oh, no, it's not.
This guy spent 22 grand on his Hawaiian honeymoon.
Oh, my God.
He's a fucking idiot. Why would you spend
man.
22?
I'm not saying you were supposed to spend 22,000.
No.
Probably for an extra grand, you probably would have had a little better time.
I wasn't spending an extra grand.
Why not an extra grand?
Because a grand is a lot.
Wow, it isn't.
That's why it's
Yeah,
called
it is.
grand. You do great things with it.
you-
Grand.
No, because it's great to have.
Oh, no.
To do what with, though?
To do what?
What are you going to spend it on that's more important?
You don't spend it on a TV.
Because Jess also, the reason Jess doesn't mind this stuff is because she is also of the future minded. She's not so wrapped up in the right now.
Really? Was she getting a divorce lawyer?
No, but what's happening in the... Think about it rationally. What's happening in the future that's so important that, like, on your honeymoon, you wouldn't spend $350 a seat to upgrade to a much better class of service? Like,
$350 plus $350 is $700.
$700.
Plus 2, that becomes $1,400.
right, for again, this is not a trip to Florida or Chicago. This is as far as you can fly in the United States. Possibly Alaska might be the exception.
Yeah.
What's more important? Like, what are you doing that $1,400 will make or break 5 years from now?
Well, I don't know if it's
But think about it.
that specific cost wouldn't have done much. But we have, we're going to eventually have kids. We're going to eventually have a house.
Yeah, you're going to try to. You're going to be skinflint with them because the sickness won't change.
Cheaply
but I can't-
raised
They're going to
kids.
have a great time.
Poorly reared idiots.
Poorly reared, yes.
I can't
about my
comprehend.
future
You
children.
go to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Granted, maybe not do all the things we suggested here today, but like a volcano. Who gets to see a volcano? You're that close,
true.
and you go, can we drive to a volcano? Do we take a helicopter? How do we see the fucking volcano?
We did
Why
the
wouldn't you see a
road-
volcano?
We did the road to Hana.
Did you see a volcano? In the distance, at least?
Yeah, in the distance, sure. It's all mountainous.
The road to
wouldn't you
Hana
wa-
stinks.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's terrible. It's a road.
Exactly. Fuck Hana.
Jess got a little car sick, but
Oh,
Of course she
it
did.
was beautiful. She didn't actually throw up, but she felt nauseous.
Yeah, you just feel like shit.
She probably felt that way when she saw the room, when she realized she was in coach and she could have sat in business.
When she said, I
next
do.
to her.
Every night when she was looking up, that dumb hairdo over the pillow.
I didn't tie my hair back once when I was in Hawaii.
Wow, you're a wild man.
What, I think I speak for everyone. When you go to like a new place, you think of the one thing that you're going to see there that you're not going to see anywhere else. And
Yes.
You do that. I get not doing the surf
advantage of
lesson
that.
and the zip line, I guess, because you kind of could do that stuff elsewhere. But a volcano, you're never going to have that opportunity.
Did you go to the black sand beaches?
We did go to one black sand beach, yes.
How was that?
It was awesome.
What's a black sand beach?
Just
It's-
black sand?
yeah,
Sand's
but it's
black.
like, it's because it's volcanic. And we saw lava rocks.
Oh.
We saw caves that you could just swim in, and it was clear.
But you saw them.
Did you swim in a cave?
I like
We
you
didn't
said
go swimming.
you didn't go swimming.
Why?
Oh, you're in Hawaii. You didn't even take a dip in the water.
To the
No, in
cave?
that specific
Why
cave.
wouldn't you swim in caves?
Jess didn't want to swim in the cave. We didn't swim in the
Oh,
cave.
Jess didn't want to.
Why wouldn't she swim in the caves?
We were getting back
And
in
why
the car.
wouldn't
We
you?
were doing some more.
So that's when you say,
I would have.
hey,
How
why
much
don't
would it cost to have swum in the cave?
Wait, you
No,
hear
it's
what he
free.
just said? I would have. Why didn't you?
Because if Jess doesn't want to, I don't want to spend.
Tell
all
her
the
to
time.
fucking get some sun. I'm going to go
Oh,
check out
man.
the caves.
Look at this canyon.
Let me ask you a question, Sam. Would it have cost money to swim in the cave?
No.
Okay.
Why didn't you swim in the caves?
Maybe we didn't want to. We were on a tour that we were guiding ourselves on,
Oh boy.
and
You
we had
chose
a-
not to go on the guided tours either.
No,
did you?
we got a GPS.
How much is that? Like $50 a person? About
be.
60, maybe $70 a person.
We had a GPS tour guide that we just plugged in the car with
You
us.
didn't even take a fucking tour.
$39 a
Yes,
day.
tour guide.
You didn't even take one guided
Return that
tour.
day.
For the you returned it that day.
Yeah,
One
I
day.
mean, on the way back, we returned it, but
One day he had his little GPS guide.
You didn't do one guided tour.
I hate guided tours.
You're in Hawaii, though.
No, I hate. We didn't want to do anything where we had to go with a bunch of other people, a bunch of tourists. We
I
didn't
can
want to
see
have any of the shitty tour guides that are just giving us the runaround.
But you didn't
Bullshit.
do anything.
We went.
Logically, you're explaining every single one of these, but in the end, you didn't do anything.
We went to the places where the guided tours are, but we just drove
But
there.
you didn't know what was going on there because no one was telling you.
No, we knew what was going on. We went to like all the little local neighborhoods.
Did
and
you
stuff.
like go to any of these towns that maybe were wiped out by by lava?
Well, we went to towns. They weren't wiped out by lava, but they had lava rocks in them. I stood on a lava rock. There's a picture of
Wish
me.
you were under one.
Begging for help.
There's a picture of me.
Tootsie's all hot.
They weren't fresh lava rocks.
Oh,
There's a picture of me standing on a lava rock.
That's good for you.
All right.
Exactly.
There should be a picture of you in front of a fucking volcano.
You're
Imagine
obsessed
that
with this
bubbling hot magma coming up behind you.
Yeah.
You should have
That'd be
melted
cool.
your sneakers.
No.
That'd be cool.
You're obsessed with seeing the top of a volcano.
I don't know if I'd
saw
take the
tons of
helicopter
stuff.
ride because I'm scared of helicopters. That I might not do.
Right.
But I would have done
would've
other
done
stuff.
something.
Oh, yeah.
We did do stuff.
I don't know what you did.
They didn't even have lunch.
You didn't even
We
have
didn't
lunch.
have lunch. No.
Why wouldn't you? Was she hungry during the day?
No, we had snacks from Walmart.
Oh, the Walmart snacks. The
I forgot
Pringles
about the
and
Walmart
whatnot.
snacks in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh.
Holy fuck.
I want to sit your dad down. And your dad's a really nice
You know
guy and
what?
go, look at this.
I
what
want
rubbed
to just
off
pull
on
out
him."
his mustache.
Look
what
what
are you
rubbed
doing?
off on
Look what
him.
you did.
Look what you did.
Look what you did.
We went
sir.
to
Big Kahuna Burger?
we went to Bubba's Burgers
That's that Hawaiian joint.
in
Isn't Bubba? That's like you can get that anywhere. No.
No, there's probably other Bubba's Burgers, but there's a franchise. It's in Kauai, and there's only 3 of them. But they had a broken toilet seat signed by Ozzy.
That's kind of cool.
See?
Should have bought it. This probably wasn't Ozzy. It was probably some drunk guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to see all kinds of crazy stuff. Look at this.
It's Ozzy Makawahani.
Ozzie.
Yes.
He's an old fucking. What's that shitty instrument they play there?
Oh, that's
Ukulele?
stupid ukulele.
The uke.
We got to see stores that just sold ukuleles. That's
Really?
crazy.
Did you
don't
go see
that.
Don Ho?
No, we didn't get to
Don
see
Is he
that.
dead?
Ho.
Is he dead?
I think Don Ho's
We
dead.
saw a magic show.
Did you go see
yeah?
where they filmed Hawaii Five-O
No.
How about where they filmed Lost?
No, I don't care about Lost.
or Jurassic
Man,
Park?
What's the matter with you?
I don't do these movie tours.
What's the matter with you?
But if I'll
it's
go to
more than-
Universal.
It's more than a movie tour because it's an amazing waterfall that you can't even walk to. You have to fucking be in the air to see it. That's something cool.
We drove around and saw waterfalls on the road to Hana.
And I usually don't do tourist trappy things, but
It sounds like you do.
it does sound like I do, Sam. You're right, but you didn't do anything. Let's look
did-
at your honeymoon photographs.
There's only a couple of them that I posted, but look at that. That's on top of the Waimea Canyon.
What are we looking at?
That's the canyon. That was what I was looking at.
What is it?
Not too many filters on that.
I put
It's like Mars.
Know why he had to filter up his shit because he wasn't going to the cool places.
Yeah, that's just
So now he
fucking
takes
wrong.
his
That was the
boring
cool
photographs
place.
and he fucking filters the shit out
That's
of them.
terrible.
No.
Why would you filter? Why would you filter any pictures from Hawaii?
It's bored. Throw filters on there.
It's Hawaii. They should be beautiful naturally.
Yeah, you don't need filters. You fucking hashtag no filter,
Might as well
bitches.
Photoshop a volcano in that motherfucker.
Yeah, but I like you just put no filter.
What are we
anyway.
looking at, Sam? I'm getting really fucking pissed.
The top
Photoshop you
of a
spending money.
canyon.
But what is it?
It's a canyon.
What's down below? Grass?
There's grass down below. There's rocks. There's trees. We're up in the clouds, for God's sakes. We're way high. Look at this view.
Yeah, it looks like you're way high.
Yeah.
In the clouds. We take a picture from the clouds.
All right, next picture. I'm not impressed by your first one.
Well, you don't
You
have
filtered
to.
the shit out of it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that's terrible.
Look at this sunset. That's filtered.
I do
mean,
that every fucking day.
Yeah, but not like that. That's better than your sunset picture.
You filtered the shit out of it.
Yeah, of course. That's the new shit.
But if you're in Hawaii, I hear the sun's sets are just beyond amazing there.
They're great.
So let's see the picture without the filters.
I didn't post it.
That's a good one. Sam is a cheapo dullard.
Look at this. Just sitting by. It looks like
Funny.
a backdrop.
Yeah, well, that's a nice view.
Just sitting by
Sure.
the pool,
That-
chilling, looking.
Know what we're looking at? You arrive at your hotel and go, holy fuck, look at this view.
Right.
All right, that's where you start. Now what?
You hang by the pool for a while. You're on your honeymoon.
You
You're
have
relaxing.
3 honeymoon pictures.
Yeah, on the internet. I'm not sharing my honeymoon photos with the
Oh man!
But you put your,
World Wide Web.
I'll
you
pay.
put your best foot forward. You put your best foot forward.
Why? What do I have to prove to people?
But,
I don't have to prove to
All right,
Twitter
you have 2
followers
pictures
that I
that you had to
a good
filter
honeymoon.
the shit out of to make better, and the view from your
None.
hotel, which is nice.
Look. Yeah, that's all I posted.
But that's what you get when you fucking step off the plane.
But this wasn't a vacation of posting pictures
Why am
to
I
impress
mad
people.
that you didn't have a fucking
I had a
better
wonder-
time?
I had the greatest time ever.
Why are we mad if
I
this
know.
is how he wants to live?
You go and you relax. You spread aloha.
Aloha.
You went to Walmart for
Spread aloha. I wish that was Hawaiian for your brains all over the ceiling with a gun.
You went to Walmart to get snacks so you didn't have to eat lunch. That's crazy.
Well, we had big breakfast too. A lot of bacon.
Ah, the big breakfast.
The big breakfast. Did you fucking put a little in your swimsuit on the way out?
No, but I should have. Definitely should have.
That was hurting, right? You were bothered by the fact you couldn't grab.
Oh, that he had to leave food behind.
You could like
to-go box
Were
you don't
going crazy?
go.
Yeah.
You hit that buffet on the way out. You grab whatever the fuck you can,
and just go.
and you
No.
see where that doorway is.
Come on.
I didn't do that. I was too busy relaxing in Hawaii.
Oh,
Ran into a couple listeners here and there.
what?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You could do that.
That's true.
Anyway.
I mean,
Sounds great.
you ask people who go to Kauai. You go and you relax.
How much did
That was the purpose
How much
of
did
the
your
trip.
honeymoon cost to Hawaii? Because people are saying I spent 10, 12,000.
It wasn't. It was. We definitely kept it significantly under 10,000.
significantly.
But-
that means 5.
I would hope that that was the ballpark. It was probably about between 600 and 7, maybe 6,500.
You went to Hawaii for $6,500 for
6,500.
9 days.
I should be
Holy
traveling.
2 people.
Shit.
Amazing.
Holy
I think it was
shit.
about that.
Fucking amazing.
Maybe 7 grand.
I think that's almost impossible.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
In this day and
You
age.
go and you relax.
You should write a book
thrifty.
about that, and it's called how to put saving money above all fun.
No.
If you spend 7,000, which might be high, half of that would probably be your hotel bill or close to it, right?
Could be. I mean, yeah. Maybe not half, but, you know.
should write a book, How to Be a Chiseler.
Look, you go and you relax. I work a lot, go to Hawaii.
That's
you don't
what-
do anything.
No, you do things.
Then you
gotta
shouldn't
do
have picked
something.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
No, that's the perfect place to
No,
relax.
Hawaii's the type of place where you're like you really should get out and experience things.
Someone said you should have just gone to L.A. and gotten a studio apartment.
There you go. Or I mean, you go to Miami for that. You get a nice little hotel room close to a
No.
beach and just chill out.
By the way, why did you go this time of year? Like, why this month? Probably because it's very. I bet you the rooms are cheaper at the last week of August.
I thought that the show was going to be off last week of August.
Oh.
Okay.
he did.
No, he was.
I
That's a
remember him
good.
saying
That's a
that.
good guess.
He just assumed.
Absolutely.
Good thinking.
And he wanted to be back when the show
was on.
was on. That is responsible.
I'm not saying that Sam's not responsible. His issue is this fucking money thing.
I'm no
Holy
fun.
fuck.
Very responsible.
No, but in your head, you're having a blast. That's why I think we all
Jess
get
had
frustrated.
a blast, too. You just go and chill out.
You
You
think
spread
she did.
aloha.
She's
and
too
you just-
nice to tell you, that it sucked.
You throw up the horns,
The horns.
you know? What? You wouldn't believe. We saved one night, we thought we were going to spend like $100 on dinner.
No.
No. We found like a little Mexican spot. There's like a hole in the wall
Mexican.
called The Crack.
Called Taco Bell.
You're eating Mexican food while you're in Hawaii?
Little local spots.
That's not. That's local to everywhere.
It was delicious, fresh food.
I got 2 Mexican joints within 2 blocks of my place.
Yeah, they're nice, but
Right.
it's home.
I don't know where I could get Hawaiian food in
Right.
Manhattan. So if I'm in Hawaii, I'm like, you know what? We're gonna eat so much fucking pineapple, it's gonna be coming out our eyes.
No, there's like the nice, fresh
What'd you have?
ingredients. Well, I didn't go at The Crack. Then we went to Bubba's Burgers, and I got a chicken sandwich.
Why not at least eat in nice restaurants?
We ate at a nice restaurant. We did a nice mixture.
Why
Some
did-
nights we had a nice restaurant.
Wait, you didn't eat
Some
at the
nights-
Mexican joint?
No, because it was a hole in the wall. There was no place to sit down.
So who ate there?
Jess ordered food there, and then we went and ordered. Like there was not the place had
She
no
got it to
tables.
go?
There was no
Oh,
tables.
she got-
It was only
She
to
got
go.
Mexican food to go.
On her
in Hawaii?
honeymoon. I can't wait until you come in
Sam.
frowning. She called a lawyer.
Damn.
That's what she wanted.
No.
And
I don't know why it frustrates me. 'Cause
It was-
it's your life, but man. And what did you get on the chicken sandwich? Did you at least have it where it felt Hawaiian?
Hawaiian it up.
I did this Hawaiian thing where they put lettuce and tomato on it.
Wow.
Yeah, so what am I gonna? I don't put anything on sandwiches. What am I gonna put? Pineapple sauce?
Mexican food to go on our Hawaiian honeymoon.
We were all hoping to live through you because we didn't do anything for our summer break.
It was fucking awesome.
Like
you guys
you
would have
did.
had a blast.
I went to a couple concerts and you had this fucking.
You would have loved it.
That's how.
Yeah,
What
I
do
would
you-
have.
You know.
But even if I had no money, I would have done way more than you did.
no, you would have relaxed. What do? You go to the
No.
Outer Banks for 2 weeks and you just sit on a beach. You relax.
Yeah, because see, the difference is, I get going to a place and just doing nothing. That's why you pick somewhere like the Outer Banks where you're on a 4x4 beach, you drive out to your house and that's it. You don't really go back to town, maybe once.
What about Kauai?
Yes, I get where you just fucking settle in.
But you
don't settle in Hawaii.
Yeah, you do. You don't settle in Hawaii. But you, when was the last time you were in Hawaii?
It sounds like you should have done Miami for your honeymoon.
No, you go to Hawaii. It's so much nicer than Miami.
How do you know?
I've been to Miami.
You don't even know.
I've been to Miami.
No, for Hawaii.
We saw your three. I encourage everyone to go to your Instagram to see the 3 sad pictures you posted.
First of all, they're
with
beautiful.
a lot of filters.
It's not Sam on Instagram. They're beautiful pictures.
Do you realize with Instagram, as soon as you start fucking around with filters, you know your shot is shitty. So you're trying to fucking pump it up.
Shitty shot.
That's
Pump it up a little.
That's the new shit. Is to way go crazy with
Not
filters.
when you're in Hawaii. That's
right.
You're going to go round and round with this shit.
No, the new shit is to just load it up with as many filters
If
as
you're
you can.
stupid rolling, taking a picture of the skyline for the 10,000th time,
Goddamn
I get
rolling.
it. You throw a filter on it. Not when you're in Hawaii.
You load that shit up.
Lyndon is dumbass pictures of the skyline. We get it.
Every night.
Plus, I would just
night.
post them
Every
like
night.
from airports while I was waiting on planes. So you just play with the filters while you're waiting for your plane. The plane from it was a little risky. The plane from Maui to Kauai, that was not a good plane.
Why?
It was a propeller plane,
Well, that happens on an island. That's puddle jumpers.
Yeah.
and they had to seat us accordingly to weight distribution.
Yeah.
They do
That's
everywhere,
understandable.
though. They do that when you're
Scary.
just flying up to Buffalo.
Never
Yeah.
been on a prop plane?
No, I don't think so.
How long of a flight was it?
It was only 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's what they do on those. What do you want, a fucking 767? They go 45 minutes?
Did you wonder the
Hawaiian.
whole time if that screw is going to hold on the propeller?
Yeah,
That's what I
The
wonder.
propeller screw.
it's not a new plane.
That's what I always wonder. That one dumb fucking screw or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, it's real loud.
Yeah.
And I was really comforting myself, but I pretended I was comforting Jess because she was like, oh, this is an old plane. And I said, Jess, this is a little bit of an old plane, but you know what that means? And she goes, what? And I went, lots of successful journeys.
She said that?
I did.
Lots of successful journeys.
Really put her at ease.
Sure, as it should have.
I wish that was a quote from Seconds from Disaster. Love that show.
Exactly.
So what was the wow moment? The one big thing that you did in Hawaii?
Well, it was either driving up the canyon or driving the road to Hana. The road to Hana is an attraction.
But we learned the road to Hana just ends.
Well,
Like
yeah.
shit. That doesn't sound fun driving.
And what
It
is in
is
Hana
fun.
again?
It's a lot of fun. Listen, what you guys need to understand
What is in Hana?
sometimes the destination is the journey.
It's the road to Hana. That if they're saying it's the road to Hana, that means there's some temple there or something.
goes
No,
somewhere.
it's just like it's just like a little town, just like beaches and stuff.
That's like if a Hawaiian guy came here with his fucking newlywed.
Right.
And was like, I took the Long Island Expressway. And we went to Yaphank.
the road to Hana.
The road to Yaphank.
Road to Yaphank.
And then we turned around and drove back.
This thing has like 60. No, it has like 60 something one-lane bridges. It has over 600 curves and winds and stuff.
Exactly. That's why she got car sick.
You're driving up a mountain,
right? Yeah, that's why she got car sick.
The views are the sickest thing you ever seen in your life.
Apparently so. She was in a vomit.
Not like that.
Oh, okay.
Like slang.
You could have drove the sawmill.
It's
They have a
not
lot
the
of-
same as the sawmill.
They have a lot of twists and turns, though. She could have got fucking car sick on the sawmill.
The views are ridiculous.
Obviously, for your
Everybody went-
pictures that you had to filter the shit out of.
I didn't post the
on the
pictures.
lousy 3 pictures you posted.
You know why I didn't post
That's
the
what
pictures?
Jess was saying. You dick. Oh, re-dick.
This wasn't a
if you're-
vacation for Sam and the Opie and Anthony show.
But you-
this was Sam and Jess.
You know
going on
better.
honeymoon.
When you're in the public eye, you're like, okay, here's my personal pictures, and I'm going to fucking make sure I do some rock star pictures for everybody else. That's
Plus, every time I posted a picture, I posted 3 pictures over the course of 9 days, and every time people are going, "Get the fuck off Twitter! You're in Hawaii. Enjoy yourself." It's like I was trying to share with you guys. Come on.
They were just mad that you didn't have much to offer.
Exactly.
from
You
your
were
pictures.
clogging up their timeline with your shit.
Yeah, because the other thing is, a lot of people listening to us right now will never get to go to Hawaii, so they were living
Right.
through you, and you give them 3 shitty pictures with horrible
Scenic
filters on them.
views. That's beautiful.
Did you
right
see
there.
a palm tree at least?
And what do you think those long sticks
I don't
are?
know,
There's
because you don't
palms
even
at the
put
end
the
of it.
palm
even in
trees in
your
your
picture.
picture.
There's palms at the end of them. There's palm trees all over the place. You know?
Hawaii.
Did you have coconut?
I had,
Boy.
I think I did.
He doesn't even know.
Did you at least drink something with an umbrella in it, beverage?
No, I don't
Did you at least have a glass of cum with an umbrella?
drink alcohol.
Why does this bother me so much? Why does it bother all of us?
Because you know that all he's doing is justifying his illness. And
Is that what it is?
Yes, because you could see through, like, even though he's logically a smart guy, you understand that underneath it is a horrible cheapness, and it's an ugly thing to say.
You're really good at explaining yourself, but I wonder if, like, you wish you were having a little more fun. I wonder.
I had talked about the cheap restaurants. We also went to nice restaurants. We had one where, like, just for dessert. This was after the meal. This was bonus.
Oh.
And I said, you know what?
What do you mean bonus? Because you found a place where it was like a price fixed?
No.
Did you go to those price fixed menu places?
Desserts incled.
No. This is me saying.
But you allowed her to order off the dessert choice
Right.
they had, where they had to say, well, that's going to be $7 more.
This is a quote from me. She said, why don't we just get something to split? And I said, Jess, just get something for yourself and only
meant
have
the
a couple
lawyer.
bites. Oh. She had creme brulee out of a coconut while we watched koi fish swimming under us. It's amazing.
They were eating better than you.
Yeah. Why were they koi fish? Were they batting their eyes or something?
There were penguins in the lobby of the hotel in Maui.
That's disrespectful.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Yeah. They're called nuns.
Well, that's good. That's all free entertainment.
Yeah, it is.
Sam goes, yeah, it is.
I was talking to the parrots. Aloha.
I don't know.
Is that what they said?
Yeah. And one of the parrots,
Cheap cunt. Chiseler. Chiseler.
one of the parrots in Hawaii started talking to me because on the sign it said he loves the theme song from Hawaii 5-0. So in the middle of the hotel, I started humming do 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 do, and the parrot responded accordingly.
He sang along?
No, he just started clicking at
What a
me.
fucking dog.
Man.
It was great. It was great.
Oh, it sounds like a fucking bore fest.
Sounds terrible.
Well,
It
you
really
go,
sounds
you go to
terrible.
relax. You just go to relax.
We're going around in circles now. You had a shitty honeymoon.
There wasn't nothing shitty about it. You guys are very negative people. You
We are
gotta say
negative
that.
people,
Very
Sam.
negative.
You're right, but you made it very easy today.
And if you guys had come with me, which I wish you had, we all would have had fun. Next time we'll all go on a trip together.
Because we would have paid for
shit.
everything.
That would have been nice. That would have been
What an
nice.
asshole.
would've been
I'm not
nice.
picking up any tabs
Oh,
around
I wish
you guys.
Oprah were here.
Yeah.
They would have picked up this bill and not even thought about it.
Yeah, you guys would have made me go to someplace nicer.
Oh, yeah.
Picked up the bill.
Oh, what are you doing, this
Jesus.
poor girl?
It was nice.
She must be starving at this point.
Oh, for everything.
Everything.
Yeah, especially peckers.
Oh, man.
Oh, hey.
What? I'm just saying.
They had cabanas in Kauai.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get no.
Oh,
They also had,
Why would you?
more importantly, umbrellas, which are free. Cabanas are not.
oh my God.
Well, I'm glad you got an umbrella.
Yeah,
'Cause I bet you if you had to pay for them, you certainly would have saved
Now,
on the umbrella.
You know what we would have done? Get in the water.
How much are the cabanas?
I don't know. We didn't even check.
Well, those could be
You
expensive.
didn't even
I heard,
check.
I heard how much yours was in Vegas. And I was
Well,
like,
they are a little
No,
expensive.
that's
but
something
they got-
where I would. That could be very expensive.
But he could have
and
checked.
add up. Right.
Check
Yeah.
doesn't. Does it hurt to check?
no, it doesn't
Check
hurt
it
to
out.
check.
He
Though.
just
just
never
knew.
know.
He just knew.
He just knew.
Unless it
Imagine
was
that.
$10 a day.
Jesus
There's no way.
Son of a bitch.
Plus, Jess wanted
One
to
day.
relax, too. Jess,
One day you get a cabana, you and Jess are in there nice and romantic.
we spent the whole day by the pool under umbrella.
Oh, boy.
You got Mexican food in Hawaii.
It was delicious and fresh, according to Jess. I didn't have any.
What a dick.
You guys would have had a blast. It was about relaxing. I wanted to relax. Jess wanted
You
to
didn't
relax.
try the local food. You didn't try.
We did try the local food. We didn't try any of the tourist traps that you wanted to go on.
I didn't go.
You would have, but you wanted to. Why don't you go take a surfing lesson and have some guy pretend to talk Hawaiian and take you on a tour with a bunch of other idiots that are all, old people in Bermuda
My next trip
shorts.
doesn't sound
My
fun.
next trip is Hawaii now. I'm obsessed now. I have
All
to
right.
go.
You go.
I have to go just to see what Sam missed.
And go in those. You know what we were doing? We saw the vans full of people on the road to Hana. First of all, the road to Hana would have taken 9 hours to go with a tour because they were
Road
stopping.
to Hana stinks.
No, it doesn't.
Fuck that Rotahana.
I hate it.
Enough
Hate
about
it.
Look it
No.
up. Look it up for yourselves, okay? It's an attraction.
It sucks.
You know what? You should look it up too, because I don't think you really saw it.
We did see it. And they would have taken 9 hours on one of those guided
Jess's
tours.
hair away from her mouth so she didn't get vomit on it.
No.
Jesus. All sick.
Because they stop at everything. We drove right past those dumb buses where Opie would have been like, oh, great, another tree while I'm hanging out with all the other fat tourists.
Oh, man.
Nah, I'll jump on some of that dumb shit.
Yeah. It's a waste of time. You could do it yourself.
Yeah,
And it's
obviously.
funner. It's called life experiences.
I love how he tries to talk us all into
Cheapo.
it. Like it was a,
He's half right in that he wanted to do certain things, but he understands deep down that he is covering up his chronic illness, which is horrible OCD, which is his cheapness, is part of his OCD. And I know on some level you know that.
I don't think the cheapness is as bad as the food, though, so...
But again, it doesn't matter. Just because one isn't as bad as the other doesn't mean that it's not bad.
You should have done something.
And you hated when your dad did it. And your Jess is going to feel exactly the way your mother did.
No, because I pumped that AC when I get home. My dad never liked the AC.
Yeah, that's true. But again, that's your big concession.
Pump that AC.
Rotten TV till the end.
But if I see a wrestling figure I want to get, no problemo.
Exactly. You spend money on that.
Right.
Yeah. Do you get
But
all
not-
mad looking at the electric bill going like, oh, boy, the fucking air
Here's the beauty
conditioning.
of it.
I spent 3 Hulks and a fucking Mr. Mystigo, whatever these fucking assholes' names are.
Here's the beauty of it. I take care of cable and internet. Jess takes care of electric.
Busted.
No, not even power?
No, that's the problem.
Oh, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. a little
Power
inside
supply's
shit
all
for her.
busted.
We got
I don't
bored
have
with
to.
Sam. All
I
right,
don't have
Sam.
to worry about the electric.
Sounds like
bill.
you had a wonderful fucking honeymoon.
Yeah.
It was great. It was relaxing.
Good for you.
It's good to get away.
No, I'll agree with
Just
that.
chill out.
I'm sure.
Not do anything.
At least you're here today.
Is the radio wizard here yet?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I wonder if he was listening to the
I am
beginning.
so mad right now.
Why?
At you.
Why? Once
Your first night in Hawaii, you had a basement hotel room.
all we did was
Who gets 101 ever?
we went, we got a snack, and we went to sleep. We were exhausted.
Someone's saying I should go on vacation with Sam. No, because guess who will pay for everything and not be appreciative?
I will be appreciative.
You would be appreciative at least?
but you will be paying for
Did you
everything.
text people on the show?
No, well, just one. I was left alone, which was nice of her to just leave me alone.
Sure.
Except for one text I got while I was in Hawaii.
Oh, I wonder who it was from.
It's from Edgar.
Edgar.
So what?
Oh, is that why you're asking about what did he say?
Edgar.
What did Edgar say?
Who? It wasn't even the end. It was like Friday.
Yeah.
And I wasn't flying back until Sunday night. And Edgar just texted me in Edgar speak, letting me know that my vacation was over. Get back to work and do your duty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude.
And I showed it to Jess, and she goes, "Oh," and I said, "That's Edgar." And she goes, "How do you know that's Edgar?" And I go, "Well, because he types phonetically."
Do you know how happy I am that they had to have this talk?
Had to talk about Edgar on their honeymoon.
And she goes, "Well, how do you know that's not Chip?" And I was like, "Chip doesn't talk like that."
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know that. What's wrong with you, Jeff?
Give me your number. I'll text her as Edgar.
No, I'm not. No.
All right, can we go to break?
Any romantic shenanigans?
Ooh,
like
yeah.
anything that was out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
No,
Not,
I mean,
not
there-
just in the dumb hotel bed.
Yeah.
No, there was
man.
intimacy on most of the evenings for sure.
How about this? In the pool or anything? Did you have sex outdoors?
No,
Yeah.
no, it was all.
Oh my
all-
God!
all
What
in
are
the
you
hotel room.
doing?
Did you talk dirty?
No more than usual. We've had this conversation before.
I thought maybe in your honeymoon you might have said something
Yeah,
different.
Yeah.
No, it was all,
With lights on or off?
on.
Oh, okay.
I like on.
I prefer off.
Why?
I have body image shame.
I ignore my horrible body and say she's got to deal with it.
Oh, you do?
Just look at what's going on.
Yeah, looking at hers would probably be great, but
Yeah.
yeah, I understand.
All right, well.
No, there was plenty of intimacy on those Hawaiian nights.
Oh, on the road to Hana.
How do you know they were Hawaiian nights? You're in a basement.
And that was one
I'm
night.
so mad right now.
The basement.
That was when we first got there.
Did
There
you
was-
bang her looking out the window at the construction workers' feet? What?
All right, you keep saying you only had the basement
Eyeballs
apartment.
yeah.
You only had the basement apartment one night in Hawaii.
Right.
What else? What were you looking at for the rest of the time
I
from your
told
window?
you we had nice mountains to look at.
Oh, you saw the mountains from behind there, the hotel. So you either had mountain views or an ocean view type of thing?
There was ocean view, mountain view, and resort view. Which we had mountain view, not resort view.
You sure? Or did you have partial mountain view where you had to kind of like move your neck all the way around the corner?
You got to hang out over the balcony and turn your head and go, yeah, it's right there. View?
I looked out my window and saw a mountain and a rainbow. It is amazing.
Double rainbow?
Just a single.
No, so you can't even get the rainbow right.
No.
We should break.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we should.
I want to know what the fuck's going on with Ant's eye. It's creeping everyone out.
I know, it's terrible.
We'll explain that.
It's annoying me. Like, I see it when I look down. I see, like, big blubbery fucking fat eye.
Yeah. All right, Sam.
It's wonderful. It's romantic. It's beautiful.
Well, welcome. Somebody says, excuse me, the more Sam talks, the more I just want to roundhouse him to the face.
Roundhouse?
It's from Jess on Twitter.
It's just infuriating. Like I said, it's your life, so whatever, and you're really good at explaining shit, but I don't know. I think this is way deeper.
Nope.
I
You
really
go
do.
and you relax. You don't have a care in the world, and you spread aloha like Duke did.
Fucking cheap bastard.
Yep. If I knew you were going to do that type of vacation, I could have gave you a bunch of spots.
Hawaii was the spot.
Not if you don't do anything. Hawaii's one of those adventure vacations.
Yeah.
Where you got to go do stuff.
First of all,
you're in Hawaii.
You don't even want to go to different islands on Hawaii and explore.
Because that's stupid.
That's not stupid. That's called exploring.
Especially you, because you were just going to islands to do nothing on those islands.
We drove and explored all the islands and the coastlines.
Don't say
and
Road to Hana again.
we did the road to Hana.
Road to Hana.
We did do the road to Hana.
It was the road to nowhere.
No.
The Talking Heads.
Road to Hana is
fans.
paved in dullness. Ugh.
It's
a
great.
bore.
Paved in Z's.
We saw all
Where's the lava wiping out a road when you need it?
Yeah, a dumb road to Hana.
Fuck.
We drove everywhere. We saw like local towns and tourist spots, and then just stuff that hadn't been touched. Just nature stuff.
Did you buy any trinkets? Any souvenirs?
I myself purchased for Jess a brand new cap.
What did it say?
I
I
stopped-
married an asshole.
I'm with asshole. Wait,
What kind of cap? A spending one?
you didn't buy any souvenirs?
I bought her a hat.
How about a lava rock? I'm sure they have a lot of lava rocks.
First of all, I'm not going to
to
buy a lava rock. I'm going to pick it up. You know, we were there. I would have just
That's
picked
true.
one up and brought her home.
Yeah, why do that?
But no, I mean, I bought her a hat. I bought a T-shirt from Bubba's Burgers.
What'd the hat say on it?
It said H-I, lowercase, like
V.
hi, but all, she doesn't have that.
She does now.
H-I, and then instead of a dot on the I, it's the islands of Hawaii. And that's how you say it, Hawaii.
Wait. It says hi?
Yeah, like
HI is the
but it's lowercase.
abbreviation
Right.
for Hawaii.
Right.
And then the dotting of the I are all the little islands.
Right.
That's all she got?
She got
To
a cap.
remember her time in Hawaii?
And my dad picked us up at the airport, so we bought him some chocolate-covered macadamia nuts.
Because why would...
Also at the airport.
You could get that at the Westchester fucking mall.
He probably did.
Yeah.
They were purchased at the airport.
Was he eating them on the way home? While he's driving?
No.
Oh, I thought he would be.
Yeah.
Getting a part of his mustache stuck in his mouth, chewing on it.
Peeling sardines out of the can.
Oh, God, Sam.
Those treats.
It's your life, I guess.
It was great. We had a great time. And we enjoyed each other. And that was what it's all about, isn't it?
No.
Right.
Enjoying each other in every aspect.
Nice.
You're really good at justifying. You learned that a long time ago, huh?
You're a
I
sick
didn't
person.
justify.
You're sick.
We
Just
had,
like the rest of us.
we had a great
We thought
time.
we finally found somebody that wasn't sick like
I
us.
know, right?
You're
There he
sick.
is.
You know what the most important thing to experience on a honeymoon to Hawaii is? Each other.
And with that, we're going to go to break, everyone, because that's what's important here today.
Good.
Darn. Push. unspoken poem. Push. Push.
New from Got It Recordings and Egghead Records. All the hottest Opie and Anthony sounds repackaged and approved by management. It's now That's What I Call Repurposed Volume 1. Never before has all this repurposed radio audio been available in a single compilation. Hear what happens when a comedian telling a story about a simple trip becomes a war hero.
The American soldier has to experience loss.
I was over there. I had 2 milkshakes. One of the Marines goes, "You gonna have both of those, fatty?" So I gave him one, and then my other one fell. I had to go back and get 2 more.
The Comedians Don't Stop with Rich Voss and a conversation about technology that turns into a little something else.
Good morning. Thanks for calling Radio Shack. You hook it up, okay?
Are you listening? Are you listening to me? Can you open a browser and go to your homepage?
Bingo. We have a winner.
Hey, was Sam talking about circumcision or docking?
Sam, what made you even want to get into docking in the first place?
For whatever reason, I wasn't circumcised, obviously, when I was born.
Now That's What I Call Repurposed brings you the racist rant turned into a country sweeping song.
Tell them to behave. I want to see you make a movie called Bowling for Behave.
And we really get meta with Repurposed.
Purpose is sounding weird now. Repurposed. Nice.
We've got to keep pumping them out, or they won't leave us alone. It's Now That's What I Call Repurposed Volume 1. Available now from Got It Recordings and Egghead Records.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Want to welcome Jim Florentine to the show. He was asking me about my Jets. I don't know what to think. They scored 1 touchdown.
It's going to be a bad year for them.
In preseason, 1 throwing TD.
Well, and that was the 3rd-string quarterback against the 3rd-string defense.
Yeah, I know. Maybe Rex Ryan's holding back some fancy offense.
Well, that's his
I know
thing.
we're doing the wildcat and all
he
that.
He said we're hiding plays for the regular season. Okay, so then after week 1, everyone's going to know your plays. So you're basically holding them off for 1 game.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectation with the Jets fans because we got the Tebow.
Yeah, well,
I told Florentine I loved watching Tebow. Abso-fucking-lutely. When he was doing his shit for the Broncos, I'm like, wow, this is exciting. And I was watching every fucking time I could. But I didn't want him on my team.
No, you don't want that. It's a complete distraction.
I'd rather watch him do all that weird shit for some other team and maybe win a few games.
You don't like him doing the Tebow?
He fucking can't throw the ball.
Like, look at with Tebowing.
He literally cannot
he can't
throw the football, and he's the quarterback.
Man.
Like 1 every 4 passes is like, wow, that's an NFL pass. But the other 3, you're like, what the fuck was that?
And you need a quarterback to throw it fucking on a dime.
Yeah, because this league, everybody's so fast. It's all about timing and patterns and stuff. You got to be right on the mark. But they're saving it for the Wildcat for the regular season.
All right, good.
Which they're playing Buffalo, which their offensive coordinator, this guy David Lee, is the one who invented the Wildcat.
Oh, good.
Who had it down in Miami, who knows every fucking play.
Oh, so
he knows everything. He's the guy who invented it, and they think they're going to go in on Sunday and show this new Wildcat.
So basically, the Jets would be wise not to use the Wildcat.
Yeah, against that guy who invented it.
Right.
And their coordinator, Sperano, was the coach in Miami. He's the coordinator for the Jets now. He never ran the Wildcat. He was just like, okay, do it, whatever works, because we have a shitty team. That's when they had Chad Pennington. He can only throw like 5 yards.
I like Chad.
No, Chad was great.
And then your Dolphins took him for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Where is he now? He's finally done.
He's done, yeah.
What do you think? Jets make the playoffs? That's all I need.
No, not even close. It's going to be a disaster year.
Give me a number. Give me a number for the Jets.
6 or 7 wins. 6 and 10, 7 and 9.
6.
That's the best they're going to do. See, Rex Ryan's already saying we have the best team. He's saying that like he's throwing it out there to be a dick.
Well, you got
and then he's also saying about that Harris. I think his name is Harris. What that receiver that they picked in the 2nd round.
Right.
Forget his. And he's like, I didn't even like the guy. I saw him on tape. I'm like, you really? You're going to pick this guy? He's already trashing the GM and his partner.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, I didn't see anything in this guy because the guy's dropped like 4 passes in the preseason.
So the Dolphins don't have a shot. So who wins the AFC East?
Oh, come on, the Patriots.
No problem, right?
No problem. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What about
The Bills aren't going to be good. Come on, the Bills. Everyone's picking the Bills to win like a wild card. They're going nowhere.
And this
you got Chan Gailey as a coach and David Wanstead as a defensive coordinator.
What about Peyton Manning?
Wanstead was a good defensive coordinator though with Dallas. I like him a lot.
Fucking 1994 he was.
Peyton Manning
he stinks now. So was Norv Turner
as an offensive guy.
Yeah, but that was 20 years ago.
What about the Broncos with their new guy there?
It's a weak division, so he's going to do okay.
He'll do all right.
He'll do it like 8-8, 9-7. But he's not going to be old Peyton Manning. He's going to cry eventually.
No one takes Tebow for their fantasy football team. I think that's hilarious.
Nobody should be playing fantasy football. It's for fucking fags.
You don't like fantasy football?
It stinks. It's fucking gay. It just brings a nerdness to fucking football. Nobody watches fucking football with a laptop open.
Thank God.
Nobody. You have a fucking case of beer and some sandwiches, and you're talking about fucking getting a hand job from a stripper and during the commercials from the night before. Go to that page. What's this? Calvin Johnson's got one catch for 3 yards, and it's 2 minutes into the game. All right. Fucking get that shit off my screen. I don't want to see that. It's fucking 1:02. The game started at 1. I got stats in the bottom of the screen. I don't give a fuck.
Everyone plays fantasy football.
They're fucking fags. They all are. I don't give a shit. No fucking manly men play fantasy football. I don't want the Ravens defense when I need them to beat New England when I'm a Dolphin fan. I'm not rooting for anybody else but my team.
I like when the fantasy football guys feel like they're doing something.
They're doing
because they had a good draft.
The fantasy football draft. We're all gonna get together and have a big draft. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna sit around and have snacks, and we're gonna open our fucking laptops and our iPads, and we're gonna have a draft. This. Who are you gonna take?
Finally.
Yeah,
how about taking in the ass, you fucking homos, with your fucking fantasy football? It's just nerdness.
But fantasy football, you do the draft, and then you just kind of.
I don't give a shit.
Then you just kind of watch your guys for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so all right. So
that's all you do.
If you get a guy in the Patriots,
every once in a while you'll switch a player.
All right, so if you
out.
get Wes Welker, right, and you're a big Jet fan, do you want him doing good? You don't, so why even playing that? If you're a real football fan, you shouldn't be playing fantasy football. Oh, man. You don't want that guy doing good.
A lot of people do.
I don't care.
Makes Sundays a little more exciting.
No, it does. There's nothing exciting about fantasy football. It's fucking guys in khakis and button-downs watching football.
Serious thought.
They bring their laptops to a fucking sports bar and come over. Who just scored that touchdown? I go, why? I got him on my team. Fuck you. Go in the ladies' room and take a piss.
But Sirius has a whole channel dedicated to fantasy football.
Yeah, well, okay. So, they got a fucking gay channel, too. They got a book channel. Those guys read books.
Jonathan listens to it in the car. It's terrible.
Of course he does.
Wait, what does he listen to?
Book radio. I want to fucking strangle him with a piano wire.
Listen to that?
Because he's an idiot. That's why. It's terrible.
That broad gives me dirty looks all the time. What's her name? Pia, Padua. What's her name? Yeah, she gives us dirty looks because we beat her up once. She wants to come on the show so bad. I'm like, no, just fucking do your book thing.
Wait, so you don't like when guys are rooting for just random players?
You're not a football fan if you do that. You're a Cowboy fan, right? Would you be rooting for a Giant guy because you have the receiver?
No.
And they're playing a team because you want the fucking Giants to lose every week?
Yeah.
So you don't want that guy catching 3 touchdowns. You're not going to go, all right, well, that's good, but fuck that.
All right.
It's
How about
stupid.
Just betting on the games? Like,
betting is great.
Like
absolutely.
A real man.
Degenerates should be watched. That's all should be watching football.
Degenerates.
Degenerates.
Yes. Give me 5 teams that are have the chance at the Super Bowl. What do you think?
Well, the Patriots are always in it.
Right.
The Ravens. I think the Ravens got a shot this year.
Okay.
That's probably the only 2 from the AFC. Texans, I don't know. And then the NFC, you got the Packers, Giants, you got to throw in there. You never know. And also the Saints.
Well, that's just about it.
And maybe the 49ers could possibly. I don't know, though.
I think the 49ers.
I think they had a good run last year, though.
Oh, you think they were lucky?
Yeah, Alex Smith, I don't know. That was his first good year. I mean, he was ready to get cut.
Huh.
And San Francisco was ready to take Manning over him, get rid of him this year, but they couldn't get him, so.
Really? I like the
whole name fantasy even sounds gay.
I know.
It's fantasy. But, well, it's my fantasy.
Yeah, it's my fantasy. Yeah. We're going to have a draft. Where do they have these drafts at? Is a fucking gay bathhouse?
Yeah.
That's where they should be. We're going to go over a Nick's house and we're going to have the fantasy football draft.
Yeah, I think they do
I'll see
that.
you later, honey. They do. They all get together.
They get together. It's a big serious thing.
But the draft parties are usually over the top and they really do them up nice.
Oh, boy.
What do they do? Serve fruit. They have a fucking fruit platter.
A lot of guys that get a T-shirt made for the year.
Oh, bro.
What do you mean? What is that?
Oh, yeah,
What do you mean?
man. For the league. For the league.
The league?
What?
Yeah. Every fantasy
What does it say
football
on the
fucking...
shirt?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Does it say
relax. I'm not in fantasy football. I just know.
Yeah, let's see
I know a
one.
little
Come
bit about
on.
everything, Florentine.
Come on, here we go. Let's see one.
Huh? What? Yeah,
I never saw one of those shirts.
I think the guys should call up because we're talking. We're talking to a lot of people that are in fantasy football.
FFL.
Fantasy Football League, FFL. Owner, GM, head coach, and head scout.
That's right.
Oh, he's doing a lot of work. He's wearing a lot of hats.
I know. It's unbelievable. I don't know why he's not running a real team.
Oh, he's wearing a lot of hats and a Roman war helmet.
Remember that
Balls
commercial
across the nose.
Sorry. Remember that commercial last year that made fun of all the fantasy football guys?
No.
Oh, we should find it. It was pretty funny. And it had the names of their teams, and everyone gets clever with the name of their team.
Oh, they'd make...
You don't remember that commercial they ran during the season last year? Because they were all depressed that their teams were out of it? Their fantasy football teams were out of it?
Bad.
Can you find that? Oh, boy. Forget it, Sam.
And they have names for their teams, too? I didn't even know that. They make up their own names for teams?
Fantasy.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
How'd the guys call? You're out there. Don't be shy.
No, because they're afraid to. They know.
Football.
They know.
Fantasy.
There's a name for the league.
There's nothing to defend.
There's a name for each guy's fantasy football team. Ugh. They get the big draft board they set up at someone's house. Okay, all right, you're next. You got 5 minutes. Okay.
Oh, so they got 5 minutes to make a pick.
I don't know, a few minutes.
Right, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, but they're on the clock. Oh, it's very serious.
And what
This
about
fantasy football is very
mid-season,
serious.
like trading? Do they trade with each other?
They can trade it with each other, right?
I think so, yeah.
And this
Will
money.
you take Wes Welker for Miles Austin for this week?
I bet they're real serious, too.
But some of these guys.
Imagine getting that phone call from your friend. I would never call Jim up. Go, Jim, would you take Wes Welker this week? I don't think he's going to do good against the Steeler defense. I'll take your Miles Austin.
I wouldn't know what you were talking about.
Exactly.
Like, who are these people?
Exactly, because you're a fucking man. Exactly.
But they pay for a lot of money, too. Excuse me. There's a lot of money at stake.
Jesus.
They throw in a few $100 each or whatever.
I got no problem. Get office football pool. You got the friggin' suicide pool where you pick the shitty team. Whatever, all of that stuff, that's fine.
That's degenerate gambling.
Or, just, but this is just nonsense.
Now, these guys feel like they should give a press conference after Sunday. They're like, my guys played really hard. This weekend.
It just makes watching on Sunday, fun.
That's not fun.
You watch your computer to see how your team's doing.
It's not. You watch the screen. You bought a fucking $3,000 TV with surround sound. You're looking at your fucking laptop. What did Calvin Johnson? Did he just catch? Oh, he didn't. He's got 2 catches for 8 yards. It's 108. Fuck.
But then
we're only 4 minutes into the game. He's got to do better.
You don't want to hear that?
But then during the week, like, let's say my team's playing your team, me and you get to trash talk and text each other and email.
We got bragging rights.
And some,
we got bragging rights.
And some leagues have a message board, so the trash talking gets a little crazy and everyone can see it.
Let me go to the message. Let's see what they're saying. That Jet Giant game, like the third game in the preseason, they always go, it's for bragging rights. It's a preseason game.
Of course.
What the fuck are you bragging about? Hey, we beat you in preseason.
Yeah, the teams don't.
When you didn't even play the starters, all right, you got me there, but we'll get you next year.
You don't like bragging rights?
The teams don't give a fuck.
We got bragging rights.
They won't even remember that.
Beat you. Hey, if it's a regular season game, that we kicked your ass last week, so you can't say. I can understand that. But they don't bragging rights.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. In the end, they'll barely remember they played for a New York team. They don't give a fuck. You want to talk to some of these guys? Although a lot of people agree with you.
Of course.
Backing up Florentine, fantasy football is gay. I want to hear from the guys that are in this. You're out there. Some. It's fucking huge. And I swear I'm not in a league. I just know a lot about it.
What are the names
most of the guys don't listen to the show that are into it. Because a lot of men listen to the show. Right. A lot of guys that are just guys.
Real men.
Get a fucking 12-pack. On Friday, as soon as I get off of work and just start drinking and watching porn. And none of those guys watch fucking fantasy football.
Whoever's the asshole screening, we don't need people backing up Florentine. That's easy. Oh, boy. That's easy.
Who's screening? Is it puppet hair?
I told him to find the people against it.
Okay, who?
That's one of our new interns.
Okay.
What?
What's his name?
How is it that an intern gets to answer phones for a huge radio show on his first day?
His first day.
What
day one.
Fuck? Where's the radio wizard when we need him?
Is he the one that was avoiding eye contact this morning? That was funny.
I don't know.
I walked in the door, he just looked down.
The radio wizard's got some shit to do today. We can't have interns answering the phone day one. He doesn't even know what the fuck is going on yet. He doesn't even know everyone's names. Let's go to Brendan. Brendan!
What's up, guys?
Hey. Hi, Brendan.
Hi. Yeah, fantasy football is not gay. I don't know what you're smoking, Jim, but it gives you a reason to watch the games that your team isn't playing.
That's true.
I live in Detroit. It gives me reason to watch the stupid Jets or the stupid 49ers. And with all my buddies living across the country, it gives us something to keep in touch with.
To your point.
You know, you stay together through fantasy football.
Yeah, right. See, because you wouldn't talk to your buddies across the country without fantasy football. So you only talk to them during the season.
Yeah.
You got nothing else to talk. Why don't you just watch football because you're a fan? Go, the Jets are playing the Giants. Let me watch that game even though I don't like it.
And be a real guy and talk to your friends about pussy.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
That's right. Some money.
By the way, you're going to have to deal with Ron Bennington, Florentine. I'm staying out of that one. He fucking fantasy footballs his ass off.
Really?
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. This guy's been doing it for 10 years. You want to talk to Pete?
That's 5, yeah.
All right, let's go to Pete, who's been doing fantasy football for 10 years. I didn't even know they had fantasy football 10 years ago.
Dude, I was confused 10 years ago, and I found out that at that time, they'd already had it for like 10 years.
Really?
It's been around a long time. I mean, if you grew up watching sports, and you're a sports nut, you're a sports junkie, whether it's football, baseball, whatever it is.
Right.
You have always, you can't deny it, Jim. You've always thought about one day, like, man, why did those guys make that trade? I would love to be in the
No, never. Never did.
No?
No.
You don't want to be a GM?
Did. No, there's only a couple things that I do pretty good, and I don't think I'm a GM of a team. I really I don't go, what the fuck did they do that for? They're wrong, because they always, the trade is always right. 9 times out of 10, it's right. So I don't think that. Miami. Okay, perfect. Out of all the teams that you root for, okay, Miami Dolphins, you've never wanted to shake that cage and be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Yeah, but I can't.
You know what? I like to shake that cage or two.
Oh.
Yeah, but haven't you thought about why wouldn't you? Can't you see that you see things a little bit better?
Oh my God,
that's true.
No, I don't. They're there every day. I don't. I'm just a fucking fan that watches on Sunday. That reads a couple of articles. I don't know what's really going on. I have no idea. They're the pros, not me.
I'll be honest with you. Football is easy. I know people. I can't get into baseball because, as far as the fantasy goes, because, dude, it's fucking every day. Why even show up to work? Because 12 people do what this fantasy baseball team. Football is once a week. You get the shit talk with your friends, just like Opie said.
Hey, a little shit talk.
Yeah.
Look out.
Yeah.
Look out.
Yeah. Got you last week.
I'll get you this week.
I don't know.
No, I'm telling you.
I don't know. He's hurt. He's not playing good.
Yeah, but his hammy's coming back strong.
Sometimes it gets personal, man. You bring up some old dirt. Maybe I'm the guy.
Man,
me and Jim are friends. We'd never do that during the week.
No.
I don't know if his hammy's going to be ready for Sunday.
No. That is true.
No.
Never wants to be able to say that to each other.
You're in trouble this weekend. I don't know.
Never. I see that Jim was in Cleveland the week. I text on Monday. How many loads did you drop?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know.
Exactly.
How was Walker's hammy?
Yeah, it's kind of fun to trash talk, though.
When you do a good job, or when you're in a league that pays out, dude, it's $15,000. You don't have a chance to win $15,000 to watch football. Come on.
Gambling's fine.
Yeah, man.
The gambling is fine.
In the end, you can win some good money. And I forgot to mention one other thing: the trophy.
Oh man,
that you get to keep for the year.
What is it?
Pete, have you won a trophy yet?
Pete, have you won the trophy
yet? It's a seat with a fist on it.
Some of these guys really get into their trophy.
Pete, have you
and
won
then
a
they got
trophy?
bragging rights, so when you go to your friend's house, there's the fantasy football trophy until next year.
Oh, so he's sitting in an easy chair because he's armchair quarterback. I get it.
I won once. I won once like 6 years ago.
All right, hold on. I want to know, did you win the trophy?
There's no trophy. Do I want that money?
All right, but a lot of guys, they have the money and the
Look
trophy.
at these two fucking assholes.
I know.
Hey man, we're talking to our base right now. I gotta defend fantasy football. We're talking to our base.
So you didn't win a trophy though?
No, fuck the trophy, dude. You know what? Give me a trophy, no problem.
See, all right, he's coolies. He didn't have to
He's not
fucking.
cool.
He didn't have to bring the
He's
trophy
not
home to
cool.
his house for a year.
Oh, you only get it for a year and then you got to give it back?
All right, listen, I got to give someone else
yeah.
a chance because now the phones
Travels
are lit.
around.
Chris, Florentine hates fantasy football. I personally think it's great.
Jim, you talk all that shit, but you sit around and do the same shit every fucking day.
He does.
Like what?
Word.
Because when you sit around and talk about who's going to do what team is going to do well, what team is not going to do well, you doing the same shit we doing playing fantasy football. The only difference is we're going to make money at the end of the season. If you're doing fantasy football for free, that I don't understand.
I'm not doing fantasy football for free. I don't have a guy on a opposing team that I hate. I don't have their receiver. I don't have Tom Brady as a quarterback. I want him fucking dead every week.
You sit there every week and pontificate how well Tom Brady's going to do.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I just root against every team that I don't like. That's all I do.
What you just listed out 5 teams you thought were going to make it to the Super Bowl. You just listed out that the Jets weren't going to do any good. It's no different. You're stating your opinion, and then you're making money on it.
He's just his opinion on who he thinks is going to win or not. It's not this technical, serious. Oh man, my guy's injured.
Everybody goes through that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's the name of your team there, Chris?
I'm a Skins fan all day, so fuck Dallas.
No, I mean, what's the name of your fantasy football team?
Oh, the Frederick Bontons.
What is that?
God.
I don't know.
The area I live, and I'm a Jamaican, so...
And what's, do you win a trophy at the end if you win the whole thing?
Hell yeah, because we shove that shit in each other's face. That's the shit talking we do.
See? And then when you go to that guy's house for a barbecue, there's that fucking fantasy football trophy staring you in the eye.
For the barbecue.
Hey, look, if it keeps him off the street.
Everybody's got to pay us some money on the spot.
That's
There's
right.
nothing wrong with fantasy football.
So, Jim, you don't like that when they start razzing each other? Like, look at my trophy. You
Oh
don't have
yeah,
one.
look! Oh come on! He put it right on top of the fucking barbecue. He had to do that. And as soon as we walked in, you got me. All right, so you're a Skins fan, right? All right, so
how much you know football better than some of your friends? It ain't no difference. All you're talking about is that you know football better than your friends.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But all right, so you're a Skins fan. So if you have Tony Romo on your team one week, are you going to root for him?
I would never pick Tony Romo on my team.
All right, but what if you have to? You have no choice because your quarterback is out.
All right, I'm going to explain that to you because you said something very interesting. You can be a fan of football and you can also be a fan of a team. So when your team is not playing, do you not watch football at all?
I watch it all, absolutely, but I'm saying your arch rival.
Other game, right? And then you kind of get interested in the other game. It's no different. When you're rooting for your team, you're rooting for your team. But when you're rooting for football, you're watching other stuff happen. It's no different.
All right, let me ask you something. Say you get a Cowboy on your roster. Say 8 of your guys are injured on your fantasy football team. You have to take Miles Austin, okay? Are you going to root for Miles Austin, an arch rival on the Cowboys, to score 3 touchdowns?
Here's what you do. You root for the bend, but don't break. Let that motherfucker score all the points, but your team still wins.
No, see, you don't know. That's not a real fan. A real fan wants him catching no passes no matter what.
Breaking a leg.
A real fan wants his team to win. Right?
No, you don't want Miles. You're not going to sit there and go, I'm glad he caught a 50-yard pass. That's good. All right, so he scored instead of... No.
2 touchdowns, and my team still wins. What did it hurt? Nothing.
You want Dallas to lose 37-0 every week. That's as a Redskin fan, that's what you want.
And for
you
someone
don't
to
want
break
him
their
catching.
neck.
Absolutely.
That's bad sportsmanship.
My catches 3 touchdowns, and my team scores 100 touchdowns. That's all I want.
And
I want them to lose.
And Chris, logically, you're making a lot of sense because in the end, you got that fucking trophy for bragging rights.
Thank you.
There you go. See, I understand.
You guys razz each other, give each other the business.
During the week, though, Jimmy. During the week.
Yeah.
Sunday, it's all business. You just focus on that computer and see how your team's doing.
I don't know. I think that guy changed Florentine's
I
mind
think
over here.
he's got me. You know,
next week you're going to be saying, I got this guy.
Yeah,
I was totally wrong about it.
Let's go to Boston. Mikey.
Good morning.
Hey, hi, Mike.
What's happening, guys? Yeah, fantasy football doesn't have to be friggin' like you guys are saying. I set my lineup Sunday morning. I friggin' spend my day doing whatever, watch the Pats during the afternoon, and that's friggin' it.
Why do you send your lineup?
Set.
You guys set
your lineup.
because you have to decide who you want to put in for that.
Who's going to start?
You might have some inside info that someone's hammy's a little fucking sore, so you might fucking
hammy.
You might
wouldn't wanna
fucking
pick
blow 'em
teams?
off.
No.
You don't. Why, man? Because then someone picks your guy before you. Now you got to fucking use your brain to figure it out on the spot.
How can they pick your guy if he's on your team?
No, I mean if someone gets to the guy you wanted before you, that's what makes this whole thing complicated.
Yeah, let's see if it was. We could put it in terms you'll understand, like fantasy radio. Let's say,
Yeah,
you'd need to replace Travis with somebody today.
Yes.
See? Yeah, so you got to set your lineup.
Yep.
Also, I brought home a friggin' grand last year.
Oh.
Just friggin' hitting a button saying set lineup every Sunday. The system sets your best lineup as what it thinks.
All right, we get all that, Mike, but I need to know, what's the name of your team?
2 teams, 1 ball.
2 teams, 1 ball. How good is that?
It's like a 2 girls, 1 cup. We got it.
We got it. And then what's the name of the league?
Yes.
It's Brawl Done Loud, which is a compilation of last names from my family because it's all my family playing.
This is very serious
keeps
shit.
the family together.
Florentine. And
so
then,
it's only family that's in the.
That's nice.
Sometimes you do just only family if you got a big family.
I wish
Sometimes
they play
you do
against
your,
the Corleones.
Sometimes you do your frat brothers. Sometimes you do your college buddies.
Do you guys rip each other to family during the week?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Family parties. You know, we friggin' hang out. At drafts is nothing more than my family hanging out, pounding beers.
Pounding them beers.
You can understand pounding
and asses.
beers.
Exactly.
You know, we'll reach around, whoever wins.
Sure.
And do you get a trophy at the end of the year?
Fuck no. You get a freaking $1,000 check.
All right. That's where that's where they draw the line. No trophy.
All right, they put a little manliness into it with no trophy.
A little bit.
Why don't you guys get the armchair trophy?
Yeah, that's a good one.
We're not all into it like, fantasy football. Most of us just friggin' look at our lineup for like 10 minutes during the week. Most of us just hit a button and the computer system just says, hey, this is your friggin' most probable lineup to win this week.
Oh, great. So you're not even picking
So you're not even doing it. The computer's doing it.
Well, you can.
No, you got to set your team. We learned that.
Yeah,
but
But he's saying he's hitting the button and it's telling him what, pretty much what his lineup should be.
That's pretty good. What is that, like Farmville?
All right, tell you, I got to go to Ben in Jersey. Ben.
Yeah, I think I know why Jim doesn't like fantasy football. When he was younger, I think he was part of another fantasy with wrestling pictures. They had a little draft in the street.
Say, you understand getting into something?
There wasn't even a draft. We went right for it.
Yeah.
No, I absolutely. I was into gay wrestling, but this fantasy football is just ridiculous. I didn't spend time fucking drafting wrestlers. I didn't have Ernie Ladd and Hulk Hogan on my team, but I fucking traded Bob Backlund because he had a bad back.
Why would you get rid of Bob
Fantasy
Backlund?
wrestling.
He was the fucking worst.
I loved him.
Erock fan fiction.
He was what a bore he was. He was a fucking.
He was my favorite when he would do the knee walk. You didn't like the knee?
You didn't like that?
He did that little curly thing with his face. He put his hands over his face.
Did he? I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh yeah.
You don't think he was? You didn't think he was exciting when he talked?
He was and he was a bad wrestler. He was awful. He had no moves.
The knee walk.
Oh, he loves.
I hate people online.
You want more of these, or are we done? Fam, the Cleveland
Look,
Browns.
you should never bring your laptop to a sports bar.
Here, how about this?
You shouldn't be sitting there with your iPad looking at stats.
You're right.
When there's 18 games going on.
Steve's got you though, man. I think he's got an angle on this. Go ahead, Steve.
Morning, boys. Hey, Jim, the bottom line is I'm a Browns fan, been a Browns fan since I was a kid in the late 70s, and they sucked. So if it wasn't for fantasy football, I wouldn't have none to watch after 3 weeks because they'd be done.
There you go.
He does have a little point there. Your Browns do suck. Maybe you could just get in an office pool and pick, spreads each week.
Yeah.
So then you can have a vested interest in each game.
Really, why not just gamble on the fucking games?
Well, I actually have a buddy of mine who does a very interesting poll. Every game that's on prime time, you pick the winner straight up. And that last year was $5 to get in, and last year the winner one took home $1,300.
I wouldn't classify that as very interesting.
Very.
No, you wouldn't.
These guys.
What would you say? Like super unbelievable interesting?
Yes, my
then?
friend's a meat and potatoes idiot.
But these guys, they win the league. They're taking home $1,000 or more.
Oh wait, did you see this trophy?
Oh no!
This fantasy football. It's like the posing the Heisman, but they got a remote in their hand.
The guy's holding the remote.
Well, that's kind of clever.
Oh.
Hey, Steve, what's the name of your team?
The KY Vikes, or KY Dogs, because I live in Kentucky now, and I'm still a Browns fan.
The Kentucky Dogs.
Nice, KY Dogs, clever. What's the name of the league?
It's half the leagues in Virginia Beach, so we're the KY VB Mac 3 league, because we've had drama and had to restart it 3 times.
Wait, you had drama?
Oh yeah, people trading guys that at the end of the season so their buddy wins and.
Oh, that's great. So,
man, see, then they're cheating.
Yeah, see, then it's not fun
but
anymore.
that pisses off everybody else, and now there's like major beef.
What drama?
Some friends.
Yeah, so then you guys don't even have time to rib each other during the week if that drama's going on.
That's an interesting story.
And then the worst part is I'm a commissioner, so I got to do the right thing for everybody. But you end up winning the league.
The right thing for everybody. You're the law, then.
If you said I have to do the right thing for everybody, that should be followed with a gunshot.
I forgot. Every league has a commissioner.
Oh, you're a commissioner.
And sometimes you got to argue your case with the commissioner, which is also your best pal.
Now do you guys get my point?
For everybody.
What? There should be a commissioner.
Commishkit.com.
Yeah, they got kits and everything, so you're like, you do it properly.
Commish kit.
Where have you guys been? Fantasy football is massively huge. Very involved.
Did you go to the commish kit, sir, honestly?
No, I've been doing it for years. But why do you think they have the red zone in the NFL?
Can I ask you, hold on, as the commissioner, what was your toughest decision you had to fucking toil over?
Well, my wife's in the league, and we made a trade 4 years ago, and everybody said it was a bogus trade, but
She traded you for a black gentleman?
You hear this, though? See, she made what could have been an illegal trade, Florentine. 4 years ago, and they're still talking about it.
There's a website called commishkit.com, I guess, where you get your fucking commit.
Yeah, your commish kit.
They have a shirt. They sell a shirt in there. It says beer. Can't draft without it. And they show a mug of draft beer. All right, so now does everybody get what I'm saying?
That's funny, though.
Yeah.
I'd laugh if I saw that. Like, I get it.
What's wrong with keeping it fun, Florentine?
Yeah.
What's fun about that?
What's wrong with just keeping it fun?
What is fucking fun about
It
that?
just shows that beer drinking cool guys.
You know what's fun?
They're out having a
guys
good
drink
time.
beer.
You know what's fun? A party at Anthony's on the weekend.
Night
That's
on a
fucking
there
fun.
you go.
Yeah,
Right?
Not a fucking not a trophy of a guy sitting in an armchair.
But not everyone could go to Anthony's parties.
Yeah,
now
but
what
that's
do you got?
fun.
Now
I'm
what do you
saying.
got? Now what do you got?
You could do something else, but not that.
Oh, man.
Anything else there, Steve?
Nah, bro, I love you guys. Love you, Jim, on TMS.
Hey, commissioner.
And I love
Call him
fantasy
commissioner.
football.
Thanks for calling, Commish.
He earned that title.
Commish, all right. Hey, I hope you have it,
Yeah.
Is there any bounties in fantasy football you have to deal with, Commish?
Yeah. What about using steroids? Have you come out either way on that?
One more, but let's go back to Ohio because they're hurting up there. So they get 2 today. 2 phone calls from Ohio. Tommy,
Here's the draft room. The picture of the draft room.
Look at that. The commish stands up in front of everyone. Everyone's on their
man,
couches.
he's there.
You got the big fucking draft board behind the guy.
Yeah, you do.
And then he keeps.
It looks awful.
Why? He's got to keep it organized.
I'd rather be in Amon Gert's living room.
Yes. I'd rather be in the draft in Vietnam.
and you could have been.
I think in this shot, it's very obvious this league has decided that you got to bring your stats with you. No laptops.
Look, there's
no laptops. Look, they all have paperwork.
There's a picture online with like 20 people in a room with a board. And there's like 4 girls there.
Right?
There's like 4 chicks, and none of the chicks are over a 4. Because hot chicks are out doing fun things.
Let's say hi to Tommy in Ohio. Tommy, fantasy football. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm in a league. I'm for it, but some of the guys in my league, they get absolutely goofy with it. I mean, I'll pick up a magazine the day of the draft and pick through my players and stuff, but some of these guys, they get magazines literally like 6, 7
You do know there's fantasy football magazines,
No, I
right?
didn't know.
Yeah.
Magazines,
Yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah,
Wow.
there are.
Yeah, they have a
That's
huge. I mean, there's tons of magazines.
What,
on
Black
it.
Inches?
Yeah, but
Honcho.
they get goofy with it, and it's fun.
It's not fun.
Is that fun, that picture? There's a picture online of a draft. Does that
Does that look
fun?
fucking terrible. Look, they pulled the curtains. It's got to be all no distractions from outside.
We rented out the back room at Applebee's. And we put the curtain up so we have some privacy for our
And
fucking...
here we are.
Look at that.
They're all staring into the laptops. It's like,
yeah, look at
they
that.
fucking got a big board in front of them.
They got mozzarella sticks out.
Oh, yeah. Partying, some brewskis.
Hey, let's order some apps before we start the draft.
Chicken wings.
What kind of apps you want?
Let's just get a lot for everyone.
Yeah,
We'll
let's just
share.
can we just get the general app thing?
Yeah.
Some of these
the
guys.
sampler size.
And just keep bringing the brewskis.
Yeah, bring the
Look, some of the guys, they get a cater.
You got any IPAs? Because I don't drink Coronas.
Some of them get them catered. Sometimes the wives, if they're not involved with the fantasy football, they'll fucking cook some fucking dishes and bring them over.
Yeah, that's great. Bring the wives over. That's
and they'll
great.
hang out in the backyard or whatever and check on the guys there once in a while. How's it going?
How's it going? How's it
you guys
behaving out here?
Yeah, what round are you in? We're in the 4th. Oh, this is going to take forever.
Oh, God.
Don't you have to get up for your job tomorrow? No, but come on, honey. All right, guys.
That fucking room looks like the class you have to take after a DWI.
Who wants to sit there?
That's
the guy that runs our league. His wife is the only one that's in it, and she'll cook and stuff. But she's in the league too.
Right. What's the name of your team?
Tominators.
What?
Tominators.
The Tominators.
Is your name Tom?
Hey, the Tominators doing pretty good. Look out.
Why the Tominators?
I don't know. I've been in the league about 5 years, and I just picked something.
He's embarrassed.
Is your name Tom?
Yeah.
So you your name is Tom, and you called your name the Tominators?
Hey man, hey man! I used to call myself the Opester. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? You should have called them the Cocksuckers.
You don't like the Tominators?
I despise it.
No, you don't like that?
I've never hated anything more.
Why?
I like the name Al Qaeda more than the Tominators.
Oh, the Tominators.
What's the name of the league there, Tom?
Balls Deep 1.
See, that's a cool fucking fantasy.
I like the name.
Balls
League name.
deep.
I'll give him that.
Yes.
And do you guys get a trophy at the end?
No trophy, just money.
And how much?
I think it's only like $200 for first place.
What the fuck? A waste of time.
It's Ohio. They're suffering up there. Why are you making fun of that?
I'm not making $200.
Have you been up there lately? There's no jobs.
Yeah, but Jesus, $200. You playing with people from the fucking Sudan?
How much does it cost to get in? $1?
Nah, it's like 15 or something. It's
Yeah, man. That's,
All right, it's just for fun. It's fun.
Who's the commissioner? Who's the
you the commissioner?
No, his wife. He already said that.
Oh, she's the commissioner?
No, she cooks. The
She's
wife
the cook.
cooks.
Oh, what?
She cooks. Yeah, the wife cooks. We don't really have a
Oh, I'm
or
sorry.
anything like that.
No commission.
So what happens if some drama goes down? If there's a trade that, who handles that?
What we do is it's like online. Like everyone has to vote if they accept the trade. Like, say I want to trade with somebody, everybody in the league would have to agree with it.
So they can't just be trading willy-nilly. That'd be great, getting phone calls out of nowhere if you agree with a
An
trade.
email, you got a chick over. You know what I mean? Wait, I just got an email. I got to approve this trade. Tominator wants Wes Welker. Hold on, honey.
Tominator.
Hey, Sam, remember when I said only a mere 5 minutes ago we don't need people that are agreeing with Florentine? Yeah. So why are there's still phone calls coming in when
He's a new guy.
Yeah.
He's
Erock.
a new guy.
And I thought you were quitting.
Yeah, Erock, how are you ahead of the intern still?
How are you still ahead of what Ann said.
I came back and it was given back to me.
What? You never gave it away.
He was quitting.
You were quitting.
When you quit, you can't get it. You don't get the job back. You say, I'm quitting.
Were you Costanza?
Where's the radio wizard? We got issues today.
Wizard.
All right, can you tell the new intern that has no business being on the phones day one to remember what we just said? We don't need those calls.
Yeah.
Does he seem like he's going to be a standout intern there, Erock?
This is the second intern on the phones.
Yeah, why would you? When the first one was a disaster, why not put number 2 on there?
Who else do I have to answer the phone?
How about fucking puppet hair?
Where's Sal?
What's he doing?
Man, you're Sal.
Why not?
Every time it is. What is he doing right now?
He's cutting up other audio.
That's not more important than the live show, you fucking dunderhead.
I love Dunderhead.
It's my team's name, the Dunderheads.
Hey. The Tominators. The gymnasiums are playing. Fucking boo.
Remember the days when Sal would run down the hall? Now he just moseys.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't care anymore.
What happens to people when they get hired?
Tripping on his marionette strings.
His floppy legs of nothing but cloth with big wooden feet.
Are you guys mad at Erock? Erockinator?
Erockinator, man.
Sal, what are you doing?
I was just putting together some stuff for the weekend.
For the weekend? It's Tuesday.
Because I got to do promos for it. I got to do all this stuff. It's got to get approved.
I got to talk to the radio
My
wizard.
team's name is Sal of the Border. Clever.
Yeah, no, we're the salivators.
Salivators. We can't wait for Sunday. That's why we're the salivators.
We're salivating.
We're the salamanders.
Sal, if you don't mind, we need you to work today.
You don't mind.
I know most people don't need to work around here, but we need you to work today and do the phones.
We realize
especially when it's a hot topic. This is called a hot topic.
We realize you were having your hair modeled for an Anson Williams wig, but could you please?
Because Erock's not listening. He still has interns doing exactly what we don't want.
They don't like fantasy football, so one guy gets through, and it means the interns.
All right. You challenged me.
Okay.
Line 3. I hate fantasy football. Telecasts have live tickets of fantasy football updates. And then mirror the next line, line 4. I hate fantasy football. There's 2 right there.
So what are you doing in the Erock besides fucking having a good time and laughing?
It's like it's his house.
Yeah, stop back and look at your house.
You want one more? We got a guy that's been doing it since '97, and well, we've done it, I guess. You want a guy?
I want another one. Yeah, I love these guys.
Oh, please.
And this guy doesn't have a favorite team, so he does fantasy football.
Hey, come on.
You also got to remember, there's a lot of fucking people out there that don't have a team in their city.
Who? Well, no, but they still have favorite teams.
Yeah, they pick
What if you live in Montana? Who do you fucking root for?
Yeah, the Vikings.
Yes, whoever has the most white people, I guess.
I don't even know the closest team to Montana. I wouldn't even know.
I would say you'd go Vikings.
Denver, maybe?
I think you'd go
I don't know.
That's up there.
Seattle?
You know, to be honest, I don't even know if I could point.
Or Minnesota.
I don't even know if I could show you Montana on a map.
It's up to the left there, kind of.
Somewhere, it's right. I'm going to go near the Dakotas. I'm going to go left center. Left center-ish.
It's a big motherfucking state.
I know that much.
Give you
7 people live there.
All right, let's say hi to Brandon in Tennessee. Brandon.
Yo, happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thanks.
I've been doing this since '97. I actually got into it when I was 14. I had a group of my guys I walked into the room one day and they were like, hey, we're doing fantasy football. You want in? And I was like,
That's what they told you they were doing. Did you ask why there was a cracker on the floor? Fantasy football. You had to lay there with your mouth open while I called you Michael Strahan.
When I was 14, the guy with the wrestling pictures did that to me, too.
Yeah, see? Yep.
Hey, we're having a wrestling draft in here. Come on in.
Yeah, it's a draft. Oh, we all sit in a circle.
Yeah, we all open our pants and we reach in and grab the magic team picker and put it in our mouths.
By the way, we're looking at the map. Montana's supposed to be 2 states. Look at Montana. That's supposed to be 2 states.
Wyoming's western border should have went straight up to Canada and cut Montana.
Yeah,
in
what's
half
that?
there.
Is that a river that looks like a face?
Coming down Ohio?
It looks like a profile, cartoon profile. It's not, so why it's all wiggly on the left side?
Yeah, they all made them wiggly lines. They all made them wiggly lines.
Montana could easily be cut into 2 states.
I like how the United States got all fucking like, all right, enough with cutting these states up so small as we went west.
Yeah, no kidding.
It was like New England and stuff with the first few states. It's like all very small. We got to cut it up. And then they got all this land. They're like, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. There should be so many more states.
Yeah.
Whatever. What do you got there, Brandon? You've been playing fantasy football since '97.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like what a lot of the couple of other guys said, too. I mean, it's just, one day a week, you sit around, you kick it with your boys, watch some games, talk some shit.
Kick it with your boys. You're all watching games with your laptops out?
Oh, no, hell no. I don't sit around and watch it with my laptop on or anything.
Well, because they got the fantasy football apps, let's not forget.
What's your name? What's the name of your team?
Oh, yeah.
My team name, actually, Uncle Paul would love it. It's Sandusky Hurt My Tight End.
All right.
Oh, it's tight end joke. Yeah.
But what was your name before that? It wasn't your name since '97.
Right.
I've kind of just play on words throughout the years and stuff.
Call me the Cruiser.
Well, give me one example.
I see another one I've done. See Jones Drew Bush on my Johnson. It's a lot of play on words and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
What was the one right before the Sandusky one?
Before the Sandusky one?
Yeah.
Being a Cowboy fan, Romo no.
Here's a play on words. Ilk yourself. What the fuck?
They're just blowing off steam, guys.
Wait, what was it? Romo what?
Romo no homo.
Romo no homo.
See, that's clever.
Stinks.
See?
It's not bad.
It's hideous.
They're just blowing off steam, man.
What's the name of the league?
Just basic head-to-head league is what it's called. Just head-to-head matchups every week against different guys in the league. I mean, we don't go balls out and name a crazy league name.
Oh, yeah, that's silly.
Are you the commissioner?
No.
Who's the commish?
It's a friend of mine. He's
you know the commissioner. It's pretty good.
He's been running it since, I think, like 95.
Yeah, man.
Do you ever get mad at him because he makes a decision that you don't like? And it affects your friendship?
Oh, do you guys make T-shirts every year?
Actually, the first couple of years I did do T-shirts for it.
Did you wear them every Sunday? All you guys wore them?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Look,
come
man,
on.
The T-shirt.
He wore him. He went out to the bar with him, and somebody would like be next to him getting a beer and go, "Hey, fantasy football? Yeah, man." And they'd get into a big conversation.
But the
about
T-shirt's important. You don't know what you're going to do. You know, and there's a lot of discussion. What are we going to do for the T-shirt this year?
Oh, yeah.
Are we going to focus on one guy in the league, maybe?
Is that everybody involved in that, or you think the commish has a lot of say over what the T-shirt's going to look like?
Yeah, the commish probably.
Yeah,
you got to go to the commissioner.
It's a majority. Majority rules on the T-shirt.
I'm thinking big cock and balls.
Yeah. Let's just have assholes on the T-shirts. Perfect. Just open, gaping assholes.
There's a lot of discussion on the T-shirt during the off-season.
Yeah, I know.
All right? People throw their ideas in a hat, and then they fucking figure something out.
All those T-shirts should look like fucking Kennedy's after he came out of the limo.
Shit, man. Fucking gaping asshole. Perfect.
All right,
really
Brandon.
Is. What a bunch of adults.
Is that another picture of the fan? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at him.
Hey,
laptop.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Sam.
Ah, yeah.
Ooh, they got them plugged in, their laptops at the table.
And they're writing, too. They got, like, clipboards and fucking legal pads.
One guy's got a football batting helmet. You see that at the end of the table
there?
Oh,
yeah.
He wears that every Sunday.
He wears that when he does his picks.
He's the fun guy. Yeah, he always got that one fun guy.
More importantly, Sam, remember when I told you twice that we don't need any phone calls? Because it's easy to put guys on that are going to defend Florentine, but he can defend himself.
no.
That's why you don't need those calls when you do a radio show.
Sal can't be bad at phone screening, too.
Erock, remember?
Yes.
So what happened this time? I got a guy who says fantasy football is Dungeons and Dragons for insecure men. That would be someone defending Jim Florentine's point of view, something we really don't need right now.
Oh, gosh.
This would be the third time in a mere 15 minutes.
So what happened? Didn't Sal hear your instructions because he was lacquering his hair?
Did you forget to give him instructions?
No, everyone knows.
I mean, theoretically, Sal should have also been listening
Wait,
to the
Sal's
show.
arguing in the background. Sal, did Erock tell you?
He told me one thing, and then when I got in here, he tells me another thing.
What did he tell you?
Screening.
What did he tell you the first time?
I don't even remember. He said we want 4 fantasy football. I can't remember.
Thank God we're really good at doing radio.
Wait, you don't remember what he told you? It was 2 minutes ago.
All you got is yourselves.
We really just have ourselves.
Yeah.
Sal, what do you mean you don't remember?
I'm confused if you guys want 4 fantasy football or against it.
Do you listen to the show?
I am, but Eric told me one thing when we got
were you
in.
listening to the show before you now was asked to answer the phone?
Yeah, I was.
No, he wasn't.
How are you cutting up audio for the weekend if you were listening to the show?
I do multitask.
Okay.
There's no fucking way he was listening to the show.
I know that Jim doesn't like the fantasy football league. You think it's retarded, and I understand that. But I don't know if you currently want those calls or you don't want them.
Oh my God!
He wasn't listening.
You weren't listening.
no.
You weren't listening.
He took the overarching theme of the last 40 minutes. And
Right.
was like, yeah, I was listening to the whole thing.
All right, we all know Sal's stupid, but I got to go back to Erock. Sal, did Erock tell you not to put those phone calls through?
He told me one thing when I initially got here, and he told me another.
What did he tell you when you got there?
I think he said he wanted it 4.
When did you say that, Erock, when you walked in?
Yeah, when he walked in.
Why would you have said we wanted it 4 when the 2 interns that we fucking... I see what you're saying. Okay, then what did you tell him that was different?
No, I think when he walked in, I said against, and then go, oh, no, 4 fantasy football.
Oh, no.
But 4 fantasy...
Yeah, 4 fantasy football would be right.
Right.
I thought you meant 4 Florentine. Okay.
No, not for 4.
All right.
So
humiliate me.
are you wrong or Sal's wrong?
He wasn't listening.
I'm on the air. Don't yell.
So answer that question.
Well, I didn't hear your question. I'm telling him to shut up.
We just said the question. And by the way, we said the question before he pulled his
Of course
headphones
we
off
did.
and yelled at Sal. For the record.
I didn't yell at Sal.
What did you say to him?
I wasn't yelling at Sal. I was yelling at one of the interns.
Why is Pipette Hair putting these calls through?
I don't fucking know. I don't know what to tell you.
And now Eric and Sal are standing there at the window, and I just heard one of the interns pick up the phone to screen it again.
Who's answering the
Somebody jumped back on the phones when Sal got on the mic.
Who?
One of the interns.
Oh my God.
That's on their first day.
How do you lose control that fast?
Erock, that's a catastrophe in that room.
And why are you still in charge of the interns if you quit?
What are you doing there? Stop making hoagies.
Why are you in charge if you quit? You said that you weren't going to do this job anymore. It's a free job.
Just got back, and the interns walk over to me to ask what to do.
But didn't you make it clear before you left for your summer vacation you were done with the interns?
I thought so.
No, you didn't, obviously.
I haven't spoke to management or anybody.
Spoken
to management or anybody for like a week and a half.
But did you tell them I'm no longer going to be in charge of the interns?
I thought Troy was taking it over.
How did you think? But you didn't tell anyone.
And he didn't think Troy was taking over because Troy sent an email out.
Niceness.
Troy sent an email out before.
Then fuck it, fire everybody here then. All right.
What?
No, I'm saying
you said you.
Troy,
nobody's good enough to do anything here.
Thank you.
What in the hell?
Hold on.
Oh, man.
Fuck you, because I know what you're trying to do here. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Let's try it.
The point is this, and stay on point, asshole. I said you said you were done with the interns and you were quitting.
Right.
And now we're day one back from summer vacation, and you're still in charge of the interns. That's the point here right now. Not fire everyone because no one's good enough.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with the argument at hand.
Troy Kwan?
And what the hell would make you think I was taking over the interns?
Right.
When I said, can Troy take over the interns? To management.
And what did they?
I just asked you if you talked to
They said,
management.
"Well, Eric's gone. You will be in charge of the interns for the 1 week."
And I also said about
and you
taking it
CC'd
away.
me on an email to somebody from HR.
Yes.
And Sam was there. He saw this, and I said, "I'm only responsible from this day, and Eric will be taking back over on this day, effective today."
That's not what I said in my email.
Yeah. Well, do you want me to forward you the email?
No, I know what you wrote, but
Okay,
what I
you didn't-
wrote to
but you didn't
HR was
respond.
saying that Troy is
Why
taking
wouldn't you
over.
respond to anybody? You didn't respond to anybody. Did you
I
tell
went on
management?
vacation. I didn't give two shits.
Well, you were still here when I responded.
Total lack of dedication.
I got your email and I responded literally 3 minutes later. So why wouldn't you go, hey, whoa, hang on a second, or hey, management, what's up with this?
Got a point.
Let them figure it out.
No, we were proud of you because you finally stepped up and said, "I'm."
Proud of me for what? You egged me on into doing that.
Never quit.
Thank you, Sam.
He never told management.
No.
Thank
He
you.
was
That's
always
my
under the
point the
assumption
whole
that Troy was
fucking
going to take
time
it back
here.
over.
Erock.
You never quit,
Erock. The interns. What the fuck do you care? You're not in charge of them.
Neither are you. They're running amok in there.
Well, no one else seems to be allowed to.
Phones.
The reason why we care is because you finally said you had it and you were quitting. That's the only reason I care right now.
Yeah.
And it turns out, and Sam has brought it to everyone's attention, you never quit.
I just got back. I haven't talked to anybody but you guys since we got here.
He said he quit before.
But then Troy's
Thank
email
you, Sam.
didn't
Get on
answer.
mic.
If
Get
he
on
would-
mic.
If he would have quit, why wouldn't management come to me and said, "Well, okay, starting on Tuesday, you'll be taking over the interns"?
Because he never went to management.
True.
Right.
Are you quitting the free job or not?
Erock, comment?
Sure, fine, done. Not doing this.
Oh.
I'm not putting up with this shit.
He says that shit on the air, but then as soon as management comes down the hall, it's a whole different story.
It is, right?
Completely different.
Right?
He's not quitting.
Are you? If you're not quitting, then say you're not quitting.
Yeah, just say if you like them looking up to you, that's fair.
No, I don't
Been
care.
around you.
Oh. Erock? Final words? Comment, Erock? Comment?
So you're quitting the intern gig like you said you were going to before vacation.
He said he did.
He said he did, yes.
That was the whole point here. Yes,
Erock.
he's bringing other shit into it, whatever. But that's the whole point right now.
And he was trying to bullshit with his email. That was a fucking total. That's dirty. It was
dirty.
Because he said I'll be taking over, and I said no. I clarified everything. I said no. I'm only looking over the interns for the week that he is away. Eric will resume duties second he gets back. That's what the email said. You saw it. You were still here when you received it.
And you said nothing to management about that, Erock?
About Troy's email?
Yeah, why didn't you comment on
Why don't
it?
you say, no, this isn't just for when I'm gone, this is forever?
I just didn't respond to it.
Why?
Because I didn't.
The email was sent.
But wouldn't that have made it clear that you didn't want to do the intern job anymore?
And didn't Troy's email make it clear that he didn't realize he was taking over full time?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you respond to that and put that fire out immediately?
It's true.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well.
Oh, boy. When does the radio wizard get here? There's issues.
Let's leave Mr. Nagel's words up there for everyone to see.
Right.
I don't know. Troy's getting a nice fucking Hitler thing going.
Yeah, exactly.
That hair is fucking fantastic.
Fucking Boardwalk Empire look.
Yeah, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He has the Hitler at the Eagle's Nest hair. When it was a little windy and he was kind of casual and relaxed.
Yes.
He was just watching Eva run around with the dog.
Looked all sexy.
So Erock's going to be in charge of the interns.
Of course he is.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
Another semester of fucking...
It's pretty obvious.
Interns not knowing what to do. Running around amok.
So it was all bullshit when you said you had it with this shit.
Yeah.
Erock?
No, it wasn't bullshit that I didn't have it with this shit.
Rebut.
But
you're not getting fired from the company or the show. You're just quitting a
duty.
A duty. Thank you. That you have to do for free. You didn't get extra money for that.
No.
I feel like it's my fault.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't bring this fantasy football thing up, I hated it. There would have never been a problem with the phone calls. We were just talking shit.
No, but there's just no communication. That room's all laughs. All they're doing in there is having a bunch of laughs. They're not, it's like Sal walks in there, he doesn't know what to do.
Well,
fucking poor intern, it's not his fault.
Oh, he doesn't know any better at this point.
Should Travis sit down with the guys and sort this out today?
Yeah, get Travis in here.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's right.
He can sit down early next week, because the first week of September, nothing's ever happening in the radio show. We were always away this week, aren't we?
And the radio wizard's still not here.
He's here.
He's here? You saw him?
I saw him in the back.
All right, tell him there's some problems he's got to
We
get
should
on.
get a no horseplay sign for that room right there.
Yeah, it's all everybody's having a ball in there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of work getting done. Fucking Sal doesn't know what to do. He's like, I don't know. Erock tells me a bunch of things.
He didn't even know whether the calls. He's screening the calls and had no clue whether we wanted calls that liked it,
but the whole
or didn't like it.
And the whole reason he was in there,
right,
is because the intern fucked up.
So we didn't have problems with the phones.
The intern fucked up, so they bring in Sal.
Then he goes in and he doesn't even get proper instructions according to Sal.
But then while he's on the air, we hear in the back, "Hello, O&A." The intern just takes over again.
The intern's back on the phones.
This is ridiculous.
Erock, comment.
No leadership in there.
Erock,
comment.
Leadership.
Why aren't you having fun like we are?
Oh, I wonder why.
Oh, why?
Is it that you don't think that you're above Sal to have him come in and do it?
No.
So you think you could give a command to Sal?
I asked Sal earlier to come in because I thought I was going to need him on phones, but intern number 2 was getting the hang of everything, and he was doing fine.
How was he getting the hang of it? What do you mean? He was putting the right air part to his mouth?
You were answering calls just fine for a while until one call got up there saying...
By the way, before we start talking about fantasy football, I would guess there were 5 phone calls that came in about just nonsense, dumb stuff.
But technically, it is Sal's job. He's the associate producer. I mean, it is his job.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know why he's always in the back. He should be. When I was associate producer, I was sitting in front of the phones every day.
Man.
Damn it. That's going to leave it blue.
Well, I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah, well,
truth is the truth.
That's true.
Right, Eric?
All right, yeah, that is true. That's what you were doing, but I'm not Sal's direct boss.
Well, who does Sal answer to here when the executive producer's not here?
Exactly.
Who's in charge of this? Like, what the hell's going on?
Wait, the operation would have ran a lot smoother if Travis was here today?
Well, I mean, at least you could. There's somebody to point the finger at, right? I mean, that's what everybody needs to do. Is somebody needs to point the finger at somebody's blame.
Finger pointing here.
We do.
That's for sure.
Yep. We do it very well. Erock, comment?
Comment, Erock?
No comment.
No comment. Wow.
Well, does Sal know what his duties are?
Duty.
Seems to be shirking his duties.
Shirking.
I know my job. I know what I should do, and I guess that.
What are you supposed to be doing right now?
Right now, answering the phones.
Doing what with the phones? What is the instruction on the phones?
The latest instruction is to provide phone calls that people who prefer to do fantasy.
Because right now you're lollygagging.
So when Geoffrey Rush comes in, are you going to find people that hate his movies?
No.
And put them all up?
No. Why would I do that? That's silly.
But why are you building weekend programming?
Tuesday.
Exactly.
Tuesday. Yeah, we haven't even done enough radio to have a weekend program.
Exactly. The worst of the week countdown? That's what you're building now?
Who told you to do that?
It's just something I've done since I
Sam,
was an intern here.
Isn't it true? I'll go back to Sam with this.
Okay.
If we haven't done radio yet, it's almost impossible to build weekend programming.
Yeah, well, I mean,
isn't the weekend program based on the live show during that week?
The weekend programming of the Opie and Anthony show is highlighting the week of radio, meaning even the promos themselves are reflective of the content that took place during the week.
So you're building weekend programming based on that we did maybe 2 hours of radio at that point.
They were great, by the way.
That was 2 great hours.
It's been a great show.
Sam's honeymoon. That'll be on the countdown, so at least he's getting that.
No. I was not doing that. I was doing the Joe Rogan. I was getting that started because we also got to build a promo for it, get that
Thank
going.
God. Joe Rogan was getting stressed out while the live show was on.
But Joe Rogan, it is what it is. He's just, it's an hour of his podcast.
Right, it's something I like to get a head start on so that it can be out of the way for later work that I need to do later in the week.
Theoretically, it could
Instead of
happen at
answering
11.
phone calls, knowing that we have interns that are starting today.
Yeah, like you could have done that at 10:05 when we're off the air, or 9:59.
This is true. This is true. I just thought if there are interns in here answering phones, it's cool with the show. It's cool that they're doing it.
Nobody's making the call. Nobody's like clarifying, like, hey, it may not be a good idea that this intern just started. Let's put him on the. I mean, there's nobody here to do that. So if you're up to Sal, it's just like, woo.
Who should be doing that, you think?
The boss.
I think
the executive producer.
Hold on, I think we're all in agreement. If Travis, decides that the first week back from summer vacation is the week he needs to take off, then the radio wizard needs to step in and fucking take care of these issues.
But then who's the next in line? Who takes over his position?
We
if
don't
he's not
know
here?
because the radio wizard hasn't said that yet.
Yeah, there should be an interim executive producer.
That's right.
And then they would make the decision to say, Sal, what the fuck are you doing?
Right.
Don't be building Joe Rogan promos. Get on the phones. The show's
Guys
live.
need you.
Yeah.
Because the interns fucking just got name tags. You shouldn't go from getting a name tag to jumping on the phones for this radio show.
And by the way, where's our Geoffrey Rush prep sheets?
Over here, the printer was
Okay. No, we got them. That's good.
All right.
So I want to see how butchered they are.
Sam,
he started the movie Shin. All right, good.
Sam, who do we blame today? Who gets the big blame on this one?
It's tough because I wouldn't say Eric needs to be blamed, but I think he does need to be held accountable for his words. He did say, before I left for Hawaii, he said, no, I've made it clear I am not going to be the intern boss when I get back. So literally, when the interns came up to him today and said, hey, Eric, I was wondering, Eric should have been like, well, this isn't my job. That should have been taken care of. That's what Eric needs to be held accountable for. And we need...
For not meaning what he says.
Well, yeah, he made it up, I think. And...
Did he make it up, Erock? Why is he folding his arms?
Erock?
Did you make it up? Sam
I
saying
didn't make
this.
it up.
I think he probably did.
Sam thinks you made that up.
What a surprise.
It was Thursday before, like he was here on Friday.
I will guarantee that Erock will be in charge of the interns this semester. I will guarantee that.
All semesters to come.
Oh, yeah, and all semesters to follow.
Until management decides he's no longer capable of doing that job, he'll do the job.
Well, why haven't they yet?
We also, I think, we need a direct
some blame
boss, I guess.
Radio Wizard?
Radio Wizard needs to appoint somebody to be the person, because the Radio Wizard gets here at like...
Well, Radio Wizard decided that Travis should take the first week off. That we're back.
Radio Wizard.
But he doesn't get... He gets here at like 8 o'clock, and he's got other stuff going on. Like, there needs to be... I guess somebody in charge of the show.
I'm just thinking if the executive producer for a really, big radio show is out, then the Radio Wizard probably should set his alarm clock a little earlier than 8 o'clock to make sure things are running smoothly.
I mean, somebody's got to nominate a new boss. I personally, if it were up to me, I think Erock should be the interim executive producer. That's my personal thing.
Erock, would you accept that job title as
Based on what,
Well, I mean, in terms of leadership skills.
Now he's just being mean.
In terms of...
Are you saying he doesn't have leadership skills?
No, I'm saying the interim executive producer needs to have leadership skills, a certain... repertoire, a back and forth,
je ne sais quoi,
a relationship with the talent.
Troy, does Erock have leadership skills?
You don't think?
Certain panache.
No, he's shown that on all levels.
That he has no leadership skills.
The way he needs to also have a relationship with the talent that they can go back and forth, exchange ideas,
not only on a personal level, but on a creative level.
Sure.
Do you think Erock likes to be liked too much to be a boss type thing? Like, I don't think Erock likes blasting out orders to people because I think he likes being liked.
Like he'd be like, Sam, go do this. And I'd be like, I thought we were going to do lunch later. And he'd be like, all right, don't worry about it.
He'd be like, look, I don't want to tell you to do this, but, they're getting on me. And then that just breeds no respect.
Right. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, then I'm not going to do it. And it's totally cool. I'm not even going to get in trouble for it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, no, I think, a relationship with the talent, leadership skills, a certain amount of experience that he's accrued over the past several years. And he just carries himself, I guess, somewhat regally, like old kings would,
Oh, right.
How about we do this?
Like a sign of wealth.
Sam, how about we do this? Erock, are you willing to quit one of your job titles? Head of the interns.
Head of the interns? Yes.
All right, I want you to officially quit on the air, and then, Sam, I want you to go down the hall and tell the radio wizard.
Yeah. Let's get it done right now.
All right, are you officially quitting?
As head of the interns? Yes.
All right.
And you want me to...
Yes.
I'll go down and because right now, as we speak right now, interns can run amok. And there's no one seeing what they do or anything.
And make sure you address him as the radio wizard from now on.
They're like freshly
and Roland,
freed
make sure
slaves.
he does it. Roland's going to make sure you call him the radio wizard. That's Gary's new name. Florentine, why are you here?
Why am I here?
No, what are you plugging?
Yeah.
Oh, no, my new CD came out today.
Awful jokes from my first comedy notebook. Nice. I like the fucking cover art.
I heard a clip of it.
Did you hear it? Yeah.
It was fucking, and I remember those jokes.
Oh wait, what? You doing something a little different?
Yeah, well, I found my, my first notebooks I was writing in.
Right.
When I was moving, I went through them like, holy shit, this is brutal as stuff. And I just did it on a podcast. I read some of the jokes, and then people went nuts. Like, please put something. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. So these are all just bad jokes that I basically came up with when I first started doing comedy.
Did you do this in front of an audience?
No, I did it in a studio.
Fuck it.
We're going to play a track from it in a second, but Sam's now
So
running
it's all
back
just
down the hall.
bad jokes that either made the stage or didn't. And some of them actually did, because I remember I used to do a joke like, I got a sports car. Yeah, you got to be a good sport
to be seen in it. I remember that one. I remember fucking one of my favorites is when fucking Florentine would do his impression of Stephen Wright, and the fucking joke was I broke my toe. I had to call a tow truck.
No, yeah, I broke my toe and I couldn't move it, so I had to call a tow truck.
But he was so ashamed of it, as he should have been. At the end of the go, Stephen Wright, thank you, Stephen Wright, Stephen Wright.
I blame it on Stephen Wright when the bit bombed.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I lumped a bunch of them in there.
If it killed, you would have mentioned Stephen Wright.
Yeah, of course.
We were like, what is he doing?
Sam, did you address him as the radio wizard, first of all?
I didn't have to. He's heard the title. He's not. I don't think he likes it.
Why doesn't he like it?
Well, I think he sees the
I'd be
inherent
flattered to be
sarcasm.
called a radio wizard.
Yeah.
That will make my day.
Yeah.
All right, what did you say to him?
He said.
What were your exact words?
I said they'd really like a comment.
Look, Gandalf. I don't think Erock wants this job.
I said they'd really like a comment on the quitting that Eric just did of his responsibility of his intern boss. And he said, yeah, he goes, I'm really not going to do this on the air.
Uh-oh.
But I know why. But I get why.
He doesn't even get what radio's about.
But you know why?
Why wouldn't you do it on the air?
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because he'll come down like off the air, and he'll be like, Eric, you can't quit. Like, don't be a fucking dick. And Eric will be like, okay, whatever you say. And then he won't quit.
Thus then,
right.
When I said, I guarantee he'll be in charge of the interns.
Right. Yeah.
And we'll get that answer tomorrow, by the way, officially. But why would you go on the air with that after we just spent an hour on it?
Right now, intern anarchy right now.
Yep.
They're leaderless.
They don't have a
They don't
boss
know what
right
to
now?
do.
No.
They don't know what to do.
It's Lord of the Flies, man.
Right now, who's the intern boss?
Right now, it's there's just a void for power here.
Oh my God. What happens if they run in here? Are you going to come in? You will.
Oh, man. Why would you do that?
Exactly.
So you got to go back to an old show. Every time an intern's in here, Erock has been told he has to also be in studio.
Yeah.
And he basically acknowledged that he would run in here if an intern ran in here.
And he wouldn't even, like, hypothetically, when I said, if an intern runs in, will you follow him? And he's not the intern boss, he said, but he did say he would.
That means you're still the boss.
All right. You're an intern cuckold.
Florentine, what track you want to play off this?
They're all bad. It doesn't matter.
They're all bad.
Fucking awful bad jokes. Awful one-liners.
Give me something.
I had to put awful
What a
in front of
great
them
idea.
because it's on iTunes, so I don't want people like discovering
and being like, "Oh, this guy sucks."
Yeah, just go. I want to hear his comedy and go, "What the fuck is this?"
This crap.
Awful puns.
Yeah, you know what? Go all because when we first started, Jim, remember like all the headliner guys are doing puns.
Yeah.
So I used to
boy.
think I got to write a pun around everything I think
Sure.
of. Yeah, go with the pun.
There was one that was really funny that you would do though about fucking misunderstanding a girl because she was talking about cable. And you thought she was talking about her period or something? Like she was talking about
She goes, "Don't come over. I got PMS on my grill. You get that down in your area."
Like you thought it was a cable
channel.
Oh, yeah.
But there was some funny lines with that. And there was one where
and then I said I didn't know the girl was on her period, so she's like, "I don't think you should come over my apartment." I thought she didn't want me to come over because her apartment was dirty. I go, "Why can't I come over?" It's because your pad's a mess.
and then because he thought it was cable, and she was talking about her period. Jim goes, "What's the matter? You having a problem with your box?"
Yeah, that's right.
It was a funny one.
All right, let's check it out from
So it's
Florentine.
on iTunes today, metalblade.com. Yeah,
Bad
awful
puns.
awful jokes. My first comedy notebook.
And it has this thing. It says over 220 awful jokes on the CD.
Yeah, I
so you're
counted.
making it very.
I counted the jokes. There's 220 on here.
All right, we'll play this track right here for Jim Florentine.
I went out with a girl with leprosy, but that relationship fell to pieces pretty quick. I told her she was ugly, and she cried her eyes out. Then I told her a funny joke, and she laughed her head off. I was walking through the woods and went up to a deer from behind and put my finger in his back like I had a gun. I said, "Give me all your dough." Why would I think a deer would have money? I broke my toe the other day and I couldn't move it, so I called a tow truck. Ugh. If I treated you to a Big Mac, would you be all over my Whopper? I saw a sign on the road that said scenic area, next right, so I pulled over, but didn't see Nick. But I did talk to a guy named Gary. Ugh. I didn't make any friends when I was in high school because my parents sent me to a private school, so I just kept to myself. I didn't have any friends because I was cracking jokes like this. I went for a job as a short order cook, but they told me I was too tall. I pulled my arm out of my socket, and next thing you know, my whole body shut down. I want to pull my eyes out right now. I cut my leg open, and I actually thought it was pretty funny because it kept me in stitches all week. Why would I think that an open wound on my leg would be funny? The other day, I went out on a limb to save a tree. I guess Cher left Sonny because he couldn't get a Bono anymore. My brother and I were looking at a map of the world, and he was eating a donut over it, and pieces were falling all over the map. I started thinking, what a crummy world. Then I picked up a broom and started sweeping the nation. I'm always getting sick. One day, one of my stereo speakers went out, and I caught mono. I had a nightmare that I was washing my hands in the sink, and my ring slipped off and fell down the drain. I guess it was a pipe dream. Do turtles get gas at a Shell station? I hit a deer and it sucked because it cost me a lot of dough. I thought it was just going to be a few bucks. You ever aim for potholes and accidentally hit a guy jogging? I did one time and he was all bent out of shape. Why would anyone aim for potholes? I went to motor vehicles the other day and asked me if I'd like to donate my organs. I told them no, but I'm looking to get rid of a couple pianos. I'm a paranoid person. I was reading Spy magazine the other day and I kept looking over my shoulder. Whenever I went on an interview for a job, they always wanted references. So I'd bring an encyclopedia. I saw this girl walking down the street and only one of her nipples were popping through her shirt. I said, I just wanted to let you know that you have a headlight out. I drove by a farm and all these cows were resting up against a barn. I said to myself, look at that lean beef. I never said that.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Have you ever wondered how many cubic feet of flatulence it would take to lift a hot air balloon? How many peanut M&Ms would it take to fill the average dog colon? Well, wonder no more, friends. Join me on my journey for knowledge, seeking out answers to the questions man has pondered since the dawn of time. On today's episode, how much period blood would it take to fill a Chevy Trailblazer? The average total menstrual cycle discharge measures 5 tablespoons. That's 74 milliliters, or 2.5 clumpy shots of coppery goodness. Bottoms up. The usable interior volume of a Chevy Trailblazer measures 125.5 cubic feet, or approximately 939 gallons. That means it would take 240,384 tablespoons to fill the Chevy Trailblazer to capacity with uterus. That's enough period blood for 48,078 periods. That's enough women to fill every seat of Safeco Field. More like mushrooms and pennies field. LOL. If one woman were to account for all that period blood, she would have to be perioding for over 4,000 years. In the business, we call that YOP, or years of period. What did you say? You want a how much bonus round? Well, okay, fans. How many tampons would it take to soak up all that bitching, crying, and needless spending? Well, let's see. The average woman goes through an estimated 20 tampons per cycle. Using our previously calculated figure of 48,078 periods to fill that Chevy Trailblazer, we would need to go through 961,560 tampons to clean that mess up. That's enough tampons to cross the Great Salt Lake at its widest point. Now that's what I call one heavy flow. Get it? Join us next time for an all-new edition of How Much?
Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Got Florentine in studio today. Let's not forget about the new CD that's out today on iTunes and Metal Blade and where else? Anywhere else?
That's pretty much, yeah.
All right, good. It's called Awful Jokes from my first comedy notebook. Over 220 awful jokes on this CD. Mm-hmm. And we heard a track, and wow.
Right?
Very uncomfortable.
There's a whole thing on there. It's the last track. I put it at the end, is where I wrote this MTV audition script. I was trying to be an MTV VJ, so I wrote up this whole script of how it was supposed to go. And
pretty bad.
Ooh.
Wow, I'd love to hear that one.
I was trying to be like the cool guy. My name was Jammin' Jim because I was a DJ back then. It's like, hey, Jammin', the girl. I had like 2 girls around me. Hey, Jammin', why don't you tell them how you're a comedian? And then I start doing jokes.
Oh, whoa! And this was serious?
Oh, yeah. This was a thing I was going to, and my friend was going to videotape it to play, and we were going to send it to MTV to be a VJ. So this was my script that I was sending. This is a script I wrote.
No.
I was trying to get a job as a... Oh, shit. I don't care. You can play it, but it's
no.
It's
probably very good.
I want to hear a
this
little
is a
of
script
it.
I wrote. I was trying to get a job as a VJ at MTV, and I was going to film this. And I used to call myself Jammin' Jim.
Oh.
And this script, I really thought I was going to press the MTV execs, and I was going to get this gig. It fucking stinks. Here goes. Jim is standing with 2 hot girls. He's talking to them, and they're very attentive and giggling at his comments. Jim: I took this hot-looking chick out to dinner the other night. I really wanted to impress her. I mean, money was no object on this date, is what I'm trying to say. So we're sitting in this Burger King, right? Girls laugh. My date starts to tell me that the last date she went on, the guy spent $400 on her, and he didn't even try to kiss her at the end of the night. What do you have to say to that? I go, well, number 1, the guy is a loser. And number 2, if I spend $400 on a girl in one night, I'm bringing a farm animal in bed with us. I'm getting my money's worth.
Can you pause this for 1 second? You know what was so far my favorite part of this horrendous endeavor is the fact that you wrote into an MTV script. What was the opening line? A fucking...
Jim's sitting around as the girls are giggling.
What was the first joke?
The Burger King?
Oh, yeah, the burger. So I took this girl out to a nice restaurant. Money was no object.
Money was no object.
Money
Who
was
on MTV
no-
fucking talks like that?
Money is no object.
Money is no object.
Remember, kids, just use a little elbow grease.
Yeah. That was a fucking show sponsored by Texaco in 1950.
Sam should learn that lesson, though. Money is no object sometimes.
Yeah. Sometimes it is.
Yeah, well.
Girls are cracking up.
Cracking up.
Now, Jim all of a sudden notices the camera's on and the tape is rolling. Jim, hey, cameraman, cue me next time, will you? I'm spending $500 on this demo tape, and this is the service I get? Both girls at the same time go, don't worry, Jam and Jim, we'll service you later.
Oh.
Jim, yeah, I know that service is for free. Jim winks at the camera. Anyway, if you don't know me by now, my name is Jam and Jim. Girl 1. Hey, Jam and Jim, tell MTV what you did at the radio station you worked at.
Pause.
Jim.
Jim, I sucked. I love how they're referring to you as Jam and Jim.
Jam and Jim.
Nobody... Hey, Anthony Cumia. Hey, Opie. No one talks like that.
Hey, Jam and Jim.
I'm just getting pleasure out of it. Even though I'm cringing, I'm just watching Jim's face.
Oh, yeah,
the whole
yeah,
time.
yeah.
I'm just keying on him
It's
as this is playing.
Because I knew him when this happened.
I know.
This wasn't
Why are you
mid-'80s.
still friends then?
I didn't know this was going on, obviously.
Jim. Oh, you girls like that story, huh? I bet you do. Well, a few years ago, I was the morning man at this radio station that played soft rock. So one day the manager comes in and tells me things aren't working out, and tomorrow's my last day.
Look out.
So the next morning, I got to the station before anyone was even there and nailed the front door shut so no one can get in.
Jam and Jim.
I went on the air and had a Black Sabbath festival for 2 hours. After every couple of songs, I'd get on the air and tell them I was protesting being fired, and I wouldn't get off the air until a local newspaper comes down and does a story on me. So I received my wish, and as soon as the interview was over and I took the nails out of the door, I got arrested. Just another day in the life of Jam and Jim.
Come on, you weren't serious. You were not serious. You are not serious.
Another day in the life of Jam and Jim.
Just another day in the life of Jam and Jim.
Because that's what MTV wanted,
So
a hip
loose
guy
can,
that would
a wild man.
would do that.
With
Yeah,
a
just
little
another
edge.
day in the
Little
life.
edge. Not too much edge, but a little edge.
That was pretty crazy.
If you liked that story,
That made up
there's
story.
plenty more.
Hey,
There's plenty more.
Can we clean up Geoffrey Rush's area a little bit? He's coming in early.
Really?
We didn't even announce that we're having Geoffrey Rush in today. He won some Academy Awards, right?
He's won the Oscar.
He won at least one. For which one? Which performance?
He won for Shine. He was amazing in '96.
Fuck yeah!
And I think he was nominated for the King's Speech too. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, we had him scheduled for 9:30, but I guess we're going to get him early, which means we're going to unfortunately have to stop the Florentine CD thing right now. But
People are waiting to hear what's going on.
Wait, there was more to that?
Another 3 minutes.
There's another 3 minutes.
Oh, good.
I love that.
It's all Florentine's new CD, Awful Jokes from My First Comedy Notebook.
Available on iTunes.
Metal Blade.
Justin.
Yeah, there's
Another
also
day in the
a
life.
section where I go, you're Jam and tell them how you're a comedian. Then I tell these jokes. Like, I do examples. I forget what the jokes are. But they're something about being a dog's a man's best friend. How could he be a friend when... I don't know what the joke. It's bad.
You must have just pictured the Jam and Jim fucking logo up there, the like shit from MTV.
But then I have a real serious moment. I go, please give me this job. I'm a comedian at night. I can work during the day. And I go, I'm a loser. I still live at home. I go, even when when I walk by my cat, instead of my cat going meow, my cat goes, move out.
Oh, wow.
Even my pet frog took a leak on me.
That's fucking terrible.
Oh my God.
Move out.
The worst part is the fact that the girls are going, "Hey, Jammin'," and not going, "Well, shut up,
Hey,
you asshole."
Jammin'.
No.
Here he comes,
Jammin'.
Geoffrey Rush. Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Nice.
Big star.
Hi, sir.
Good
Have
morning.
a seat.
How are you?
Geoffrey Rush, everyone.
Jeffrey
Wow.
Rush. Take a seat. Very good. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Man, you're like a real star. we get some, in between guys here.
And every once in a while, we get a real star.
Yeah.
Today's real star day.
Definitely consider real star. That's for sure. Seen you in quite a few movies.
And I'm embarrassed to admit we got your movie and did not. We were on vacation last week and did not realize that it was your movie. No, because we had one from Deepak Chopra, which we was not good.
Wait, you checked out the Deepak?
I don't know where to begin.
I know.
Yeah.
Right? You checked out that movie instead?
Yeah, because I didn't realize
I know,
that
we-
was Jeffrey's film.
It's our first day back, so.
Yeah, we've been
Maybe
away.
Geoffrey would like my MTV audition script.
Probably not.
So the name
was
of
terrible.
the name of the you're promoting is called The Eye of the Storm, and it's in theaters September 7th. Could you just kind of give us just let us know what it's about?
The Eye of the Storm is about, well, look, in a nutshell, it's based on a very famous novel by our Nobel Prize-winning author from the early 70s, Patrick White. But don't let that scare you. Right. Really, it's a massive, sprawling novel that's been made into this rather smart film by Fred Skepsey, who's one of our great senior cinematic maestros from down under. Dysfunctional family. And interesting, the sort of buzz that I've heard from some Americans who've seen it, they don't worry about its literary pedigree. They just say, it kind of reminded me of a crazy Wes Anderson flick. Or,
really, yeah?
Who do you play in the film?
I play a failed actor.
Oh, wow. So you're playing me.
Yeah, no, well,
Jimmy.
I hopefully had to do a lot of research for that role. I don't know. It came unbearably easy.
Is it hard to play, because you're such a great actor, is it hard to play somebody who stinks?
Well, the film is set in 1972, which is exactly the year when I started out as a young actor. So I was very much looking at Australian actors, all of whom at that stage used to migrate to England. That's long before people started doing the push across to LA or, American films and stuff. So there was a certain generation of a kind of actor, the names may be familiar now, people like Robert Helpman and Leo McKern and Peter Finch. You know what I mean? That generation of actors. But ultimately it wasn't so much about, making it a documentary about that period of history. It's more about coming back to visit my dying mother, because my sister and I have fled home in our youth because Mum was a bit of a handful. But we've sort of come back to try and make sure that our impoverishment is going to be helped by the bucket load of money that she's got.
Oh, okay.
So it's not a very noble cause that you're going back for.
No.
You're going back. You had a shitty childhood, and you're going back for her money.
Yeah,
fair enough.
That's the line on the poster that I think would sell it really well.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Were you nominated for King's Speech?
Yes, I did. I got an Oscar nomination for that.
When you're nominated and you don't win, they always show the guy being nominated being graceful. But what is, because you've also won, so what is it that goes through your head when you hear the other name?
I think you have a gut instinct about where it's going to go. You know what I mean? Because there's such a kind of machine now, right from at the moment, the Telluride Festival's on, Toronto Film Festival is on, and then it goes through all the winter season, and then you've got the Golden Globes and the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs.
So you're kind of going to know.
You have an intuition, and I felt pretty certain the momentum was behind Christian Bale on that one.
For the fighter.
Rightfully so, because it's a fantastic performance in a really great film.
Yeah, but do you still kind of ever look at something and go like, yeah, I think I was a little better?
Well, I suppose, you are aware that you're in that little box on the screen, and there's an impulse, I think, under everyone to go, what?
Right.
Yeah.
You don't.
When you won for Shine, which was amazing, that was an amazing performance, was there anybody you forgot to thank? Do you make a list of people that you have to talk about, and then there's somebody...
The Shine year was 97, and by memory that was the first time they had America Online, and I had no idea what that meant. There were a lot of people sitting outside the room at keyboards, and I thought, well, if you're interviewing me, where's it going? People are going to read your typewriting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had no concept of the web at that stage. But the Academy's now set up a thing where, they say, look, don't make your speech long and boring and mention everyone that you ever went to school with, because you can go online afterwards, and it's kind of a neater way. It's a little more entertaining. We're all trying to get the show down from 3.5 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's always got to be one person you forget, though. Like, I always love the stories of guys who, forget their wives, where they forget, the one person that did the most for them.
Look, yeah. You're up in front of however many thousands of people, and that, mad fictional figure of 1 billion. I still don't quite work out where those 1 billion people are on that particular moment. If you do the math, you go, well, with the time zone in Europe, they're probably all in bed. I can't imagine too many people down in remote areas of South America up, watching for the best picture nom,
Are they fudging the numbers a little bit?
Possibly. I don't know.
Did you get any crap from someone that you didn't mention after your speech?
No, generally people were pretty good. I mean, I went out there and quite genuinely, I hope, and honestly said, I want to thank every actor, every theatre worker I've ever worked with in Australia, because I spent 25 years doing that. And Really Shine was the second film that I'd been involved in. So I wanted to give a nod to a lot of mates, but you have to kind of, if you mentally prepare something in case you get that chance, you've got to make it, it's like writing an ad, I think. You've got 60 seconds to maximize the impact,
Did you really have some kind of a breakdown before that? I mean, it talks about I guess you never know what online, but it said 92 that you were overworked and you weren't happy with where your career was going. And it was like, did you have something that happened which even might have prepared you for that role?
I think that's a comment from somebody else speculating that I wasn't happy about where my career was going. Because it was going fine. I had a really good niche on the Australian stage. I got to work with all the major companies, and I had good connections with different directors and different teams of actors and stuff. But when you clock 40 and you've been doing it for 20 years, and you think, you start to think, if there's another 20 still in me, what will that be? Will it get less interesting? Will I get bored? Will it get a little frustrating? And to be honest, working in the theatre, around that time my first child was born, you start to think, I've got to start getting bigger, more regular bucks for most of the year, not just 25 weeks of it.
That's a lot of pressure,
Because you start to think somewhere down the track they were going to want to go to college, etc., etc. So I hit some kind of brick wall. But I think that's part and parcel, not only of our industry. I mean, I think everyone has a little reality check in their life at some point where they go, is it working out fine the way I'm doing it, or do I need to, reshape a little bit?
So it proves that you just don't know where the hell it's going to go anyway, because the goddamn Pirates of the Caribbean money's pretty good.
It's a given in our job. If I can come up with the easiest analogy, we're like fruit pickers, and if they suddenly go, there's been bad hailstorms, there's no fruit this year, then you go, I'll have to do something else. I don't know now. I mean, I've certainly got maybe more regular opportunities and possibilities around the corner, but I still don't know what I'll be doing after January next year. You know what I mean? I've got a gig till then, and then
then you don't know. You're right. Yeah.
I want to jump in. What would you do for money if the acting didn't work out around 92 when you were sort of at that crossroads?
When I was a student in Paris back in the 70s, I worked as a dishwasher in a really groovy little French restaurant, and I really, really liked kitchen life. But, to do that now, you've got to go on television.
Right.
To fulfill that dream, because that seems to be where everyone's cooking. Yeah. So I don't know if that would be as interesting.
Yeah, that would have been a big drop-off from a possible Oscar to the cafe in France, even if it was...
Is it hard to pick up and leave your home country for a career? Because
it had been hardwired in. I was very lucky. My stepdad was a sheep shearer. So, and I got to know him in my mid-teens onwards. And, I knew from his career that he would work 6 months on and 6 months off. It was very seasonally driven. So I had a very strong role model there, that it was possible to earn good bucks for 6 months, and then the work wouldn't happen. And it's like the cane cutters before they had machinery. The cane cutters would work for 6 months of the year, and they'd go and have R&R wherever. And when I started out as an actor, there were lots of Australia's a big country. It's the same size as mainland USA. So if you ended up doing a tour of Queensland, it'd be like going through 15 or 20 states on the eastern seaboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that meant being away from home base for 10, 12, 14 weeks. So those sort of experiences found their way in as part of the stuff you did.
Yeah, because there are some actors that, amazingly enough, keep it pretty localized for L.A., a lot of television acting stuff. You seem to do a lot of traveling in your acting. It seems like not having that home base would be a little much to deal with.
We have a very strong home base in Melbourne, and my wife and family and myself sort of agreed on that very early on. Again, it's the logistics. Australia is a fairly long way from everywhere.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of local work shooting in Antarctica at the moment.
I know.
So for us to go to Europe or to the States or somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere, it's, I've just done it. I flew in from Melbourne last night, so it's...
Must be nice, first class,
jump on the plane and haul yourself into another hemisphere.
Yeah.
At what point did you feel secure? Like, I mean, you said you were 40 and you were having this this kind of crossroads. At what point did you feel like, okay, wow, this is really the way my rest of my life is going to go? I'm going to be a really famous actor.
Well, I didn't know. There was I thought this could be a really fascinating one-off, and I enjoyed it on that level. I met some amazing people in the States, East and West Coast, who were promoting the film. And I thought, I could be one of those actors that they might say, well, we put him in the too hard basket, because I didn't sort of fit particularly with that showcase role in Shine. It doesn't automatically lead to a lot of other genre option choices, Right. There was a time when they were offering me to play Liberace in a film because he happened to be a piano player, and I thought, I don't know if I just want to specialize like that.
Yeah.
A lot of great actors have made massive careers out of playing cowboys or playing cops, you know what I mean? But piano players, I think you'd run out of stuff.
There's not a huge market for the piano playing actor.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the pianist, but
they've been done, the great ones,
Yeah.
So now you are promoting this. This is kind of like an independent film, right? This is kind of it's like a little bit of a less of a grand scale than you're used to.
Which
is kind of nice.
The Australian industry is not, studio driven on that level. There was a relatively good scale of budget, I think, in, relative terms. A great team of people to have Judy Davis and a lot of the other actors in the film, Fred had worked with over the years, because he's, his first two films back in the mid-70s, he was very much at the forefront of the big film renaissance that we had with Peter Weir and Gillian Armstrong and so forth, Bruce Beresford. His first two films, Devil's Playground and then the very tough and powerful and controversial Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith, he'd always had a very strong connection with the Toronto Film Festival, so we were there with this film this time last year, Eye of the Storm. And we were hoping somebody might pick it up for North American distribution, but that didn't happen. But now we've got this really great, fresh, funky young team called Sycamore, who have jumped on the film, and they're, very keen to kind of get it into that. I think they've got it booked into the Lincoln Plaza, which is great. Sounds like exactly the right springboard for out of the New York houses, Yeah.
Do you still audition for things or no? Or do you? 'Cause I went to an audition recently, and I saw some major actors walking out, and I was surprised that they actually had to read. Yeah. Well, one of them walked out, and you could tell he wasn't thrilled because he just had that.
Maybe because he saw you.
that really does knock it down a scale. You see me reading for the same part, you're like, ugh, this is a shit project.
I haven't. No, it's been a while since I've properly gone into a multiple choice situation.
So like the King's
Speech, normally you meet people, you meet people and they say, look, I'd like to talk to you about this film and see what you think about it, blah, 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 blah.
So for King's Speech, they kind of said, we'd like you to do this. Are you interested in doing this?
Well, I was a bit aggressive on that one because I said, you need a guy who's from Australia in his late 50s. It's a short list. It's me.
Were they looking at anybody
I was
else?
hoping. I don't know. I don't know.
But you heard about it and you wanted to do it?
No, I think, in fact, the actual play script of the stage play that has only just recently been produced in the UK, I think, it landed on my front doorstep. So I was one of the first people to actually get to know that the story existed. And the producers from England who wanted to put it on stage thought I might be interested because of the nature of the character. And I read that play script and talked to my agents and said, I actually think this would make a pretty fascinating film. So I kind of got in on the creative side as well.
Yeah, you kind of pushed it and then said, hey, by the way, I'm available, which is kind of smart.
And I can do it.
You ever get with the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, you ever start thinking like, oh boy, if I do 3 of these, people are going to start thinking of me as that character, and obviously you seem like somebody that enjoys acting and wouldn't want to be typecast in that. Does that ever cross your mind when you're doing that?
Gore Verbinski, who directed the first 3 films, he sent me this really fantastic cover note with the script. I'd never met him, didn't really know who he was. And by memory, the cover note said something like, Jerry Bruckheimer's going out on a limb. The pirate genre's always failed and has done since 1951 or something, you know what I mean? But he said, there's a great role here for the main villain of the piece, and he said, I've always been attracted by actors, and I'm quoting from bad memory. He said, I like actors who can have something going on the outside, but that something else completely different might be going on the inside. And he referenced Alec Guinness. Now, Alec Guinness is, I've never had the chance to meet him, but he's always been a kind of a hero. So that letter kind of got me interested, because he said, I don't want a summer blockbuster phone-in performance. I want you to treat this with any of the sort of gravitas that you put onto any other role.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, each time they've come out with a new chapter, they've kind of played around with this character and taken him from being the badass guy into being the politician, and then, then he goes and joins the king. So for me, they've felt like quite, I feel like I'm in a very big Charles Dickens novel, and you just don't know how it's going to end. You know what I mean?
Were you happy seeing the movie after? Because I'm sure with all the effects and everything, it's very hard to kind of get a line on it while you're doing it.
Well, there was a great energy around the first film because we were buried in the summer release of 2003. And there were, I think, at that stage, high expectations for things like Incredible Hulk and maybe a sequel for some other film, whatever. And we opened very late in the season, and it just went.
Oh, it took off, yeah.
It was insane.
Yeah.
No one saw it coming. There was no kind of. We thought that, look, this is a fun film, but somehow I think Johnny's concept of Jack Sparrow and the whole spin of the undead. Before everyone started doing that in every film.
Yes.
Even a film about Abraham Lincoln now involves the undead. You know what I mean? We're painting ourselves into a corner.
Yeah, it must have been weird, though, at first when someone approaches you and goes, yeah, we're making a movie about a Disney ride. Yeah. You in? Like,
well, I never, there was a lot of negative press about that at the time, but I thought the Disney ride is actually fairly well researched. It was it was a golden period of about 50 or 60 years, mid 17th century, when all the colonial imperial powers were, Spain and England and Portugal, whatever, were all ransacking places all over the planet in the tropics, getting all their booty and taking it back. And piracy emerged because there were a lot of ships with a lot of great wealth on them, and some ratbags said, hey, a really quick way to get some of this wealth is just kill a few people and take it. You know what I mean? So that's the 60-year window of history that was quite intriguing.
Yeah, that's why I definitely liked the way that was taken from, because people thought, oh, the ride? Yeah, well, yo-ho, Pirate's Life for me, and then that's it, and actually had a really good story.
The ride is like, if the ride hadn't existed, they probably would have invented it then based on the film.
Right, yeah.
Because when you go on that ride, you get every nuance about pirate folklore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Drunken
I've
taverns
been on it
down
1,000
in the
times,
bayous, whatever,
laughing your ass off.
I still can't work out, because I'm not very good at engineering, I still can't work out how they get the water levels right. You start up on a Louisiana bayou with fireflies, and then you go down 50 meters
and there's
move
more
around.
flat water.
Yeah, and you go, hang on, shouldn't we be drowning?
What a pisser.
Did you? Now they say, according to the internet, were you Mel Gibson's roommate in 1979?
Yeah.
You were.
When I first moved to Sydney, I'd been a student in Europe, and I came back to work with the Queensland Theatre Company again, and then I thought, well, I'm going to go down to Sydney and try and get some jobs down there. And I landed on my feet and joined this very nice little sort of winter company where they had an ensemble of about 15, 20 actors doing 2 plays. Normally it would be a long forgotten European classic and some forgotten Australian piece, and it was a great season, and it had very notable Australian stage actors like Kerry Walker and Barry Otto, who's ended up in films like Strictly Ballroom and so forth. And Mel was pretty much fresh out of NIDA at the time and had just made Road Warrior, I think. Yeah. So he was on the cusp of the beginnings of a very big career. And we did Waiting for Godot together. We were both in our 20s, and we had a great time. He's a really neat stage clown.
Yeah.
Was he quieter when you lived with him than we've heard him on the tapes?
He was channeling the energy in a very good way.
Yeah.
But is it weird to hear, because so many of my friends do weird things, they're just not as famous as he is. Is it weird to hear somebody that you lived with at one point, like, going through this, and you're like, oh, Jesus, like...
I don't know. I mean, it's such a it's a relatively long time ago.
Oh, you didn't stay close?
On and off over the years, yeah. But I mean, I was pretty much based in Australia till the late 90s. Do you know what I mean? I only got into an international thing
in the 80s, with Lethal Weapon and stuff. Yeah.
How much time does an Oscar buy you? What I mean is, like, because you're obviously a great actor and you've won other things, Tony, Emmys, but like Timothy Hutton won an Oscar for Ordinary People. And he's worked, he hasn't done amazing films, but he has worked very steadily since, I think, 1980. And how much time do you think, when you win an Oscar, it kind of just gets you offer? Does that happen for 5 years, or is there a 10-year window on that?
I don't know if there's any specific rule book on that, because it might depend a lot on the nature of the win, the role that you played, the kind of person you are, you know what I mean? Whether it opens up the possibilities that you can move into high-level franchise genre films, and that's your forte, and that's where you keep going, and, the people with the money go, yeah, get that person. Or whether someone throws down a gauntlet. Look at someone like Marion Cotillard. Now, she would be one of a handful of international actresses. I mean, I think there was Sophia Loren, got an Oscar for an Italian film back in the early 60s. That's kind of rare, but she seems to have found a very strong kind of inroad, not only into continuing with European films, but also making major studio or even independent American films.
Yeah, I guess it gets you in the door, but if you're a jackass, you're probably not going to.
Well, there are enough people. There's enough people out there now who have got enough time on their hands to analyze and write about these things. And they're pretty quick to write about the people who may have nosedived or presumably didn't use their Oscar cred. That's why I said there's no rule book.
I guess it depends on what you do right after it, too. Like, the couple of films after it probably make a big difference into how much is going to come in.
Yeah, well, I did I felt very lucky because a wonderful Danish director, Billy August, cast me as Javert in a film of the Hugo novel of Les Miserables. Before Shine had been released, and I thought, this is just the kind of adventure that I need, because I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? This could be, I could wave bye-bye to traveling on planes and continue my theatrical career in Australia. And then, you know, I got the two Elizabethan films, Elizabeth and Shakespeare in Love, back to back. And I thought this is probably a way not to control your career by doing two Elizabethan films. It wasn't really like the genre that was, you know, sparking the market. But they both had nice roles in them and gave me a kind of a bit of a spectrum of possibilities. So that was good.
When you do a movie like Shine, like you played such a kind of a crazy character that to me is, I watch that, it seems like such a hard thing to act. That speech pattern and the behavior and this kind of manic energy. And it's like, are you one of those guys that becomes that person? Or can you be at craft services just eating a Danish and then go right into it when the cameras are on?
I've always said, you know, I mean, I admire enormously, you know, as a young actor, I watched slavishly the whole transition of, you know, from my high school years in the 60s when the studios were making musicals, you know. They all wanted to repeat the success financially of Sound of Music, so they started doing Star with Julie Andrews or Peter O'Toole in Man of La Mancha, and then suddenly, you know...
Caligula.
Yeah, Caligula, indeed. And then, you know, all this alternative countercultural American cinema started. So all that early Jack Nicholson stuff, Drive, he said, Five Easy Pieces, Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, I used to watch those guys like a hawk because I thought it's amazing. How do they put the jigsaw, the emotional jigsaw together of such intense, brilliant screen characterizations? But, you know, I probably have been influenced more from an English theatrical tradition that isn't so much as involved in that kind of, you know, Lee Strasberg history,
right? Yeah,
emotional recall, etc., etc.
Get right in, sink your entire being into it.
He's saying he doesn't buy any of that fruity American actor shit.
You know, I have worked with people who operate that way, and I think if it works for them, it's great because, you know, acting is such a kind of unpredictable craft. It's you know, it's the end product or the work in progress that gets put into the performance that is the end result. But I've often said, you know, for me, I like to take the character off at the end of the day and you know, and then pick it up again the next day because it's you're putting yourself into an imaginative state of play. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
And if you're constantly in character, just to quote you, you might end up doing your best work at the craft services table.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's my fear. Yeah.
I'm shooting something on tomorrow.
Hopefully yourself. I say that all the time, Jimmy.
It's for a local director we know named Joe DeRosa. He's a complete nobody, friend of ours. But when you rehearse lines, do you rehearse them? Will you rehearse them in character or completely, or will you just kind of say them as yourself to make sure that you have the lines?
So that's a good in-depth question, actually, because I'm about to do a musical. A funny thing happened on the way to the Forum, which was a great vehicle for Zero Mostel, and Phil Silvers did it at one point, and Nathan Lane, all great people, big sandals to step into, you know. And it's a big verbal role. He's a fast talker, you can imagine. It was originally written and tailored around Phil Silvers, so it's got that Bilko kind of wisecracking, fast, manipulative ratbag, you know. I find what I do now is I liked it, that period of investigation, I like to keep it in the third person. So I just go, I don't even read the script. I get somebody to read it so I can hear it, the words in space, and not really know where they are on a page. Because you can get a little blocked sometimes thinking, I know the line is down the bottom of the page, but there's no way in the world I can remember what the verb is, and I know it's a very particular one. It's an interesting one. So I'd rather just hear it and go, right, so my character says that. Yeah, right, great. Yeah, that's good. I got that embedded. And then only really when you get up on stage or the rehearsal room floor or on set, whereby you know by the end of the day you're going to have to have found that, you know, performance context.
So you
can only do it when you've got all the stimuli around you. You know.
So they'll read you the script. Wow.
So you'll learn the lines first, and so it doesn't take you out of the moment. Like once you have them down, then you know you can get into your character.
Yeah,
because if you're thinking about the lines, you're completely out of the character.
That's also age, and it depends on how text-driven the role might be. You know, like in a film like The King's Speech, Colin and I would sit down and have 12 pages of duologue.
Yeah.
That doesn't really happen in Pirates of the Caribbean. Though, having said that, it sometimes does. You know, those guys, Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio, aren't shy of saying, we're going to have a great scene where Jack Sparrow and Barbossa are both tied to a tree and they don't know how the hell they're going to get out of this predicament. And, you know, I unscrew my leg, I just happen to have rum inside the wooden leg, you know, and then we chat for 3 pages about how I lost the pearl. So, you know, I like good dialogue. I think it's always been there. It comes and goes in and out of fashion in, you know, mainstream American movies, but it's pretty fast and funny. I watched the Three Stooges on the plane on the way over. And it just killed me because I'm a huge Larry David fan. Larry David playing Mother Superior. Now he had chunky rants. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And those guys were doing very fast verbals with all that great slapstick hits.
See, I had been a huge Stooges fan from the old days, as they say. But then I thought the movie had some really good laughs too.
Yeah, I liked it more than I thought I would. To be honest with you.
I said that, and then people jumped on me like, bah. I'm like, no, I thought it was.
It's tricky because the original Curly, particularly in the early 30s, was, I think, one of the great screen genius comedians. Yeah. Like, fantastic, out of this world, you know what I mean, in terms of a feral child, idiot, lovable, you know what I mean? He lived in a whole world that you knew the entire rule book from. But those 3 guys, I know nothing about the actors who played those roles, but I thought they cast it extremely well.
They did a good job. That's another thing. It's so hard to look at anybody else in those characters, so it was kind of hard to see other people doing it, but I think they did a good job, definitely.
Well, it's sort of becoming now where Larry, Curly, and Moe have become characters, even though they were, you know,
played by those people, right?
Yeah. It's like, I remember Steve Martin talking about this when he was remaking the Pink Panther. He said, well, you know, the Pink Panther is now a kind of character who exists. And yes, there was the way Peter Sellers did him, but I'm going to do a different thing in the same way that Jude Law might do Hamlet, and then next time somebody else might do Hamlet.
Or James Bond or other characters that have kind of, I guess, changed. They're telling us earlier that Geoffrey has to rap. I guess he has other
He's a
press.
busy man.
But he's promoting the Eye of the Storm.
Yes,
the Three Stooges.
Nobel
Eye
of the Storm.
Your dumb shoot for
I shoot with Joe DeRosa. That's good that I asked Geoffrey Rush for a little advice to shoot with DeRosa. why couldn't I have a real thing tomorrow that I was get to
good
talk
advice
to him
is don't show up.
Exactly. Murder the director with a hammer. Of course, the great Geoffrey Rush. It's called The Eye of the Storm. It's in theaters. Today's the 4th, so it's in the 7th, which I believe is Friday. It is limited release, but that means, of course, New York and probably L.A. and a few other major cities. So, you're one of the great actors. I mean, you've won a tremendous amount of awards, and you're truly amazing. And it was
thanks so much.
Great honor to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, absolutely. Geoffrey
Thanks,
Rush.
guys.
We're going to continue, by the way.
Yes.
We're not going home. We got Matchbox 20 next. Stay there. We don't stay late for anyone, but some old pals are stopping by to say hi. Matchbox 20, Rob Thomas. And I'm not sure who else from the band is coming in, but definitely Rob Thomas. Who we go way back with these guys. Do you remember when we flew down from Boston to do the Grammys at
Roseland?
At Roseland. And all of a sudden, this band sits down in front of us. And our first question was, who the fuck are you guys? And they go, well, that's why we're here. And it turned out no one knew who they were yet because they weren't on the radio yet.
They were brand spanking
But the
new.
record company believed in them so much they already had them doing interviews before the single came out.
They must have known.
They had to have known. And that was Matchbox 20, and that was Rob Thomas. And then fast forward, they come up to Boston, and they filmed shit for our dumb Real Rock TV show back in the day. And And Rob Thomas goes on to be a massive fucking star, and we continue to do our dumb show for the last fucking 80 years, and now our paths cross again today. 5 minutes. Okay, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Geoffrey Rush was great.
It's amazing how good of an actor he is, and just his voice is really I didn't realize how good his voice was.
He sounded more English than Australian, by the way.
I can't tell the difference between those two accents anymore.
It's very regal.
They seem very similar.
Yes,
at
he was
times.
like very English.
We got a guy,
one of these.
We got a guy that was bored to death by the interview. You know what? This show might have passed you by. Go fucking find something else to listen to. Are you serious?
And you'll get people that like that, but
it's a lousy 30 minutes out of your listening day. Go find something else then. What am I going to do? That was a great interview. I
thought he was very nice, and he loosened up as time went on.
It was cool.
He never does press either. Very rarely you see him around. Yeah, you don't see him around that much doing any of that stuff. So
he's a fucking.
The hell's he doing on the show?
Stop.
Well, this movie is.
We're waiting for.
Someone made a mistake.
Where's Matchbox 20 going to sit?
I got to leave in like 5 minutes, so maybe they can take my chair.
So why don't you leave all nice now? We'll give you the big plug.
Are we only getting 2 guys anyway?
All right.
Yeah, because they're literally walking down the hall.
Okay, cool.
And I want to make sure we get the plug in for your new CD. That's Jim Florentine was great today. Holy fuck. Awful jokes from my first comedy notebook. Over 220 awful jokes in this CD. And when he says awful, he means it, by the way.
Yeah.
I hope you've made that point perfectly clear.
I just
for
saw
everybody.
Fez in the hallways. I love that Jam and Jim stuff.
Oh,
really?
Like, oh my God.
Jim.
Yeah,
I am going to have to hear the rest of that.
I'll leave you guys a copy.
Oh, I love it.
I'll actually buy it.
I'll get it on iTunes.
I'll pay for it. Yeah,
we got to.
I'll demand my money back for that.
More of the hijinks of Jam and Jim.
Yeah.
Trying to get that gig.
I have a joke. I got kicked out of a voting booth because they overheard me going eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
You should have been kicked out of a comedy club for that too.
They wouldn't kick you out if they heard that, though, Jim. Jam and Jim.
It makes perfect sense for this dumb election coming up anyway.
Girls laugh.
Yeah.
Girls giggle.
Girls giggle.
Now we got a guy saying.
And I'm in Marco Island this weekend.
Oh, beautiful.
Off the Hook Comedy Club.
Now we got a guy saying the interview was amazing.
What are you going to do?
One guy hates it, one guy likes it. What are you going to fucking do? Matchbox 20 is entering the. Well, I thought they were.
Yes, no.
Oh, it's 2 old guys instead. Never mind.
Yeah, what the hell's that?
Never mind. Thank you, Florentine.
Yeah, it was great seeing you guys.
Always fun, man.
Yeah.
September 13 through 15, I'll be at the Irvine Comedy Club in Irvine, California. I return. I have to plug that. I don't think tickets are selling.
I want to stay because I want Matchbox. See if Matchbox 20 walks into Jim's gas.
Oh, right.
Yeah, one's hovering right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, you can hang. I just didn't want you to.
I got to do
have
some
to
other
leave
interviews.
awkwardly as we're interviewing those guys. It's up to you, man. You know that.
Done it before.
Yeah, it smells.
Come on, man.
Matchbox 20's got a new album out that comes out today. It's called North. Where are these guys?
Yeah, down the hall.
How's your eye? What the fuck happened, man?
All right. Well, I had that Rotgut reunion gig on Friday.
Which we got to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah,
we ran out of time.
It went really well. It was a lot of fun. Fucking crowd was great. The band, tight as fuck. Those guys. It was really, really cool. So, if you notice, I've had this mullet growing out, and underneath the hat is a curly fro, because I wanted to kind of brush it out, spray the shit out of it, and go on stage with as much of a fro as I could grow in the limited time I knew we were going to be doing this gig.
Right.
Because I didn't want to wear the baseball cap, and I didn't want to just have regular haircut, Anthony. I needed kind of a rot gutty feel to it, like the old days. So that's what I did. Then I decided I needed some medicine, as it's called.
says.
Bob Kelly calls it. Some medicine.
A little coloring for the hair?
Yeah, you know why? Because you get some gray in there. I figured for the rock gut thing, the afro, I'd put some Just for Men in my hair, darken it up a little bit. So I did it. And everything was fine. Worked great. Saturday morning, I wake up and I notice like my head is burning and tingling and itchy and unbearable. And then the side of my face by my right ear, underneath and in front of my right ear to my jaw, starts puffing up like fucking half a Hulk face. And the left side's doing the same thing. And my ear, the top of my ear is like a chemical burn on it. And my scalp is fucking screaming red.
Is this the live read for Just for Men?
Yeah. Tell fucking Wilt Chamberlain and fucking
Walt Frazier.
Oh, it's Walt Frazier?
Yeah, Wilt Chamberlain's dead, sir.
Oh, okay.
Walt Frazier's
Tell
one
Walt
of those guys.
Frazier and fucking what's his name? Seinfeld. Yeah, baseball. Come on, 86 Mets.
You know what? Keith Hernandez.
Yeah, Keith Hernandez. I forgot his name.
I know. I'm like Keith Hernandez.
Holy fuck! Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they could take their boiling acid fucking bath hair color and go fuck the mothers with it.
You really think it's just for men?
Absolutely. I went online and it's all over there. All over.
That people are getting reactions to the chemicals?
Fucking burns and just like swelling up. It was so swollen. I was taking like Cord-Aid cream and smacking it all over my head. And it still hurts. Like the headphones are fucking killing me today to even wear them around my ears and the back of my neck and everything.
You know what would help with that?
What?
There is actually something when the just ferment is bothering you. You wash it with a 50 cal.
Shut up.
Hey, Rob.
But there he is.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
How you guys doing?
Holy shit, long
seat.
time, man.
How you been?
We've been good, Rob.
Not too shabby.
I know how you've been.
I was just telling the story the first time we met when we flew down from Boston to do the Grammys at Roseland, and you guys sat in front of us. Yep. And our first question to you, and I'll never forget it, was, "Who the fuck are you guys?" And you laughed and said, "That's why we're here." You guys were already doing interviews before the single came out.
Yeah.
That's how much the record company at the time believed in Matchbox 20.
Yeah, or they didn't, and so they just fucking put us out there to make sure that
Go ahead. Yeah.
try and return their investment.
And I laugh at that because I said, "Who the fuck are you?" And obviously you showed the world who the fuck you are.
No, I still get that sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm using now it's like Target. Do you know who the fuck I think I am? Come on.
That was 90.
Well, it was a long ass time.
95, 96. Yeah, the record came out in 96. Yeah.
Wow, man.
That was funny too because during that time we put out a single, the song called "Long Day." And Atlanta kind of really got behind it, and it just fucking tanked. I mean, like it didn't do anything at all, and we were kind of nervous. And that the day our record came out, our label folded, like lava kind of folded in Atlantic.
That's great.
And all these other acts get dropped, and we're just like waiting for the phone call, you know?
Yeah.
And then like one station in Birmingham started playing Push. Right. And it kind of called out because that was back at the time when you could do that too. That shows like how things have changed.
It was funny
like,
too. Like
our program director liked the song and just started playing it.
Yeah,
Like,
they just started playing it.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
It's funny too. Like we were like planning our musical funeral at that point too. It was just like, man, dude, it's been really good playing with you, brother.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it, dude.
Really nice.
Wow.
Yeah,
What are we gonna do with the van? What are we gonna do with the van?
How many years were you at it at that point? As Matchbox 20.
Well, as Matchbox, not very long because we were at Tab the Secret for like 4 years maybe in like his local band, and that band broke up. And then we met Kyle and Adam.
Yeah, it was a producer, Matt Soletic, kind of. I met in Atlanta, and he introduced me to these guys, and so that's why I kind of felt that way, you know, because I had moved down to Orlando, and then at that moment, it felt like, well, there was the single, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to be moving on.
Cautionary tale.
But Birmingham really set the whole thing off, you know.
By the way, Kyle Cook, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry.
Exactly.
I had to urinate. Yeah. America.
Oh, yeah?
We didn't meet you that day.
I know that you guys kind of go for anything in here, but I figured he should piss outside.
How long
we could have worked it into something.
Pisser.
How long does it take before you know a single? Like when you release a single and you said it starts.
Hey, I didn't even notice you're here, man.
Oh, hey.
I fucking love you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, man.
How are you, brother? Thanks, I'm good. How you doing?
I hate that.
Thanks.
Rob, we don't like when people do that.
When they know Jimmy.
That. We don't like when people
When famous
It makes me very happy.
When famous people know Jimmy, it's like, oh boy.
Well, just a couple of men of similar ilk.
Look how,
What ilk is
and
that?
look how happy it makes Jimmy.
He's so happy right now.
No, you know, it's just. How long does it take before you guys know that a song is?
Rob just touched his leg.
How long do you know, like, if a song is not going to do well? How long does it take before it sinks in? Like, oh fuck, this one is really not gonna. Like you said, that one tanked. How long did it take you to recognize that?
Well, that was since it's your first single, you notice it kind of right away.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
Like if you're lucky, like you're coming on this, like if you put out a single and it starts to really do bad, before you mention it to anybody, you just try and throw another one out there. You know.
Usually it seems like when people start talking about shooting the second video, then it's usually like,
man,
so we're planning.
Did we just do the first one? Yeah. No problem. No, it's a good thing. You can have two songs.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
No, we just want to have it in the chamber. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's doing so well. We just want to.
We just want you guys to put out a song that people are going to like. So let's try this one.
Did you ever, when you're writing a song and even when you're recording it, do you ever think like, oh man, this is a hit? This is going to be huge. This is the one that sounds like it, and then it just goes nowhere.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Long Day was one of those. I mean, I felt that was going to be the giant hit on that record.
Yeah.
You know, it's all a matter of taste.
at the end of the day. You know, I mean, each one of us may respond to a song differently.
Sure.
So I think it's a combination of what you really love personally and what, you know, the people at your label, you know what I mean, feel is the best representation of that album you made, like this mosaic of, you know, emotions.
You hear a catchy hook, though, when you're writing a song. You're like, oh, that's a good one.
I think like the job is kind of like you write a whole bunch, like 12 songs that you think should be on the radio. Like Logic be damned. You know what I mean? Like like really in the back of your mind that it won't. Like this doesn't fit this format, or you kind of understand how radio works. But at the end of the day, like you're like, I think all of these songs should be somewhere, you know, out there in the world for people to hear.
You shouldn't have a song on there that you're like, we got to fill it.
Yeah, because what the fuck are you doing? Like, really, I think, you know, if you're like, you know what, everybody, don't listen to these two. These two, right here.
But the other 10
sound of me jerking off. But these are all really, really good.
But you know what? You got to be careful with the catchy thing. You know what I mean? Like just because something catchy doesn't mean it's going to be something you want to hear.
True.
In 10 years, 20 years, you know, a lot of times, like, it's like, it can be like sugar, you know, it's like, it satisfies you in the moment, but it's not like nutritious.
Carly Rae Jepsen would be Bruce Springsteen right now.
I mean, can we really, yeah. It's like,
But you guys have been at it, what, 15, 16 years now, huh?
Yeah, this 96, since the record came out, it's been about almost 16, 17,
Damn. How much has regular radio changed since you guys started, too? Because we have such a hatred of it just from this angle, but...
It's been crazy. I mean, when we came out, we were... There was like alternative rock kind of radio, and that was the band that we were. And then even within that first record, when we put out Push, then we were a top 40 band. But even top 40 was like, you'd hear Pearl Jam sometimes, like it was during that time in the 90s. And then by the time our next record came out, yeah, like we did Mad Season, it's all like you know, Nelly and Ludacris and all this, and we're trying to like go into that world. And now it's like, you know, it feels like this, you know, if you're on top 40, it's like these 8 songs written by Dr. Luke, you know, and if you're on AC, well, then just nobody cares. So it's, you know, between those two.
Yeah, and then terrestrial radio trying to figure out what demos listening to, you know what I mean? Like how they do their call out research is beyond me. I mean, you can't. How can you know what people are really listening to in their cars?
They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's even changed now. Now it's like
it's all conjecture at the end of the day.
When I first got into radio, one of my jobs, you know, I had to do a lot of grunt work. I would cold call people and say, all right, going to play some samples for you. Guess what I did? I fucking fudged the numbers. I don't want to sit around waiting to get someone on the phone.
No, exactly. You just got to make a decision,
because
right?
everyone's screaming at you, do you know I'm eating this? You know, they're yelling at you. I'm like, fuck this.
They've even changed it a little bit now where it's like, it's almost like a Nielsen box for TV where they have like these random listeners and a beeper.
The people meters.
You know, and they're always like, they have to like comment on what they like.
People meters destroyed personality radio because they realized people aren't listening long enough to have a guy that could talk about some interesting
but you know,
shit.
it also creates this weird climate where the only thing that's rewarded is something that sounds eerily similar to the thing before it that was successful. So like the idea of being able to have a breakout anything is kind of really weird. And like, so I'm surprised when like on top 40 an artist like Jason Mraz has a song like, you know, when he did with I'm Yours, that giant hit that he had, just him with an acoustic guitar and like an ukulele. You're just kind of blown away when something like that flies.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's
like
very rare these days.
What was Elvis's first big song? Like, it's an old story, but he got so many calls for it, the guy just played it over and over and over again.
Like
the
a
DJ
Heartbreak Hotel or something like that?
I don't remember.
It was Hound Dog.
I was going to go with Hound Dog, too.
Whatever
I
it was, it was just he replayed it like 17 times in a row, and it was like one of those things where you would never see it. Not that you'd need that now.
No one's allowed to do any of that shit.
You can't even play it twice in a row now.
We did a station, it was and here in New York. And this is a few years back, but you're sitting in there with the DJ, and she's taking calls, you know, and they're doing it for like the most requested of the day or whatever. So she picks up the phone and she's like, "Hey, you know, this is blah blah blah. Okay, before the guy can say anything, she's like, okay, you're going to request J-Lo, My Love Don't Cost a Thing. And he's like, okay. And she hits record. He's like, I want to hear J-Lo, My Love Don't Cost a Thing. And she's like, the most requested song of the day today, J-Lo.
I mean, if you ask me,
all bullshit.
If you ask me, the only real litmus test is tickets. You know what I mean? Because like we can sit here and make guesses on what how the song's doing in a region, but if that artist goes there and you know you have this hit song and they're spinning it, but only like 100 tickets or so, well then that, if you ask me, that's a litmus test. You know what I mean? Obviously they don't have the value.
But that's harder and harder these days to be, because like it's harder for an artist now, if you're a brand new artist, to get yourself to the status where you have a touring base anymore. You know what I mean? Like it's,
and you see a lot of these pop artists that have big hit songs, quote unquote, and aren't doing tickets, you know.
So
was the quote on hits or songs? I like that shit.
And you guys finding it hard to make money off the actual music, or you got to make more of your money touring, right?
Yeah, touring, merchandise, publishing. Like I think that's where most of the money. I mean, that's always where it mostly came from. Unless you sold 8 to 10 million records, you know, most of that money is funneling back into your label.
Is still huge. Yeah.
Did you know that Smooth was going to be such a fucking monster song?
No, God, no. I mean,
holy fuck!
Did that call out well?
I thought no, it didn't. Actually. It didn't.
Did you know at the time, Carlos throws this thing together where he's going to get a bunch of guys singing?
No, you know, I figured it was one of those things where, like, I'm a huge Carlos fan. And I thought, like, I would do it and just have to call my friends and be like, oh, by the way, there's this new record coming out. I'm on it with Carlos.
Right.
And that's what mostly everybody that I talked to that was on that record, like Dave Matthews and, you know, even Eric Clapton, they all did it just because they love Carlos.
You didn't expect anything from
of course not. And then it became, you know, that song was like the first float in the parade, but that whole parade, that was his year.
Oh, yeah,
it was really great.
But you had the breakout song above everyone else.
Yeah, really lucked out.
Far.
I mean, but then it had Maria and Love of My Life. Like, there was just a lot of good stuff on that record.
No, I agree.
That was the song of that friggin' year.
It's still
it's
still a monster song.
I was living in Soho at the time, and I remember like walking down the street and seeing a car full of really hot girls passing by, you know, blaring that song, and I'm just like, oh, we're on to something now.
I'll tell you something I've never seen: a hut full of girls listening to my nonsense. I live for the day.
Listen to my voice. Yeah,
I've never seen a chick under 350 laughing at my stuff.
Once you've seen your act, and frightened.
It's just one of those songs too. You don't get sick of listening to it. You just don't.
Really?
No, you just don't. I'm sure you've heard it a few more times than most, but
I don't get sick of playing it, but I get sick of listening to it.
Do you really?
It happens a lot. Yeah.
Wow.
I think with a lot of songs, like after a while, you don't ever want to hear it again. But when you play it in front of people, it's fun again, you know, because you're kind of sharing that energy with them. So the same with Matchbox songs, like over the the last 17
By the time
years.
you get done recording an album, aren't you kind of spent on the songs? Because you've been through them a few times
no, I don't think so. I mean, because you're doing like all 12 or 20 songs at one time. You're kind of throwing in there. So up until the minute that it's done, like they're kind of evolving, and you're still like I still listen to this record because it comes out today.
Yeah.
So like I'm still kind of listening to this record. That'll end in like a month. You know, I've already picked out all the nuances, heard it on like car speakers and home speakers and my friend's speakers, and heard it really, really drunk and really, really high, and like every possible way you can listen to a record.
The mix is like, it's like the editing of a movie. You know what I mean? Like you've got all these scenes, and you've been, like you said, living inside each one of these scenes for so long, but yet, the mixes are evolving, so like you haven't really watched it yet.
Right.
And so it does feel new, and I think we did a van ride from like Tampa to Orlando or something.
Yeah.
We finally listened to the record together in
and
a van.
high to bejesus.
It felt new,
better.
you know?
You just get high as a kite, and like really like listening to it for the first time all the way through.
That's cool.
And it was just like,
yeah. It's like
record.
Listen to that little background right there. I love that. Love
Do you ever listen back to a lead vocal and hear something and go like, fuck, how'd that get through?
Dude, all the time.
Like
especially me, man. Like when I first started out, my voice was totally different. I was living in the South, so I had this really thick accent. So like when I listen back, it's like, so
between Elvis and Darius Rucker.
Like I would hear that, and like everybody would like come to me and be like, oh, I know, and all of a sudden like I'm Scott Stapp every time. They're like, oh, I know that. It's 3 hours here. I'm almost been home. Like some Scott Stapp Elvis kind of impersonation that they would do.
In every caricature somebody would draw of you had like your veins were just like blowing out of you, like your eyes are huge and your neck's like blowing out.
And then we look back, like you do a tour and you put out these tour books. It's basically just like a bunch of pictures of the band, and we look like a gay softball team. Like we were, it was like a lot of sheer velvet and stuff. And I'm like, and I had this epiphany while we were making this record. I'm looking at this like 17-year-old, 15-year-old tour book, and I'm like, anybody that didn't like us in the 90s, I fucking get it now. I totally get it. I totally excuse anything anybody's ever said or written about me, because if I came across that band in that, leather pants and the sheer velvet shirt, I would have just wanted to smack them too.
And let me tell you guys survived. A lot of the 90s bands didn't survive.
That's true.
Still had a job.
We talk about that. That's a discussion that seems to pop up a lot.
Man.
Because you can't, you try to understand why that is,
Right.
And you can sit there and you can dissect the music but yeah, it is socially, like, in that social climate, like, why are we still...
You like to think it's just because we're fucking awesome. But,
it's the awesome.
We're obviously doing something factor. Right, you know what I mean? Like, and there's a chemistry there that
I think
works.
we keep our mouths shut and our head down and just make records and don't bother anybody.
Well,
I think it's also, if you look at bands that have made it and stayed through for many years, it's the type of music that just, it transcends a genre or just some kind of fad. You know, it just
Yeah, I mean,
sounds
you
like
hope- yeah, you hope
like it
it-
fits
Oh, it's
in
great.
any of these
That's a huge
decades.
compliment.
It
Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah,
man.
we hope that it's just songs. I mean, that's the whole idea.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, like it's not
Good
We're not a
songwriting.
lifestyle band. Like we're not here
Yeah.
to like preach to like some small disenfranchised group of upset teens smoking by the wall across from school. Like we're just there for songs for people in general.
Yeah, right.
Nice.
Yeah, is it harder to look back at your videos? Like, because I look back on stuff I did, and I literally want to cut my own throat. It's humiliating. And I imagine
some more than others, but yeah.
music videos probably are harder to look back on than actually hearing something, aren't they?
Well,
Because it's silly.
It's funny you think like if you watch old, if you watch like at the very beginning, the dawn of like music videos, you see like a Rod Stewart video or something.
yeah.
Like that wasn't our era. Like I'm sure Rod Stewart looks back at "Do You Think I'm Sexy?" He's like, "Oh, dude, wow," you know what I mean, with the lighting and whatever. So I think like technology was pretty good by the time we started doing videos. So I think at least the quality
It
was
holds
good,
up a little
the video is,
but we still
look
looked
at
gay,
ourselves
like
and
he
cringe.
said.
Yeah,
It wasn't that we didn't look gay.
I wish it was in the 80s. Like, remember like the old Greg Kinn videos?
Sure,
Like
yeah.
the Jeopardy, like, and we're here now, and we're having a devil bride, and now there's a giant octopus coming out and attacking everybody, and like,
Just
it
throw
just makes
anything
sense.
in.
Genius.
There was no
Yeah.
sense to it.
I love that.
Which was kind of
And you'd sit. I remember watching MTV for just hours on end.
Yeah.
Hours on end,
Yeah,
waiting for this one's coming.
especially
up.
if there were new videos coming. Like,
Yeah.
all right, what are they going to do, man? Is it going to be another giant octopus?
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
I hated to do videos. I only wanted to see that they had 3 live Ozzy videos, and fucking like Martha Quinn never played them. I just despised it.
You had to stay up like until like midnight on Sunday to watch like 120 minutes to like get
To get
all the
some-
other stuff
yeah.
that nobody was
We-
checking
get
out.
some good stuff,
Or
yeah.
Headbangers Ball and like.
Well, I remember when you would
Yeah.
you would wait for you would wait for them to spin Thriller. Like that was a huge moment, because he really made it interesting. That was a time when I was kind of coming up.
Yeah, that was like a movie.
They would, it was like,
But they would
that was
tease it. They would go like, coming up in the next 3 days, we're going to get to the Thriller.
Who didn't want to fuck Ola Ray?
Come on, just play it already.
The chick from that video, Ola Ray, what a fucking
so
dumper
hot.
she had. Oh, she was lovely.
We had Nina Blackwood in here. We were kind of starstruck.
Oh,
I
yeah,
gotta
man.
tell you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
There's
man.
something
One of the
about
original
like those
VJs.
80s VJs that like as soon as you see me, it's like holy shit.
I preferred her in Vice Squad.
Very
You ever see that movie
recognizable.
where she played a hooker who got murdered by Wings Hauser?
No, I
I
didn't
remember
know
the movie, but I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that was
she,
Nita. She talked about that. She said that was actually before she got the MTV gig. She did it. She gets beaten with a hanger to death.
Jesus.
Do you guys remember Matt Penfield?
Of course.
Yeah, sure, I know Matt.
He's still DJing here in the city, but he was like that guy that knew everything about everything. He's like,
Yes.
this record came out on July 1976. The bass player had bunions when he did it, so he had to record everything on one foot. His mother's name was Martha, and it's kind of crazy.
And you would just listen to that for whatever reason. What about the new record? What can you tell us? We haven't even sold any
It's fucking awesome.
albums yet for you. It's called North. I know that, and it
Yeah.
comes out today.
Right.
Yeah. I guess that's it.
It's fucking awesome. And
12
No, I
new
mean,
songs.
I think the thing about this record is there's a natural progression that I think we all felt needed to happen. Rob, in the beginning, Rob brought a lot of songs in, and he was by far the best songwriter in the band. I think there was a lot of there's a lot of talent that didn't sort of arrive until second or third record as far as songwriting together. We started looking at a lot of the groups that we love and really inspire us, and that's U2. This is you look at all the Beatles. You look at there's so much that makes the record interesting that doesn't it doesn't get samey because people are sort of you know what I mean, like one guy kind of carries the torch for so long, and then when that idea dies and someone else kind of grabs it and runs with it. So I think this record is where we are now as songwriters.
Yeah, there's a lot of collaboration. Like we kind of wrote a lot of stuff together, which we didn't do in the past. But
And I think
everything came out great.
It's your first album in a while, compilation album, right?
Yeah, the first full one in like 10 years.
I mean,
we
I should say full, right?
Yeah, because we did, like 10 years ago, I guess we put out the last full record, and then I did a solo record, and then we did the greatest hits record that had like 6 new songs.
Right.
And then another solo record.
Right.
And each one of those records, there's a lot of, like we're a band, and when I do solo, it's all about touring. So you put out a record, and you're out for at least a year and a half just traveling around the world. So there's just a lot of time that passes in between that. And then the time it takes to make a record, you give yourself a couple months to get your head back on, and so my wife doesn't leave me kind of time.
Wait, as a lead singer, I'm always confused by this.
Yes, Opie, yes.
You're in a popular, you're obviously in a very popular, successful band, and then you go off on your own. How is that different?
I think because
in your head as a lead singer, because you're like the voice of the band.
Well, even when I was writing everything for the band, it wasn't my decision on every song that got through. You'd have to bring them in and it has to go to, to the taste of everybody. And then even then, like, if they like a song, you give it up to the band and they do whatever they want with it, the arrangement, all the parts, everything. And whereas solo, you kind of go in and it's your chance to see if you were responsible for kind of everything. Do you think you could pull that off? Right. Like, and so if you listen to like a lot of my solo stuff, it gets a little more poppy. It goes into some more direction. Like if the first single was a song called "Lonely No More," and if I would have brought that to the band, I think they would have been like, I'd love it maybe for you and Carlos, but I just don't think that's
really.
I don't think that fits what we're doing. And during this record, there were times where there was 2 or 3 songs that I bring in, and everybody's like, I love that song. Right. But now because I've made solo records, it's like, well, that sounds like your solo record. It doesn't sound like something that fits on this record.
I think what I'm getting at, like when the Stones did their solo thing, all of a sudden Keith is singing. You know what I mean? Like it would be like Kyle doing a solo
I did
thing.
sing a song on this record called "The Way." Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, and this. Like I'm cautious with this conversation too, because it's like I know that like journalists want to run with it. It's like you know what I mean, because like, he's had such chart success. So it's like if this record, because it was so collaborative, if we don't have hits and it's not successful, it's going to be because
the band's fault.
we wrote songs together. You know what I mean? It's like it's that classic thing of like, the bass player brought a song in,
but if
and we
it
had
is,
to cut
if it
it
is
because he's in the
successful,
band and
I'm
really
gonna
love him and we
anyway.
hang out a lot. You know what I mean? Like I certainly don't want that to happen, because like I've been living in Nashville for 6 years and I see so many wonderfully talented songwriters collaborating all the time, songs that we all know and love, so it's like it's exciting for us to finally get to that place creatively in a band, but at the same time, like I said, I'm cautious because this record is really sort of do or die for us. You know what I mean? As far as a collaborative effort.
If it does well, I still plan on taking all the credit for it, though.
I'll still take all the credit for it.
Hey, do you guys get like resentful? Because there's a great one of my favorites.
Doesn't even need the second part of that.
in general.
No, there's a great Pink Floyd song called "When the Tigers Broke Free," which I've talked about, but that I heard didn't make it onto the album because they felt it was too personal. And I'm like, he wrote it about his father, and I'm like, is there stuff that you guys write that you think should make it on, it doesn't, and then you kind of resent everybody for not seeing your like? How it's got to be so hard to be in a 4-way marriage like that
for a second.
Sure.
You know,
there's a little bit of that.
Like when you first bring a song, I mean, I think it's because like you spend all this time on it alone. You're really excited about it. You're connected to it. You bring it in. You play it for the band. You've got this look of optimism across your face, and as soon as you play it, you can just feel the air suck out of the room. Everybody's looking at you, just like, I'm nice. And that hurts at first, but then after a while, you start looking at it, and you're like, well. But all these decisions have been for the better. Like the song that came after that was a better song, or the reason they told me to go back and rewrite it, they were right. I found a better chorus. I made this better. So I think it only works if you've been friends for 15, 20 years like we have, because you have that freedom to say that sucks, and it's not just coming from some guy you work with, it's coming from one of your friends that you trust their musical opinion. So at the end of the day, even if you get upset, I'm like, it makes you think, well shit, if Kyle was listening to it, that means in his home he just wouldn't like that song, and why should we make a song as a band that somebody in the band wouldn't listen to?
And you obviously respect what Kyle has to say.
Well, kinda.
It is props to him, because it's not lost on me that I realize that he can go and get a rad New York band and go into a studio and make whatever record he wants to make, But at the end of the day, it's not going to have the personality that we all fight for. You know what I mean? Because I've worked with session musicians and I know how that goes. They're great. They go in, but they don't have a vision for your song. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we treat songs like mini epics. Like if you knew, like we build a song up, we tear it back down, we rewrite it again. It's like it becomes a reggae song. It's like there's like a salsa break. Oh no, okay, there's not that. Then it's a hip hop song. That's whatever. Because we're just trying to find the right skin for that song. And I just think that's what differentiates a band from a solo artist. A lot of times, or a sort of producer / solo artist. There's a lot of that these days.
On the clock when it comes to session guys.
Yeah, and you have to dictate what they're going to do. You have to say, this is what I want you to do. I want you to try this. I mean, they're going to bring their personality, which is why you bring certain guys. But it's not going to be like, I think maybe because they don't have the vested interest in it that you do if you're a member of that band. I mean, this is your livelihood.
You guys ever have any massive fucking blowout in the studio, or just one of those good yelling matches?
Sure.
Paul, fucking
Usually after we
Paul
drink.
quit the band.
Yeah, there you go.
Paul quit the band on the floor one time when we were making Mad Season. It was great. I believe it was over Bent because, and if you listen to the song, like you can, there's this big sort of like tom fill in the middle of it, and Rob felt that it was destroying the song.
I hate it.
And
here's the thing:
Paul was Paul's trying to make it not gay or something like that. You know, whatever it was.
And now,
so great.
It's one of the coolest parts on the record. Like, it's so cool that it's like this distinguishable, part with the drum part, which you don't have a lot, but it's like ba-bum, ba-da-ga-ba-ga-bum, doom-doom, ba-ba, ba-da-ga-ba-ga-ba. And I'm just like, dude, you're killing my fucking song. You're killing it. And we all like almost came to blows. Like they had to
gay without it, man. What the fuck?
Then like a few months later, I'm just like, oh, by the way, that's a really cool part.
But it was so dramatic because it was like, his drum kit was like set across the floor of this huge room, so the sticks go flying. It's like, I quit the band. And he just like kind of saunters across this thing, and then just like the door slams, and we still got the headphones on, we're just looking at each other like,
Give that Spinal Tap line out. This is all we fucking need.
Yeah.
And then he came back like an hour later.
I felt like Mark Wahlberg in Boogie Nights. I'm like, dude, the drums are taking away from my vocal. They're definitely taking away from my vocal.
I felt like him for other reasons in that movie.
These guys got to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're telling us that we have to wrap
in front
up.
of a guy in a truck.
Absolutely. And being beaten and called donkey dick.
Yeah, man.
What can we play for the record for you guys? The record North comes out today.
I don't know.
Matchbox 20.
I think throw a dart and try something.
No. What are you pushing? Are you pushing?
I'm sure the label would like.
The single right now is a song called "She's So Mean."
Yeah, let's do that to at least start, and then we can play other ones down the road for you. Rob Thomas and Kyle Cook.
Good to
from
see you
Matchbox
guys again,
20.
man.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much.
Pleasure, man.
Pleasure, brother.
Thank
Really
you
nice
so
to
much,
meet you.
man.
You want to do this? You want to do the song?
Do the song.
All right,
first.
he's just got to do some business.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to yell at anything because it's wonderful. It's it's a television provider called Dish, right? And they believe value. Oh, it's more than just getting more for less, right? How about quality? Oh, they have packages with more channels that you want to watch, more of the most innovative features of TV. What about the Hopper, that DVR? You could record up to 4 rooms in your house. How about that? Delivers programming to 4 rooms in your house. Record all 4 networks of primetime TV automatically. And you just got to press one button. You're never going to miss your favorite shows again. Technology's great, but value, it's about the price. Ask about their packages, starting at just $19.99 a month. You're going to find something that fits you for just the right price. Stop paying for TV and call Dish. 888-770-DISH. 888-770-3474. Dish, let's watch TV.
All right, and Kyle Cook and Rob Thomas still in the studio. That was a little weird. Matchbox 20, the new CD's North. It's out today on iTunes, Amazon, everywhere, and we're going to play the first single from the record for these guys.
Thanks,
all right?
man. Thank you, guys.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Matchbox 20, everyone.
I know a girl, she gets what she wants all the time, 'cause she's fine. But for an angel, she's a hot, hot mess. Make you so blind, but you don't mind, 'cause she's an uptown, get around, anything goes, a girl. Girl, she's a hardcore candy store, give me some more, girl. Girl, she'll make you take her to the club, but then she leaves with her friends. She likes to stay late at the party, 'cause the fun never ends. And all her clothes are on the floor, and all your records are scratched. She's like a one-way ticket, 'cause you can't come back. Say, yeah, you want her, but she's so mean. You never let her go, why don't you let her go? Yeah.
Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Strap in. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I would give out the phone number, but I don't think we have time. How long is this show going to be today, Eric?
Looks like 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. It's all right. We got a lot of ground to cover in 5 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get to all of it. If there is something you'd like us to cover, or if you want to do a What Did You Learn, I guess you can. 866-WOW-1-WOW is the phone number. Big show day today. This was like, what do we have planned for the rest of the week? This was a week's worth of shows in one day. Sal's in here not doing a good job instructing these interns, by the way, Eric, just so you know. He's not. If you're looking for somebody to be the next head of the interns, Sal is a terrible
Sam,
teacher.
I said one of you guys go do the phones, and you're on air. He just goes, both of us? How many people does it take to operate a fucking phone?
Well, no, did you actually phrase it by saying one of you guys go do the phone?
Yeah.
And then,
both of us?
And the question back was both of us. No.
All I heard was go do the phones.
Oh. Maybe that's your problem, Sal. Maybe you're not communicating properly.
No,
Plus,
that's not the case.
Why don't you go do the phones?
You're right.
I'm
You're crying.
Sorry. It's just a funny response. Oh boy, they're not happy that you made fun of them either. This is not turning out well. Yeah. Do we have anything planned the rest of the week, Eric?
You know what? I'm not 100% sure.
No, I don't think we do. I think we kind of blew our load today. Because we had what?
Usually the day back from a vacation is kind of a more relaxed atmosphere.
Yeah.
We talk about what went on during the time off, people who died during our time off, news stories.
We had Geoffrey Rush in here, who's like an iconically good actor. Matchbox 20 was in here. They've sold like 15 million albums. Nobody sells any albums anymore. They've sold 15 million of them.
Well, that's when they still were making albums.
I guess so, but now they still are. They got another one out, and they're still like. How they're still on, they're still on Hits 1 actively. They're not just like as a favor. Like, they're on Hits 1 all of the time still. What else was... And then Jim Florentine in here, his rant, he said something that made me laugh so hard. When he first started talking about fantasy football, and he just did the sort of douchey guy who plays fantasy football voice and says, we're going to get some snacks. Just... Because that's what that guy would be excited about. The fact that there were going to be some friends over and they were going to have snacks. Lady Trucker wants to do a What Did You Learn real quick. What's up, Lady Trucker?
Hey, Sam. Well, today I learned one of the interns' name is number 2.
That's true. Eric refused to name the interns today. Rick in Ohio.
Yeah, somebody should tell Anthony that hair dye, you're not supposed to put it on your pussy.
Is that what happened to Anthony's eye? He put too much hair dye on his pussy? Yeah, we got the Anthony hair dye story. He just kind of squeezed it in there. And, Jim Florentine's new CD, you can get it on iTunes. It's called Awful Jokes from My First Notebook, something like that. Just look up Awful Jokes, Jim Florentine. There aren't
From his
very
first comedy notebook.
Yeah, look it up. It's on iTunes. What a great idea. He's putting out a CD where he found his notebook of where he put his first, jokes that he wrote when he was first starting in comedy, and they're all horrible. And he just read them. He's just dictating them. I love that some of them do have commentary. Like, I didn't actually say that. All right. We've rushed. Oh, yeah, my honeymoon. I'm not as cheap as they think I am. I had a wonderful time. It was relaxing. It was great. It was something that I'll remember forever. Erock, what's the final word on the intern situation? Have you actually quit, or were you just saying that because you were tired of them riding you?
No, I said it, but we'll see if that happens tomorrow.
What do you mean? This is why it drives people crazy. What do you mean, we'll see if that happens?
To be concluded.
What are you talking about?
Question mark.
So you don't know if you're quitting or not?
No, I want to quit.
You don't know if they will let you quit. Is that what I'm hearing?
We'll see how talks go.
Management may not let you quit. Maybe you're holding out for money.
Who knows?
Who knows? You don't, obviously.
At this point, anything's possible.
No, it's not. It's either you're going to be the intern guy or you're not going to be the intern guy. Two things are possible. Anything is not possible at all. You got very upset with them today.
Because I left on that note, and now I return on that note.
Well, because you left on the note saying I am quitting, and then you return on that note saying I am the boss of the interns. So
I never said that. I never said that.
You never said. Wait, which one did you never say?
I never said I'm the boss of the interns today.
But you are.
I never said that.
But are you?
This came up because they didn't know how to take a phone call.
So you're saying nobody is in charge of the interns, right? Intern, You.
Yeah.
What's your name?
That's intern number 1.
Okay, intern number 1. What's your name?
Gio.
Gio?
Yeah.
Like the letters? Like Nat?
Gio. It's short for Juliana.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're out of time. We have to go.
Like Nat Gio. Who's in charge of you?
Well, Sal was because Erock wasn't here, and then now apparently
Oh my
Erock.
God, things are falling apart. No, I'm not going to hold on. I'm going to end the show instead. Stay tuned. Ron and Fez are coming up next. This show has just devolved into chaos. Stay tuned for a real show. It's going to be in a few minutes. Goodbye.
Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time.